it's great to have every single one of you guys joining us. Also, make sure that you were double tapping away on that phone screen of yours, sharing out this live with a handful of friends and reposting. And make sure if any of you are joining our queue that you are following our rules. You have to be 18 plus American and MAGA. I have a league of moderators who will be banning the people who join the queue that break those rules. Please don't be like Abigail. Abigail sucks. She's a rule breaker. She wanted to lie to us. Fuck you, Abigail. Let's go ahead and try to get that next guest, Ben Townsend, loading up into the box right now. Yeah. Boo. Boo. Abigail. Oh, what was that first guest's name? We need to boo them too. We need to ridicule them. So then less people break the rules. We need to make an example. Welcome in. What's going on, Ryan? Do you support Trump? Okay, Ryan left as well. Ryan, fuck you too. We're going to go and preemptively ban you. We got the next guest, Levi Ackerman, loading up into the box. Let's get Levi up in here. Hello, Levi. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
22.
And why do you support Trump?
I support not Trump as a person, but his policies, if that makes sense to you.
Like which ones?
His ICE policies.
His ICE policies. Like which ones?
You know, the fact that we're deporting hundreds of illegals.
Okay, so why do you agree with mass deportation?
I mean, why wouldn't you, is my question.
Well, a lot of reasons, but that's not an answer to my question. The questions are, why do you support mass deportation? Oh my god, you guys gotta see this.
Because he's trying to make sure that our country is safe from illegals.
Okay. Dude, Artemis 2 is preparing for re-entry. They are 1 hour and 5 minutes from touching down, and I just turned on their live stream. This is the coolest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. I had to just automatically pause the debate to show you guys this. This is live coverage from Artemis 2 as they're preparing for re-entry. That is so fucking cool. You know, honestly, you guys, I'm gonna go to keep that up on the side, and then here in an hour when they are re-entering, I'm gonna turn that stream on to see if, like, you know, they happen to still be broadcasting that camera. Now, I think that last guy, quote unquote, Levi Ackerman, was trolling, so we are going to go to kick him and move on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you are genuinely a Trump supporter. I'm going to ask you guys to please be honest, so only up inside of the queue if you are genuinely a Trump supporter. Let's go to get the next guest, Tasha Cat, loaded in. Yeah, wow, hopefully, I'll still have this live stream running and we'll be able to watch that together, because that is going to be beyond cool. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Tasha?
Hello. Yes, I do.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 40.
All right. Do you mind just bearing with me and being patient for a moment while we start that live stream over on YouTube? Okay. I have a little bit of breaking news to go through, so if you don't think that you're like, you know, chill with waiting for like maybe like 3, 4, 5 minutes, just let me know now.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Okay, perfect. We're going to go to start that live stream, folks. Everybody bear with us while we hit that create broadcast and start streaming button. Here we go. Hello and welcome in. This is the 380th episode of the Dean Withers Show for... God, already off to a bad start. For everybody who's tuning in, I really appreciate you guys so much for being here. Thank you so much for giving me some of the time out of your evening. If you happen to be tuning in live now, if you are not tuning in live and you are rather one of the VOD watchers tuning in after the fact, I appreciate you for being here as well. Make sure to drop a comment and let me know down below, because I love meeting, you know, the community of thousands of people who will never watch live and in fact only watch after the stream is over. You guys are really cool. Now, we have so much breaking news to go through today before we hop into the debates. It is genuinely like fucking nuts. Okay, so much to go through. The walls are closing in on Trump. The last 24 hours have been insane. First and foremost, Representative Raskin from Congress has formally requested a cognitive test for Donald Trump. He's asking Trump's doctor to perform a cognitive test and then bring back the findings in front to give to Congress under penalty of perjury while testifying under oath. Because leading medical health experts are increasingly growing suspicious of Donald Trump's mental capacities, most notably the fact that he's growing and increasingly incoherent and showing more and more signs of dementia every day, with his public statements becoming increasingly more incoherent, more vicious, and more demeaning. I mean, ranging all the way back from him threatening to genocide Iran to attacking leading conservatives. And that's actually the second part of breaking news today, is that Donald Trump is seemingly attacking conservatives more than he's attacking the Democrats, going after people like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, MTG, Alex Jones, all of these people that have stood by his side through thick and thin to help get him into office merely because they're criticizing him over his threats of genocide in Iran. And now he's turned around and he's been attacking them on Truth Social like it's another fucking day, you know, treating them like Democrats. And in turn, many Trump supporters have actually criticized Trump over this or just completely stopped supporting him, because now they're starting to realize that he is just a childish bully, because they could see it clearly without the contorted glasses of identifying all Democrats as evil. Now Donald Trump is attacking some of their favorite ideologues and influencers that they care about, that they follow, that they listen to, instead of addressing the important issues. So that's another piece of breaking news. And of course, the third piece of breaking news is the fact that yesterday Melania Trump did an address to the nation from the White House talking about Epstein, talking about her relationship and connections to Epstein, denying any knowledge of any of his crimes, saying that Epstein never introduced her to Trump, claiming that there are other people involved that haven't been named, and asking Congress to allow and invite the survivors of Epstein to testify under penalty of perjury and under oath to them in the chamber. So that was very, very interesting. I don't know if she's trying to get in front of something here or if she's diverting from Trump, but what we've now learned from MS Now is that Donald Trump didn't know about her address to the nation until it happened, which is insane. All right. Now, of course, maybe that could be a lie, and that's something that the White House intentionally leaked, and this is all a part of a larger scheme to get in front of something massive that's about to drop. I guess we won't know until the dust clears, but that's definitely a very massive factor here that's led to the walls closing in around Trump. And frankly, I'm more on the side of believing that Donald Trump genuinely didn't know about his wife's announcement, because it was right after Melania's address to the nation that he then turned around and has been losing his mind on Truth Social, lashing out on conservatives and other MAGA influencers. So there's my takeaway. And on top of everything that I just shared with you, we have some devastating economic news. The numbers are in. Last month, the price of gas rose the most the price of gas has ever risen in any single month in this country since 1967. And if you're wondering what happened in 1967, that's when we went to war in Vietnam, and then Saudi Arabia, Oman, Qatar, and a bunch of other countries turned around and specifically cut the US off from all of their oil. And that was, of course, massive, because that's OPEC. They control a very large amount of the world's oil supply. So, I mean, I don't know if gas has ever increased more in any given month than it did in 67. But, you know, the fact that now gas has increased more in a month at any point since then is very notable. I mean, gas is now increasing more per month than it did during the pandemic, when all the refineries shut down. We stopped drilling for oil, not just here at home in America, but across the world, and oil supply chains were disrupted. It is now increasing more per month than it did when Russia invaded Ukraine, and then we lost access to 25% of the global supply of oil because us and all of our allies sanctioned the hell out of Russia. This is insane. It's incredibly terrible. And, you know, I just wonder what the future holds, because it doesn't seem like we have a competent man behind the wheel right now. He's not fixing anything. He's just claiming victory, lying to the American people, and threatening genocide. So we'll see where it goes from here. Now, before I started sharing all of this news with you, we actually did have a conservative Trump supporter named Tasha loaded into the stream to debate us, but she's actually since then left the stream, likely because the breaking news that I just shared was so goddamn damning she didn't want to debate me on it. Something else that is of note that I will be pulling up here in around an hour is the Artemis 2 re-entry into Earth. That's going to be happening in exactly 1 hour from now, and I'm going to be pulling it up for us all to maybe tune in for a little bit. It's pretty awesome. I mean, we just got one of the best views of Earth that we ever have, in my opinion, just from the camera off to the side of the space shuttle. So it's a big day for humankind. Even with all the batshit insane news that's breaking, it's a big day. So I'll make sure to pull that up here in an hour. You know, that's our one little shred of good news, is that hopefully the astronauts are on their way to being safe and sound after a profound mission mission around the moon. At this point in time, we are now going to try to get that very first Trump supporter loaded up into the box. So only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. If that's not you, no worries. That's fine. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you for tuning in. But I am specifically asking only Trump supporters to join the queue. And please do mind those rules, because when y'all don't mind those rules, when you join the queue to like lie or troll, maybe you're not American and you want to act like you are to stay on the stream to have a debate, or you're under the age of 18, or you're not a Trump supporter at all, and you want to come up here to say something genuinely really kind, which by the way I appreciate the hell out of you for, it does just make us harder. It does make it a lot harder to find those debates when the debates are what we're here for. So I'm just gonna now give everybody who's inside of the queue that's not an American adult that supports Trump just maybe 5 seconds to leave real quick. So go ahead, please just disconnect on your own accord. We do have a league of moderators who will be taking a look at everybody who joins the queue. If we determine that you're not actually MAGA, you will be getting a ban, and if you're able to circumvent around my league of moderators, then I will personally be banning you myself when you join the live stream. But with all that being said, at this moment in time, let's go ahead and try to pull up that very first guest of the night, Jason Schofield. Jason is loading in. Hello, Jason. Do you support Trump? Jason, I'm going to give you 5 seconds. Nope, Jason just turned around and left. Guys, also, something else I do want to point out here is don't be a Jason, okay? What it means to be a Jason is what Jason just did. He joined the live stream and then he automatically turned around and left. I think that happens because people will join the queue just to see if they could get on the stream without any intention of being here for the right reasons, which would be to debates. Please don't do that. It also slows the stream down, but let's try our very best to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Samuel Johnson loading in, and once again, for everybody who's tuning in, it is certainly good to see you all. I've seen some incredibly kind donations and messages. Just know I'll get around to you guys here in a moment. Just know that I really appreciate the hell out of y'all. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Dean, the song's in the works, mate. The song's in the works.
Are you gonna?
It'll be out soon.
Really? That's crazy. So no AI?
No AI, I promise.
Are you doing a music video?
I can do.
You gotta but you could do an animated music video.
Ooh, all right, I'll do that.
All right, man. Yeah, that's the one non-Trump supporter that I'm completely fine with. Farm Sim Kid. For the Farm Sim to beat us. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of the queue. If you happen to be MAGA, I'd really appreciate it if you guys would try your best to follow the rules. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you? I'm going to give you 2 seconds. I'll give you 3 seconds to respond before we boot you. Nope, he left on his own. All right, guys. Yeah, we're still struggling to find even one person who follows our rules. That is typical, guys, just because there's not too many Trump supporters left. There's really not too many Trump supporters left, y'all. That's why it's so hard to find them. We will just actually go ahead and put the rules up in the middle of the phone screen so I don't have to continue to verbally repeat them. Maybe that'll be a bit easier for me. Welcome in. Do you support Trump inside? Okay, yeah, they're just not here either. Yeah, a lot of people joining the box. Just join up in the live and BFK. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Man, what an international embarrassment you and him are. But all right, thank you for being here. I'm going to thank a couple people. We do hear a little bit of a reverb off your mic, so I'm going to put you on mute while I do thank a couple people. And then once I'm done, I'll pass that mic in the floor to you. This is over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Miss Sherry Dixon, for the $20 who says, I got my justice. He got 10 years. It is no longer allowed in the services. Sherry, thank you so much for sharing that news with us. I'm so happy to hear that. If you guys aren't very frequent listeners of the live stream, you probably don't know what Cher is referring to. She sent us a message when she was bringing her rapist to court. She sent us a message when she was testifying in that court. And now she's sending us a message to let us all know that the sentence and the verdict have come down and he's going to jail for 10 years. Good shit, Sherry. If we could just all take a moment to please show some very extra special love to Sherry, it would just mean the world to me. Show some love to Sherry because that is incredible. Lord T, thank you for the $10. I didn't even need to click on your donation to know it was you, man. You're always here. Lord T with the $10 says, have we ever found more about that pilot that the U.S. found? I'm starting to believe that it was a fake story because Trump is the kind of person that would brag about doing it and then show it on camera. DNC bought out. Thank you for the $10. I mean, it could be a fake story, but I only try to believe in things so I have evidence, and I don't think we have evidence that it was a fake story, but appreciate you for being here, Lord T. Show some love to Lord T down below. Thank you so much, Sherry and Lord T. On Venmo, thank you, Jessica, for the $10. I appreciate you. I'll take a look into that, Jessica. Phil, thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo. Let's get 250 Phil W's. Phil, you're awesome, man. Phil with the 25 says, Dean, here's your DNC Griff money. Thank you, Phil. I'm 15 years older than you, and I still learn from you. Most of my family's MAGA, and it's insane. Keep on crushing all of these people. Oh, thank you so much for the love, Phil. I'm happy that you learn and take something positive away from the streams here. And then Eden and Chloe, good to see you both. Thank you so much for the $5 donations. And Carrie, this was the very first donation of the live stream with McKenna. Well, actually, McKenna too. Thank you so much, Carrie, for the $50 donation. And McKenna, thank you for the $40 donation. You guys are being so kind, and we haven't even hopped into the debates yet. I want to see 500 Carrie W's and 400 McKenna W's. Carrie with a $50 donation says, I'm back. Carrie, it is so good to see you. I hope that you're well. I hope that the lawyering is going all right, because I know that's what you do. And then McKenna, thank you so much for the $40. Who says you are amazing. I'll watch on YouTube later. McKenna, thank you so much for the love. Both of you guys are so incredibly kind. That is so much money, and I'm so very grateful for y'all. Thank you both so very much. On PayPal, thank you so much, SJ, for the $100 donation? Like what the fuck? Like, once again, we haven't even started the debates, SJ. That is very kind of you. I want to see 1,000 SJWs from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much for that love. SJ with the $100 says, miss being here. Life has just been life lately. Hope all's been well to you. Much love. Well, much love to you as well, SJ. And thank you so much for the kindness. Show some love to SJ down below. Thank you so very much. That is beyond fucking kind of you. I have done nothing to deserve that much money. As well as Jania, thank you for the $10. Molly, thank you so much for the 5. And then last one until we hop in this debate. Thank you so much, Caroline, for that $20 donation on PayPal. Says, hey, Dean, how are you doing today? I'm having a good day, Caroline. How about yourself? Let me know down below. Thank you so much for the $20. Show some love to all of our donors. Let's go to pass that mic and the floor off to the guests. I appreciate you guys so much for the love. You guys are always so kind when we first start the streams. Just know that I really appreciate you guys. Take it away. Tell us how the hell you still support Trump after, I don't know, threatening genocide, increasing the gas prices the most they have since 1967 in a month.
Dane, I appreciate you letting me join again. I was on here a couple days ago. I'm the one that did the comedy skit with my kid. But since then, I've got so many threats from people.
Yeah, I have no interest in talking to you. Well, I mean, we wasted his time, but I could care less. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Yeah, he did a quote-unquote comedy skit about, like, beating his 6-month-old kid, which would effectively be killing a 6-month-old kid, because that's what would happen if you were to punch a 6-month-old kid. He was calling it a comedy skit, and I just don't find anything comedic about that, so, you know, I don't have any interest in talking to him. Hey, do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, man. Well, I'm going to ask you the same thing I asked the last guest, because he no longer has the availability to answer. How do you still support Trump after he ushered in the highest monthly increase in the price of gas since the Vietnam War? How do you still support Trump after he threatened genocide in Iran? How do you still support Trump after seemingly attacking conservative ideologues more than Democrats just because they disagreed with him on a couple of things he said? Tell me.
So, can you please just clarify for me how he's committing genocide in Iran?
So I said that he threatened genocide in Iran, and he threatened genocide in Iran by threatening to kill their entire civilization. And by following that up today by saying the only reason why they're still alive is to negotiate.
Oh, that is true. I will agree that he is doing something very terrible out there. But I also do believe that Iran has done a lot worse.
Okay. Can you quickly leave TikTok? Like, just go to the homepage on your phone, then go back into the app. There's just a glitch on your profile picture.
What do you mean a glitch on my profile picture?
Well, it's gone now. We're all good. Okay, so you responded by saying that Iran has done worse. So I want to make it clear, you're talking about the IRGC. The thing is I don't really care what the IRGC has done when having and holding a conversation about the threats in which Donald Trump is launching against the innocent Iranians that aren't the IRGC. Okay? Right? Like, somebody who's done worse than threaten a genocide would be somebody who's actually committed a genocide, right? Good example would be Hitler. But would this mean it wouldn't be wrong for, our president during World War II to turn around and threaten to kill all the innocent Germans simply living under Nazi Germany because they had nowhere to go? No, that'd still be wrong. That'd still be genocide. So I don't understand what anything the IRGC has ever said or done has to do with Donald Trump threatening to kill 90 million innocent Iranian men, women, and children.
So he's not going after killing everybody.
That's what he threatened to do, and that's what I asked you about.
Yeah, but threats also come in empty half the time.
Even if this was an empty threat, because it is still a threat of genocide coming from the most powerful man alive, the President of the United States, backed by the American military, that has already engaged in actionable steps towards the killing of Iranians, such as the 160 elementary school girls, or the 2,200 civilians as a whole, with attacks on civilian infrastructure, schools, and churches. It is just simply a step too far. It is out of bounds. It's inexcusable. And I think it is more than enough reason for us to all stop supporting him as president, because clearly his mental faculties cannot be trusted.
Fair point. Yeah, I have no idea what else to say about that. But I will make a comment about the gas prices.
Well, what I would appreciate you to say in response is how you can still support him even though he did that.
It's not about what he's doing right now. It's what he has promised. And
okay,
also,
so he's going to do something. So apparently he's going to do something in the future that makes you kind of ignore the whole threat of genocide thing. So what is it? What is he apparently going to do in the future that makes you still support him?
I'm not ignoring the genocide or the attempt to commit genocide. I still agree that it is a very terrible thing to do.
I guess the right word would be overlook.
I guess you can use that. But he is planning on creating more infrastructure, not for the United States, but for all these other countries.
Like what? What infrastructure for whom?
The biggest example right now is going to be Venezuela.
What infrastructure has he promised to build in Venezuela?
Well, here's the thing. So Venezuela was, as you know, recently been owned by a dictator that took office illegally.
Now we have a new dictator. Okay. Can you tell me what infrastructure he's promised to build in Venezuela?
He has promised to at least help him out to build out new gas pumps or oil pumps, as you know.
No. He promised to send American oil companies in to steal their oil from them to then sell and then put the money into offshore bank accounts solely controlled by Trump. So you're basically telling me here
you would be
still support
that
Trump
if he was taking over.
You're telling me here that you still support Trump even though he threatened to genocide Iran because he's stealing oil from Venezuela, is what I'm hearing.
Sure.
Do I need to spell it out for you? Do I even need to say out loud how insane that is? How not only even if stealing oil from Venezuela was a good thing, it wouldn't justify a threat of genocide against 90 million people, but actually stealing oil from another country is a bad thing? Like you're saying that this one really bad imperialistic thing Donald Trump is doing is actually justified by this other really bad and imperialistic thing Donald Trump is doing.
I didn't say I agree with the genocide.
You said that you still support him even though he made that threat because of this other bad imperialistic thing he's doing by stealing from another country.
True.
If your response is true, That is an acknowledgement that it is bad for Donald Trump to steal oil from Venezuela. And if we're acknowledging that action is bad, what we're saying is that it shouldn't have happened. And if we're saying that it shouldn't have happened, then why is this your argument in support of Trump as president, given that it wouldn't have happened if he wasn't president?
Well, this would have happened no matter what. Eventually.
Bullshit lies. Bullshit fucking lies. Don't bullshit me. Don't act like I'm dumb.
Things will happen. No matter what you decide.
No. You're not going to sit here and tell me that if Kamala Harris won the election, you will not sit here and tell me that if Kamala Harris won the election, she would have gone on a warpath of imperialism and conquest, quote unquote, threatening to invade Greenland, threatening to annex Canada, invade Venezuela and declare herself the acting president of Venezuela, would have threatened to genocide 90 million people on top of a threat of invasion against Cuba, Colombia, and Mexico. Bullshit. Not only do you not have any evidence for that notion, okay, but we also have evidence against that notion, such as under the Biden-Harris administration, Israel actually asked Biden to make quote-unquote preemptive strikes against Hezbollah, and Biden said, no, I'm not going to do that. And then the intel that Israel gave Biden to justify supposedly these preemptive strikes ended up proving to be false and unreliable. So it's like we already have good reason to believe that that wasn't the goal of Biden. So then why would this goal that is actually much worse than just bombing Hezbollah, because it is the actual invasion, actual war, or threat of invasion of genocide of like 7 countries, why would you assume that to be true of Kamala Harris? I think that this is just a generational cope. Okay, I think that you're coping with the fact that Donald Trump is a terrible president by just baselessly positing that if Kamala Harris won, the same things would be happening.
Well, nothing's guaranteed, is it?
It's not guaranteed that you're a real person. You could be a fake AI chatbot made by Russia to antagonize me. So, does that mean that I can now baselessly believe that you're a fake AI chatbot made by Russia to antagonize me?
If that's what you want to believe, go ahead.
So now we have Trump supporters telling others that they could just literally believe whatever they want to because the world is a fairy tale.
Don't you do that already?
Make believe movie. So that's not the way that reasonability works. Reasonable people don't just believe whatever they want to because they want to. Reasonable people believe what they find to be true based upon the evidence they have to dictate that belief actually tracks with reality.
Sorry, I'm actually at work right now.
Okay, well, feel free just to go back to work, man. And I'm going to go ahead and move on. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. That guy, I don't know. He wasn't really given a debate. Everybody in the chat spamming, let Jim up. We got Joe loading up into the box. I think I saw Jim in the queue. Oh, there he is. I don't know. This guy doesn't look like a Trump supporter, folks. Just, Jim, if you're not a Trump supporter, you're going to get banned. Beyond the Media, good to see you today, man. Thank you so much for the galaxy. Welcome in, Medina. I'm likely mispronouncing your name. If I am, let me know. But are you a Trump supporter?
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No worries. You take care. Let's go to get Jim up since everybody's demanding it. Jim, are you a Trump supporter?
Hello, Teeny Weeny.
You guys always somehow find a way to convince me to get like 4-year-olds on the stream. That's not the first time that's happened either. What's up, man? Do you support Trump, Johnny? Johnny, you have 3 seconds to respond before you're banned, Johnny. It look like Johnny's here. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up. Guys, I am going to quickly go over the rules again. We only have 3 of them. They're very simple. The first rule is to be 18 plus. The second rule is to be MAGA. And the third rule is to be American. If you break even one of those rules and you join the live, I'll be banning you. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
26.
All right, man, I'm going to thank a couple people, then I'll pass that mic and the floor off to you. Once again, Lord T, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on Super Chat. I want to see 200 Lord TWs down below. Thank you so much for supporting me and what we do here, man. Lord T with the $20 says science news. In the same time that the Artemis 2 went back from the moon and back to the Earth, 9 days, light takes approximately less than 3 seconds to travel the same distance. 40 minutes is splashed down. 40 minutes, folks. We will be turning it on. And thank you for the quick science fact. Destiny, I appreciate you for the $20. Also, show some love to Destiny down below. Shout out to you. Destiny with the 20 on Super Chat says, hey, Dean, I love watching your debates. I'm a soon-to-be lawyer, and I feel like you speak just as professionally as we do. Oh, thank you, Destiny. Maybe I should go to law school, huh? Mary, thank you for the 10 Australian dollars. I appreciate you so much for that love, Mary. And you are absolutely right that Donald Trump's war and conquest is affecting the world, not just America. Clayton, thank you so much for the $60 donation on PayPal. Holy crap, man. Thank you, Clayton. Let's get 600. Clayton W's, you are awesome, awesome, awesome. That is so very kind of you, man. Thank you so very much for supporting me. What we do here. Clayton with the $60 says Trump supporters were raised by bullies, dead ass. They have this quote unquote we want we take mentality. Trump has tapped into the spoiled American greed, full stop. I think he's tapped into spoiled American greed, but he's also just tapped into like ignorance. He's tapped into evilness and indifference and apathy, and he's been able to bring all those traits and characteristics out of millions of Americans. It's honestly really telling about human nature, and because of how easily people like Trump are able to exploit that. Thank you for the $60, Clayton. And then Alex, thank you so much for the $10 as well. You says, did you see Trump's post ranting about democratic immigration policies after posting a graphic murder video? I did. Yeah, it was terrible. Richard, thank you so much for the $25 donation. Richard with the 25 says, I'll actually ask the same question. Did you see that video that Trump posted about about a woman being unalived? Yeah, I did see that. I really hope that he got, consent from the family, but knowing Trump, he definitely didn't. I appreciate you for the $25, Richard. Please show some love to Richard and all of our other donors down below in that chat. I appreciate the hell out of you guys. Thank you so much. On Venmo, thank you so much, Carissa. Thank you so much for the $50 donation. You guys are going so crazy. Oh my.
So
let's get 500 Carissa W's in that chat. Carissa, that is beyond kind of you. Holy crap. Carissa with a 50 says, you seem especially amped up today. I support it. Keep getting them. Love all you do. I've just been energized by the tyranny of the Trump administration that we've been seeing in the last couple of weeks. Like, I'm more ready than ever to shoot these motherfuckers down, man. Thank you for the $50. Melissa, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you. Lovey, thank you for the $1. Laser, shut up. Then Markella, thank you for the $15. She says, quiet down. My show's on me every day to my kids. Well, I hope that you enjoyed today's stream, Markella. Thank you so much for the $15. And then Mary, I appreciate you for the $5. With that, we're all caught up. Let's go to pass that mic and the floor off to the guest. If you're watching and you want to support me and what we do here, you can find my Venmo, PayPal, link in the bio on TikTok, pin message over on YouTube, and right there as well, Dean Withers without the E. But go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us why the hell you still support the worst president of your life.
Absolutely. I mean, you have awesome fans. I feel very poor after that, but you're awesome for addressing all the gifts. That's awesome. But
well, it's certainly very kind of them, and I do try to thank them individually. That's something I've done since I had 30 viewers, and something I intend to do even when we have 20,000, just because I am grateful. But take it away.
Definitely. Well, no, you're awesome for that, man. Well, I think I still support Trump. I think people exaggerate how bad his team and administration are. I do acknowledge some of his mistakes, but I just can't help but think a lot of the things I'm seeing, a lot of the criticism I see is just exaggerated. I don't think it's that, I don't know. I don't think it's as bad as people portray.
Can I ask you, what do you think is the most widespread mainstream critique of Trump that you think is exaggerated?
I think the main thing, just being from Minnesota, is ICE, the way he started or tried to handle illegal immigrants, or claimed to. I think anecdotally that was a huge failure. Just personally, I know firsthand that he's only arrested people who are in the process of getting married legally, or people doing legal paperwork and stuff. Those are the only people I know who've got detained by ICE versus so I agree he's made mistakes there, but I still think people when people are calling him, I don't know, I don't want to get your TikTok, I don't know the bad words, but when people call him a Nazi, or people exaggerate and try to pretend he's the only one who's on the Epstein files and stuff, it just feels like everybody's just ganging up, bandwagon hating, and it just feels like people aren't trying to. We could easily band together. Maybe Trump's not the
Can
way.
you please point me towards literally one liberal with a platform in the world that has made the claim Donald Trump is the only person in the Epstein files?
It's not that people say that he's the only one,
That's
but
what
it seems
you
like
just said
people act
happened.
like he's like I don't know. And then like the No Kings protest, like that gives more power to him, in my opinion. Like no, I don't see him saying that
before
he's
we
a
move
king.
on to another point, you said that liberals
my bad.
exaggerate things by claiming that Donald Trump is the only person in the Epstein files. Those words left your mouth. Name one liberal that said that.
I guess my friends.
Okay, well then your friends are fucking stupid. And your friends definitely don't represent everybody on the left, nor do they represent the views of people with platforms on the left, especially Democratic lawmakers, okay? Right? I just want to clarify here that nobody with a brain thinks that Donald Trump is the only person incriminated by the Epstein files. And likely
Obviously
what
not.
you are exaggerating here is the fact that a lot of people on the left are really hyper-focused on Donald Trump's involvement with
Hyper-fixating.
Epstein because
Right.
he's the president. He's the most powerful man alive. There's absolutely nothing wrong with dedicating videos, statements, and protests specifically towards Donald Trump's involvement, given the fact that he's the most powerful man alive, while simultaneously advocating for accountability for all victims, not just those of Trump.
I just think at the time when people were given two options, it makes sense to me why people chose Trump. And I feel like right now it's the same people who voted for Kamala who are just very mad. And they're for like the next 3 years, they're going to be just adding way more extra unnecessary hate. That's just how I see it.
Well, I'm
I don't-
asking you what the unnecessary hate is, and then you couldn't tell me because you just made up a fictitious claim that you think you've heard your friends make that it's not representative of any mainstream left-leaning ideology or anything espoused by
hate
those with
Trump.
platforms or in Congress. And then I corrected you, and then I actually demonstrated how you're exaggerating the claim that you were making, and then you had nothing to say in response. So, I mean, you keep on repeating that you think that a lot of people on the left exaggerate claims about Trump and what he's done wrong, but you can't be specific about identifying any exaggeration
Right.
of anything Trump has done. Like, I'm still waiting. Like, what is, like, for instance, let me ask you this question. What is, like, a mainstream talking point of people on the left about Trump that is exaggerated? Please be clear.
mainstream point that people exaggerate is that Trump he hates immigrants. Like he doesn't hate immigrants. He doesn't hate people of color.
Okay. Well, I mean, frankly, I don't think, quote unquote, Trump hates immigrants is a mainstream talking point, but it's definitely a mainstream sentiment. So we'll treat it as if it is a talking point. And that claim is definitely easy to justify because if he didn't hate immigrants, well, then why would he, be calling undocumented immigrants escapees from mental institutions and insane asylums as a broad generalization to demonize them to then get Americans like you to ignore it when he plays authoritarian and deports them with no due process illegally to a place in El Salvador where they are beat. When he circumvents the Constitution and passes executive orders to unconstitutionally take birthright citizenship away from birthright citizens merely because their parents are undocumented immigrants, so then we could deport the kids too. When he says that they're the poison in the blood of our country, or when he gives authorization to DHS to racially profile black and brown people, like clearly, all right, these actions are indicative of a man who hates immigrants, or at the bare minimum is indifferent to them, but will perpetuate xenophobia and hatred surrounding them to further galvanize his already prejudiced white voter base, which is essentially identical to hating them himself because it leads to the same outcome.
I didn't know that, but I'm open-minded, so I accept that that's why people think he's racist. I just don't think he actually operates with prejudice. Like I don't think he's doing anything like to immigrants besides like giving ICE more money, which is like a mistake. But I don't feel that. I don't know. Maybe you're right. Your evidence is right.
Now we're like,
I accept that. But
so
I
now
just
we're
don't.
like slightly revising the claim to the fact that Trump is racist. Well, that one's really easy to prove. I mean, his introduction that catapulted him into American politics was racism.
I apologize. There was like a huge thing that I was getting tagged to, so I kind of lost my train of thought. I'm not that stupid. Like people are making fun of me and stuff.
Let me clarify. Donald Trump's introduction to American politics was Donald Trump being racist against Barack Obama. All right, like I feel like so many
true.
people.
That's how he got famous.
Yeah,
calling Obama Muslim.
I think that so many people are either too young to like remember this because they're kids at the time, or just like don't know this because they weren't as political at the time. But his introduction to politics was like literally arguing that because Obama is black, he was therefore born in Africa and therefore shouldn't be constitutionally eligible to run for the presidency. Therefore, nobody should vote for him, with no evidence whatsoever, even after Obama released his birth certificate. Okay, that is clearly holding prejudice against a black man because they're a black man. And that's not the only example of him doing something absurdly racist. Another terrible example would be in 1997 when the New York State Justice Department literally sued him for refusing to rent to black people because of their race, which was, again, a violation of the Civil Rights Act, or his depiction of the Obamas as monkeys less than a month and a half ago on Truth Social, or his call for the execution of the Central Park Five even after they were exonerated, or many other examples.
Well, that was a mistake because they were, at that time, that's who everyone thought was guilty. But
even after they were exonerated, he would not retract the statement.
I feel like that's where, that's what I don't support. He's not careful with his words, but maybe I'm wrong to make an assumption that I still don't think he operates or his administration is racist. I feel like it is true, like their main priority is illegals or people breaking the law, because I just don't see...
Wait, can you please tell me why you don't think that refusing to rent to black people because they're black is operating with prejudice?
That's the thing. I don't want to defend that because he's probably done and said a lot of things that might seem racist, but that doesn't mean... I don't know.
How is that? Okay, so it does seem racist, okay, to not rent to black people because they're black. Now, I want you, the clear intellect that knows much more than I do, to describe to me, while that might seem racist, it's not actually racist. So why is that not actually racist?
First off, I'm not claiming I'm intellectual or more intellectual than you. I try to learn from you. Like, I try to actually learn from you, but I just feel like I'm not trying to yap, but
I just wanted an answer to the question. Why wasn't that actually racist?
It's kind of like how a boomer might say something super racist, but they're not actually they don't have that malice in their heart, if that makes sense. But they've said things
this is just another absurdity. Like, what? But you are not getting us any closer to understanding why it wasn't actually racist when he refused to rent to black people.
Okay. Well,
can you help me understand why that's not actually racist?
Maybe that is racist. Maybe that is prejudice right there.
Could we say it with more conviction than a maybe? Instead of saying maybe that was racist, can we agree that absolutely that's racist?
No, absolutely. That incident is racist. Okay. But does that make? But
now let's jump another
options, right?
One moment. Now let's jump another 35 years in the future from when he was absolutely being racist by refusing to rent to black people. When he argued that Obama was born in Africa with no evidence whatsoever, even after Obama released his birth certificate, was that racist?
Yes, that was super racist.
Okay.
He was just he literally was trying to start a theory that Obama was a Muslim, as if that's bad. Like, that was the insult.
Okay, so now we've been able to agree that he was racist from 1977 until at least 2012, right?
Okay, changing my claim. He's racist, but it's like a 2 out of 10 racism. It's not like an 8 out of 10 like everybody thinks.
Okay, so just to make it clear, you're telling us that you support Trump because although he is racist, you just think a lot of people over-exaggerate how racist he is.
Exactly. It's like South Park Family Guy level racism. It's not like...
Oh my God. Yeah, by the way, A, any level of racism is wrong. B, I don't think that it's a low level of racism when these prejudices are finding their way into not just American politics, but into American legislation impacting black and brown people across this country. Okay, the fact that DHS has now authorized ICE agents to use a person's race as an identifying factor and concluding that they're likely an undocumented immigrant is racist as fuck. Super fucking racist. Okay? And that fact needs to be considered because that's the impact of his prejudice. But I mean, even outside of that, I don't even understand why we're having this conversation, because once again, this is your argument for why you support Trump. You're like, Donald Trump is racist, but not as racist as you think Dean. Then I'm like, I'm happy we agree that he's racist, but he absolutely is more racist than you think he is, Joseph. How about because he's racist at all, regardless of our disagreement on how racist, we can agree he shouldn't be president.
I can agree that what you presented me and just engaging with you here and just seeing a ton of chatters, like, they're not like flaming me like in a bad way, but I can agree that that makes me support him less. And it's not like out of just like being scared or.
So why do you support him at all?
I just felt like at the time I was super pissed that it was Kamala versus Trump.
Well, keep in mind, I'm also asking you about why you support him right now.
Why do I still support him? Because I'd rather support him than like just. It's really bad for my mind when I just start consuming too much like liberal content, because then I just start getting very negative and it feels not productive. It just feels like people are making things worse with ICE. Feels like everybody whistling at ICE ends up.
Wait. So I just want to
worse.
clarify that your argument is I support Trump because ignorance is bliss.
No, not ignorance is bliss, but being positive is better. For being positive and trying to support their administration might be better than like operating like always like in an exaggeration mode like with the media.
Well, I mean, we've already went through this quote-unquote exaggeration mode and kind of disputed its validity. Now, let me ask you this question. If Jeffrey Epstein was president, would you support Jeffrey Epstein because it's better to have a positive mindset?
No.
Okay, so there's like, there's something that Trump could do that would ultimately make you revoke your support, even if it made you a more negative person. So let me ask you, if he raped somebody, would that make you revoke his support?
If Trump did, yes.
Okay, so here's here's a verdict from a civil court that determined he did rape a woman by the name of E. Jean Carroll. You might be confused by this jury verdict form because it clearly says no to rape but yes to sexual abuse. That's because. No. I know, and I'm explaining that right now.
Oh,
That's because of the New York State's very restrictive and narrow legal definition of rape that they had 4 years ago, which was only the penetration of the female member with the male member. And what the jury determined he did to her was that he forcefully and unconsensually penetrated her female member with his fingers. But like the way that we use the word rape in society would absolutely include the forceful penetration of a woman's vagina with any part of a man's body. And by the way, New York's legal definition of rape has since been updated.
You know what? I don't know what to say. I feel like I did not come up here prepared enough. I feel like I have pretty weak arguments, and I might not be the best guest to like keep debating because I kind of do agree with you. I do see some comments also saying like I don't know if like there's like the spaceship that's about to land, and that's what people are asking, but I didn't want to like take you away from that or distract from that.
Well, have I changed your mind?
I feel like you definitely influenced me more to be like more critical of like certain things and research those things. Like if he's raping people, then definitely don't support him. But I just don't want you to think like I'm a hardcore supporter. I'm more of like, we should support. I do feel like maybe you've convinced me like some people aren't exaggerating. Like there's legitimate things that are literally not.
All right. Well, I'm sleep on everything that I shared with you because you made it clear that you would stop supporting Trump if he was a rapist. Go research the court that proved he was a rapist. Maybe also research the 2005 Howard Stern clip where he admits to sexual exploitation. Go research the letter he sent to Jeffrey Epstein in 2003 depicting the outline of a naked body with a girl with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." Okay. Go research the letter that Epstein seemingly sent to Larry Nassar, another child rapist, stating that Trump shares a affiliation for young nubile or sexually attractive girls. Go research the credible accusation made against Trump in the E-Files by somebody that sued and then later won millions of dollars from the Epstein estate because he trafficked her. And I think that you maybe will come out the other end of that tunnel, no longer being a Trump supporter, but because it seems like you're unwilling to change your mind now, I am going to move on to the next guest, okay?
Definitely. No, I followed you. I've been learning too before I went on here. So thank you for being kind to me. Thank you guys for not just being mean to me, and appreciate you guys for teaching me.
Have a good one. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box. Artemis 2 is going to be splashing down in around 20 minutes. I think that we're going to turn the stream on when it does splash down because I'll show you guys what the stream looks like of Artemis 2 right now. It's not too eventful. It's just looking out their window. So we'll turn that on as it splashes down. If somebody could please give me a heads up in the chat when they're like 60 seconds out from splashdown, maybe even like 2 minutes out from splashdown. I'd really appreciate that, and then we'll be able to turn it on. Let's go to get the next Trump supporter loaded up in the box. And Tina, thank you so much for the Desert Wolf, man. You are awesome. Thank you, Tina. Show some love to Tina down below in that comment section. I appreciate you. Somebody in that comment section says, yes, Dean, thank you. It was hard to choose between this and the splashdown, honestly. Yeah, you're gonna get both here. We're gonna get the we're gonna be getting the Artemis splashdown, folks. I absolutely understand that many people may want to watch that, so I completely get it. We'll be pulling that up 110%. And by the way, Tina, congratulations on reaching gifter level 40. Holy! Welcome into Sport Trump.
Yes, I do. It's your boy Taxpaying American.
Ew, I forgot that you exist.
How are you gonna say that, man? I thought we had like a good friendship going on.
Oh, no, the furthest thing from that. Listen, I'm going to maybe give you 5 minutes here, depending on how much you annoy me. Can we agree that Donald Trump threatened to genocide 90 million people when he threatened to kill the entirety of the Iranian civilization?
Well, I'm live right now on my Taxpaying American account, so if you ever want to come talk to me, feel free to do it. As of right now, your fans keep coming to me, and I keep changing their minds, so I appreciate you for that.
Yeah, okay, totally a lie. Complete cope. But would you mind answering my question?
Sure, what was your question?
Oh, okay, you didn't listen. So it's going to be the first blender of the stream, TPA. I'll go to repeat it for you, though. The question was, can we agree that Donald Trump threatened to genocide Iran when he threatened to kill their entire civilization?
Did he do it?
Did he do it? Yeah, he definitely did threaten to genocide them, yes.
No, but did he genocide them?
No.
Who killed more Iranian people? Donald Trump or the Iranian regime?
The IRGC.
Oh, well, good answer. Is the first truthful thing I've heard you say in a long time.
Well, I mean, I answered
Dean,
even though it was clearly a deflection, because by the way, you still haven't answered my question.
What was the question again?
Can we agree that Donald Trump threatened to genocide Iran, okay, when he threatened to kill their entire civilization?
I will absolutely answer your question. You just answered to me. Why did you reject my request and never let me up? Why did I have to come up on a fake account for you to talk to me?
You requested in the last 55 minutes and it got rejected?
No, I'm saying I've tried to request up quite a few times and you've rejected it. I haven't recorded. It's on my YouTube.
I would be truthful if I rejected your requests because, honestly, I think that that's something I would do. But it's also something that I would remember, and it's not something that I remember. So therefore, my mods rejected your requests, and shout out to them because that's hilarious. So
they
now
did
that I've answered,
without your approval?
Yeah, but it's okay because that's based. Would you mind answering the question that I asked you?
Yeah, sure. I think he did that as a negotiation tactic.
Nick, thank you so much for the Leon the Kitten. I really appreciate you, Nick. So you accept that he did threaten to genocide them, right?
Absolutely. I think he did a bluff to get what he wanted, part of the art of the deal. Sometimes, in his own words, it pays to be a little crazy, and I think it was a good move.
And I think that's a fundamental difference between a good person and a bad person. Because a bad person is willing to send 90 million people into a state of distress and peril, thinking that their lives are about to end, including young children, if it means that we would have more negotiating ability.
Okay, but we're talking about a regime that are literally killing these people.
Well, we're actually not, because when I say that this sent 90 million people into a state of peril and distress, including 7-year-old children thinking that their life was going to be cut short, we're not talking about the IRGC. We're talking about the innocent Iranians who, by the way, are being oppressed by the IRGC. So this is just a second layer of oppression.
They are. So it's good that Donald Trump's
terrible life.
Yeah, and that's why it's good that Donald Trump is taking them out to liberate them from that.
Well, I mean, that claim has already been proven false because Donald Trump has already claimed that he has been successful in regime change. But the IRGC is still the active government over Iran.
So who do you want to win? Who do you want to win?
And the IRGC is still in charge.
Okay, so who do you want to win, Dean? Enlighten me.
Who do I want?
Do you want Trump to win or Iran to win?
I think I want decency to win, and I'm not sure where that line falls. I think that it's very fuzzy. Okay? Because, well, I mean, first of all, I have to ask you a clarifying question. You're saying that...
well, hold on. Bring me up on my Taxpaying American account. Hold on. Bring me up on my Taxpaying American account.
If you leave, I'm just not going to bring you back.
You're such a coward, man.
How am I a
Like-
coward? You're here already. Just stay on this.
Yeah,
account.
but
It's fine.
you didn't know it was me. I had to come on a fake account.
Okay, and you're here. I'm willing to talk to you.
And you mute people that say to debate me. All you do is run for me. So don't act like you like wanted this and like you're not afraid to talk to me.
Yeah, I'm
So
not
when I
afraid
want to come
talk
up
to
on
you
my
at
main
all.
account, what's that?
I'm not afraid to talk to you at all.
Then, well, why is it that you guys muted anybody that says anything about me in your chat, and we have proof of that as well?
Probably because
Why
my
is it you
mods
fake
mute
dropped me
spammers
in our
regardless
third
of what they
debate?
say.
What's that?
Probably because of the fact that my mods mute spammers regardless of what they say. Now, are you going to answer my question, or are you going to continue to engage in meta conversation about something other
Well,
than
people
the active
weren't
debate?
spamming it, but sure, I'll answer your question. And I honestly don't remember your question. I apologize. What was it?
Okay, well, we're actually going to put you on mute because we're going to be
400,000 feet.
watching this real quick.
34,800 feet per second.
This is so cool. Okay, so they are minutes away from re-entry.
Splashdown 13 minutes 10 seconds.
Okay, so time to splashdown is 13 minutes and 10 seconds, folks. Let's see. Can somebody remind me in... Oh, that was the blackout.
And as
Okay.
predicted, we've entered our communications blackout.
All right. So now they're at a blackout.
6-minute blackout period.
Ooh,
No
6
voice,
minutes.
No data from the crew.
Okay, so in 6 minutes, we're gonna turn that back on and see what it's looking like. We're gonna be tracking Artemis 2 pretty closely, everybody. For everyone on YouTube, here in 6 minutes, we'll be able to bring that back up. So it's 5:55 my time. We're gonna see what's going on. You, jump scare, get that off my screen. At 6:01 my time. So let me know at 6:01 my time. But anyways, we'll send this guy an invite to turn back on his mic. We just had to quickly mute him so we could tune into Artemis, which we'll be keeping you guys up to date with because that is huge. Now, sir, I do have a question for you. You asked me to repeat it. Sounds good. So you said that you want to liberate the Iranian people. I don't think that Donald Trump is liberating the Iranian people because he claims that we've already been able to conduct an effective regime change, yet the oppressive IRGC is still in charge. And there is now furthered conversation between Trump and the oppressive IRGC that he claims is more reasonable to achieve goals such as lifting sanctions on them to make their economy better off. It doesn't really seem like Donald Trump has achieved anything to liberate the Iranian people. And once again, I'd like to repeat here that Donald Trump has actually claimed that all military objectives have been met. So if the Iranian people are not liberated today, and Donald Trump claimed that all objectives were met 2 days ago, then it doesn't seem like the liberation of the Iranian people is an objective of Trump's.
Oh, you'll have to ask him. Why do you think he did what he did with Iran?
Well, I don't
Do you think it has anything to do with them trying to assassinate him and Mike Pompeo and other U.S. officials?
I think that there's many reasons that we could posit for why he went to war with Iran, but that conversation is different than you answering to the fact that you claim Donald Trump is trying to liberate the Iranian people, and I've now disproved that notion because Donald Trump has claimed all objectives have already been met and regime change has already taken place, yet the Iranian people are still not liberated and they're still living under the IRGC.
Oh, my bad. Let me clarify my stance. I'm not 100% sure on what the goal is here. I just know that he's doing what he's doing with Iran because he didn't want to let them attack us, and they tried to assassinate him and other U.S. officials. I'm taking your word on anything you want to say, but the problem is I have trouble believing. Hold on, I have trouble believing anything you're saying right now. I'll have to look into it because you've lied about so much. You've lied about the pageant stuff. You lied about E. Jean Carroll. You lied about not kicking me. You've lied about Venezuela. You've lied about Greenland back when that was a talking point for you. So I'm still learning about the Iran stuff, but right now I would say my stance isn't that he's trying to do a regime change. I would say it's that they tried to take him out. He's retaliating for that, and that their uranium increased 60% from 2021 to 2025 past a level that wouldn't be used for anything other than a nuclear bomb, to my understanding. But I'm open to being wrong, unlike you.
Yeah, the first question that I have to ask you here is, you said that your stance is that he's not trying to conduct a regime change. So what do you think Donald Trump means when he says that we've been effective in conducting regime change?
maybe that like the first 40 people in line to be leaders of that regime are no longer on this planet or in existence. Maybe something along those lines.
It's not true. The Ayatollah's son is the new Ayatollah, the second.
I know, but didn't they take out like 45 other people that were in the chain of command?
So I think that they took out quite a few people in the structured leadership.
40 something.
In the same way that like taking out like a handful of American representatives when it regime changed the American government, taking out a handful of IRGC representatives won't regime change Iran, especially considering the fact that Iran has kind of been living under that threat since they originally created their regime in the 70s. They've kind of built out very diverse infrastructure for how to quickly replace their leaders if need be for the survival of the IRGC. And by the way, I want to clarify here that we could definitely agree that the IRGC is very evil, very terrible. They suck 110%. Now, the next question that I want to ask you is about something else that Trump has said. Donald Trump has said that all military objectives have been met. So what objectives have been met via Trump's needless war in Iran that has resulted in many civilian casualties, including 160 girls at an elementary school? What has been achieved?
That's not confirmed that they hit the elementary school. Plus, wasn't the elementary school on the military base within 100 yards? I would blame the IRGC for trying to use that like a body shield, thinking that people wouldn't attack them. And unlike you, I care about women and children. I think that's sad. I think all loss of life is sad. And I don't want innocent children or anybody losing their life, you know, from little kids to American heroes like Charlie Kirk to even Dean Withers, who I disagree with. I don't want any of that. But the fact is, one, it's not confirmed if it was the U.S. military that did that to the school. And two, they built it within 100 yards of that military base. Do you think that's a little weird that they did that?
Okay, so you said, one, it's not confirmed. So that was the conclusion of a preliminary report from the U.S. military, including the claim that the Tomahawk that actually hit the school was built in Boulder, Colorado. The second claim is according to the military, the reason why that school was hit wasn't because it was 100 yards away from a military site, but rather because of old intel that indicated that the military site stood where the school did.
Okay,
but
true or
now
false?
that I've answered to both of those 2 points, I would appreciate an answer to the question that I asked, because the question that I asked you was very clear. It was...
We're getting intermittent views.
I think that we're going to turn back on Artemis after you answer this question.
To establish voice communication.
Or actually...
Go to Artemis first. I don't even remember the question.
Okay, I'm going to turn your camera off. I'm going to mute your mic. If you either turn your camera on or unmute your mic...
Taxpaying American going live when he kicks me. We change your...
Houston, Integrity, we have you loud and clear.
Your trajectory is
Let's
nominal,
see.
and
Actually, I'm just going to kick him. Feel free to rejoin that queue, man. I'll happily have you up after.
Guidance looks good.
He was getting cooked, by the way. But this is more important than cooking him more.
Camera controller fail.
Big cheers from the viewing room here in Mission Control.
I'm getting it up on YouTube right now.
Established with Commander Reed Wiseman. For America and a waiting world, Integrity is 5.5 minutes away from coming home.
5.5 minutes, everybody. That is phenomenal.
Passing 100,000 feet now.
So this is Artemis 2.
To splash down 19 nautical miles.
Splashdown in 19 nautical miles. They are below 100,000 feet in altitude. So they're starting to kind of get into the range of where we expect commercial airliners to fly, which is much lower than 100,000 feet, but I mean, still yet much closer to where commercial airplanes will fly than, you know, where they have been, being upwards of...
Integrity, impact to the camera controller fail is no Cab 1 views of the chutes.
Being upwards of 200,000 miles away from the Earth.
Integrity.
We're processing good data through the GPS system. A good view of Integrity, time to splash down 4.5 minutes.
Oh, this is Integrity in the sky. That's it, literally just shooting through the fucking sky.
Integrity from the WB-57. We're at 50,000 feet.
50,000, so cool. We get to see it splash down. Hell yeah, what a good idea. Look at that, man. Okay, we're about to see the first wave of parachutes deployed just to kick the top of it off. And then those are meant to not even slow down
The pyros
the craft.
are on for forward bay cover jettison.
But just to pop the top off to expose all the hardware for the 4 1,000-pound parachutes that will slow the vehicle's speed from upwards of 1,000 miles an hour to 17 miles an hour. So there was the first wave.
Parachutes, and we're on drogues.
And Houston, we're visual 2 drogues out the window.
And then these are going to disappear momentarily.
2 good drogue shoots. Next up,
We copy. We see them.
And then the
the
massive
deployment of pilot parachutes that will pull the main chutes
parachutes are going to deploy here in a moment.
Splashdown 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Wow, 3 minutes until splashdown? That's crazy. It feels like they look so close to the ocean.
Perfect descent rate according to flight dynamics.
Good rates on 2 drogues.
Look at how fast they're going, dude.
We see the same on board.
They're fucking traveling. Okay, so they're still going through the clouds. Here's a better shot.
10,000 feet. Still on drogues.
They're at 10,000 feet. For the people who are just now tuning into the live stream, this is an active live stream of Artemis 2 touching down. Okay, and then this is where the massive, huge parachutes come out. Look at those. They weigh 1,000 pounds. These parachutes are huge.
Search and recovery beacon has been activated on Integrity.
Look at that.
And we have 3 good main shoots.
Oh, when they're good. The parachutes are
3
good.
main shoots, good reefing, good descent rate.
Good rates, and we see 3.
Every single person on board Artemis right now just took a massive sigh of relief. Okay? Their main chutes are deployed. They're good. They're on perfect trajectory. And now they're about to touch down.
Integrity. Cabin pressure indicates no need for hydrazine checks.
Integrity copies.
Integrity copies. They're happy.
This is a perfect descent for Integrity. Its crew sounding hale and hearty on board. Time to splash down 1 minute, 15 seconds.
I don't know why they have this weird, like, heat signature camera on. Okay. They got it back to this. Okay, so 1 minute and 15 seconds until splashdown. One quick fun fact is that with the re-entry...
Integrity about to complete a journey spanning 694,481 miles from its launch
I'll stop
from the
talking.
Kennedy Space Center back on April 1st, and a trip around the moon.
I have a fun fact to share with you guys when it's appropriate. Is there some dead air time now? Okay, I think there is. The re-entry of the Artemis 2 shuttle, well, I guess not shuttle, we'll call it a shuttle, was the fastest any humans have ever moved. They re-entered at, it was either 26,000 miles an hour or 36,000 miles an hour.
1,000 feet.
The fastest any human alive has ever moved in human history was the re-entry of the Artemis 2 pod. That's probably a better word. From that heat camera, it almost looked like there's like bursts of what look like path correcting.
Integrity splashdown, sending post landing.
There it goes.
Now.
Look at that.
Splashdown confirmed.
Splashdown
Waiting on
confirmed.
VLDR.
That is so cool.
Confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
They are back on Earth.
Of Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
Woo! Yeah.
And the landing and support officer reports the vehicle is stable 1. We still will be deploying the crew module uprighting system to maintain that orientation. A perfect bullseye splashdown for Integrity and its 4 astronauts.
That is incredible, man. Whoa, what the hell? Yo. Alright, that camera's not working. Okay. That camera's not working. Holy. History has been made, man. And the coolest part about it is there's so many pictures and videos and stories that have yet to been told, and we are going to be learning so much.
The unofficial splashdown time, 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m. Central Time. We'll get that refined for you. That would put the end of the mission at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 31 minutes, 35 seconds.
Now, 4 people are inside of this pod.
And we're configuring for very low data rate.
My question is...
Once again, splashdown occurring in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego at 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m.
Integrity Houston, comm check on VLDR.
So then here's the people that are going to come get them out of the capsule.
Houston, we have you loud and clear on VLDR. How else?
We have you the same. We'll meet you over in post-landing.
They're going to come get them out of that
communications established.
Pod.
A journey. We are stable 1, 4 green crew members.
Houston copies all.
Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members. That is not their complexion. That is the fact that they're in great condition. That's what that means. So stable 1, upright. The crew module uprighting system is being deployed. The 5 airbags being inflated through helium to maintain the upright configuration for the vehicle. This was a textbook entry and a textbook touchdown for Integrity. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen back on Earth after a journey around the moon.
That's incredible. That's so incredible. I love that. It has been such a crazy day in the world. A crazy year and a half for America with Trump as president. And I just don't feel like there's too many moments like this where, humans can just come together to acknowledge something awesome. We need more of this. We need more of this. Because this isn't a win for the Democrats, a win for the Republicans, a win for Americans. No. This is a win for humans.
We continue to monitor the functioning of the CMOOS system. The airbags are being inflated to maintain a stable 1 or upright configuration. And there's a good view from one of the naval helicopters hovering overhead. Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members, meaning they're all in excellent shape.
Okay, we might turn it off here, and then I'll keep this open. And when we see the astronauts getting pulled out, if we get to see that, we'll throw it back on.
Integrity Houston for SAR beacon and radio.
Or do you just want to keep this open? We could do either.
Our beacon is in 406, and we're powering the radio now. Go ahead.
We see the beacon on. However, the recovery team is not seeing the signal. Your SAR radio uses the same antenna, so you may run into trouble with the radio.
I have an idea. What if we just muted the audio and then kept that open with captions on, so we could see if something cool happens, and then just debate like this until it's over? How about that, dude? Yeah, does that sound good? Dude, that does sound good. Hell yeah. Okay, all right, fantastic, folks. Fantastic. Well, that's what we'll do, because like Loki, like I want to see them get taken out of that capsule. I really do. Oh, that's Trump. That's not what I want. Perfect. Yeah, so go ahead and hop inside of the queue if you're watching on TikTok and you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We'll get you pulled up here. We'll have a good conversation. We're going to be leaving this video of Artemis open, hopefully until we're able to see the astronauts taken out of the pod. And then we'll, probably mute or pause our debate if we have an active debate then. To watch it, but in the meantime, I'm gonna leave this open on the screen, and we're just gonna continue debate. So go ahead and hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'd like to have that last guy that we had up, Taxpaying American or whatever the hell his name was. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box. For everybody on YouTube, I won't be able to read your chats. I'm going to try to on my phone, actually, because that's just usually where I have, where you see the stream is usually where I have the YouTube stream open so I could read the chats. But let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. It actually looks like TPA, Taxpaying American, ran. I would have ran too if I was him, because low-key, he was getting cooked on a topic that he knew nothing about. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be Mago. Welcome to eSport Trump. Michael is cooked. Oh wait, apparently Parker sees TPA in the queue. Parker, feel free to let him up if you happen to see him. He's who I'm trying to get. Oh, there he is. Phenomenal. All right, we got TPA loading back in. All right,
W. Parker.
All right, Mr. Dumbass, we're gonna go and pick up the conversation where we left off. All right, we're going to go to pick up the conversation where we left off. So the first thing that I have to ask you is, well, Donald Trump says that we achieve many military objectives in Iran with this war that is apparently now coming to an end. What objectives did we achieve?
Hey, W. Parker, for when you said I was running there, I'll never run from you. If you ever see me requested up, it's you guys that reject me. So Parker, I love you, bro. Thank you for being a real one there. I actually do appreciate that. And you two are growing on me. I don't want to lie to you. You know, I have my ups and downs with my feelings towards you guys, but these days I like you two. I think there's a lot of hope. Honestly, with the Iran thing, I'm waiting to see how it unfolds, okay? The information that I'm given right now, my guy, and by the way, you called me I don't like to swear, I'm just quoting you. You called me a dumbass. Let's just reset, dude. Have like a civil discourse, because I don't know if you remember the very first thing I said to you, the very first convo we had, but like, 16,000 people in here. You're your biggest name on the left for debating. Charlie Kirk got assassinated for having civil conversation. We need this nation to come together, Dean. So let's try and be a little bit more civil. No name calling, stuff like that, but not just to me, but all the people you talk to.
What if I called you a literal terrorist?
What if you called me a literal terrorist? I wouldn't think that's the worst thing you've said to me or anybody else that you disagree with.
Okay, well, the reason why I asked is because Donald Trump called the Democrats in Congress terrorists like last month. So I think it's hypocritical to tell the liberal, boo, shame on you, thumbs down, we need a kumbaya and come together, then support the guy that called Democrats terrorists, celebrates their deaths when they die, and called for the execution of 6 sitting Democrats in Congress.
That goes for everybody that I just said. When I just said that, I meant for everybody. We got to turn the temperature down, because in life, and I say this respectfully, I swear to God, hear me out. Not too long ago, condolences to you. I could tell it really hurt you. You lost your pet. You're going to go through life and more loss is going to happen. And where we're at as being divided as a nation is avoidable. Losing a pet you love or a
because of something that I might have to share with you here in a moment, because it looks like Artemis and the astronauts inside are about to get picked up by a boat. I don't want to make sure I'm catching that.
Which will be the precursor
do you think?
To
I'll
the
mute up.
recovery teams approaching the spacecraft. There are no issues with integrity. We've had a bit of broken capability in establishing a SARSAT or satellite phone communications capability between the crew on board Integrity and the recovery team.
I'm surprised.
That will get sorted out here shortly.
I'm surprised that they don't have like a camera on the
Plenty
boat.
of cooling on board Integrity, so there's no rush to begin the power down.
To call you on the sat phone and not getting an answer there either.
Concur. We haven't had anything come through.
Okay. So it looks like the boat is just chilling outside. Once we see some movement there, we'll go ahead and turn back on that stream, on the audio. But anyway, so back to you. Yeah, I'm unfamiliar with the specific comments that Reiner has made. Well, one moment. I'm unfamiliar with the specific comments that Reiner has made. I still don't think that justifies the president celebrating their death, especially if you want the president to bring the people together. But I'd argue that one of the very most divisive things that Donald Trump has done was when he called for the execution of sitting Democrats in Congress. That was by far one of the very most divisive things that Donald Trump has done.
Are you referring to the seditious six?
Yeah, you mean the six you weren't seditious?
Pushing the
But the act of sedition is punishable by death, but he didn't even do that. He retweeted a tweet saying that George Washington would do that, which is true. George Washington would.
So he
and then when one of the women, wait, just real quick,
George Washington would do that. Go ahead.
Excuse me.
My bad.
Excuse me. And then I'll finish with 5 seconds here. And then one of those women on camera was asked by a reporter, "Can you tell me one thing that's an unlawful order that Donald Trump has given at this moment?" And she said, "At this moment, I can't think of any." So that's kind of where the discrepancy lies.
I actually think that her saying that strengthens my case, and I'll tell you why here in a moment. But anyways, so the first thing I'll start off by saying is that you did not correctly represent his tweets. So his first tweet was to say that they're guilty of treason. Then his second tweet was to say that their treason is punishable by death. And then the third tweet was to retweet somebody that said, "Hang them, George Washington would." Now, I'm led to believe that this absolutely is a call for their execution, because I feel like if I were to do those same three things framed in a similar sense to you, then you would have to agree that I'd be calling for your execution. So, and I'll demonstrate that to you now with the use of a hypothetical. First, I have to ask you, are you a rapist?
Well, obviously no, but you're thinking about Trump.
Can I retweeting the hypothetical?
It's your world.
Thank you. I appreciate that, man. All right. So you're not a rapist. Perfect. So if I were to go on my Instagram and I were to make a post saying that you are a rapist, and then I was to make a second post saying that all rapists deserve to die, and then I was to repost somebody else's post on my story that says you deserve to die because you're a rapist, in consideration of those three things, okay, would I be calling for your death?
I see the point you're trying to make, but I don't think it stands up because of the example you gave compared to the reality of the situation is too far different.
What's the difference? Because as far as I'm concerned, he did the same thing, just instead of using rape, he used sedition. He said, they're seditious. Then he said, their sedition warrants death. And then he reposted somebody else's post saying, hang them.
Because we're talking about the commander-in-chief of the greatest and most powerful nation that ever existed, and them coming out and saying, you don't need to follow unlawful orders. Yeah, that's true. But when they're not given an example of an unlawful order, they're adding and causing disarray to the situation that could lead to the death of Marines, Army servicemen and women, Air Force members, police, whatever, man. So, well, I guess not police, but it's added to the disarray. So I think the president of the United States versus some random person that you're going to say lies about and then those tweets. I don't know. I think it's a little different, but I think the 17,000 people listening can make up their own opinions on that one. I have a serious question for you.
Well, I think that your account of the difference between the two scenarios is quite the stretch. So first, you can't argue that they were, quote unquote, adding to disarray. Your only argument would be to attempt to reaffirm the notion that they're legitimately guilty of treason. Because if you can't affirm the notion that they were legitimately guilty of the thing in which Donald Trump said they were, then it absolutely would amount to him calling for their execution baselessly. Because regardless of the fact that they're adding to the I don't know, disarray of the country and leading people to believe that maybe Trump is giving illegal orders, whatever. Okay, none of that matters unless it amounts to treason.
Okay. I think that you're somebody that doesn't like Donald Trump, so you're trying to make something out of nothing from his tweets and his retweet of a factual statement that George Washington would hang people if they did a treasonous act. Did he end up, honest question here, did he end up hanging these people? Are they alive?
They are alive. And I disagree with the notion that it's making something out of nothing.
No harm, no foul then, my guy.
The reason why I disagree with the notion that there's no harm is because there's a lot of harm done. First and foremost, this is like an unprecedented attack in modern American history where a president is calling for people to die merely because they have political disagreements with him. The American identity is already hanging on a thread with his baseless attacks on the Constitution, law and order. But now on top of that, we're adding in charges of execution and death for political disagreement, especially when that political disagreement is over. If members of our military should uphold the oath that they took when joining the military. And then the second layer on top of that would be the legitimate threats that they did get to their lives in response from Trump supporters, seeing Donald Trump's post, then turning around and calling them, saying that they're going to kill them and their family and their kids. Okay, that's a lot of harm. All right, but one moment, because I'm almost done here. The one thing I wanted to address is the statement you made when you said that Donald Trump was, not Donald Trump, you're charging me of making something out of nothing. But I've already demonstrated to you that no, I'm not making something out of nothing, because in all reality, if I did the same thing to you that Trump did to them, if I say you're a rapist, and then I say that all rapists deserve to die, and then I repost somebody's comment on my story on Instagram saying, kill you because you're a rapist, I would clearly be calling for your death. This wouldn't be elusive. This wouldn't be vague. It would be very clear. I would clearly be calling for your death. And once again, Trump did those same things, but instead of it being rape, it's just treason. And then you attempted to respond by arguing that, well, the difference is that he's president and I'm not. But if anything, I think that makes it even more powerful here because it matters more when the president calls for somebody's execution than a random civilian or even somebody like me with a couple million followers. But I want you to think about everything that I just said. We see that there's an active interview of some astronaut going on here, and they're about to get him from the water. We're going to turn that back on. But, think about everything that I just shared with you, and hopefully by the time we're done listening to this interview with the astronaut, we're done watching Artemis, that you'll be able to tell me why I'm wrong in arguing that I'm not making something out of nothing, and that this legitimately matters.
Back on the ship safely.
Yeah, and this is not just an accomplishment for NASA. This is an accomplishment for humanity. Again, a historic mission to the moon and back. How does this make you feel, and what do you hope people take away from this?
Well, I'll tell you. I think about the crew members that we've all had an opportunity to observe over the last 10 days, right? I mean, they're absolutely professional astronauts. I mean, wonderful communicators, almost poets. But then I think these were the ambassadors from humanity to the stars that we sent out there right now. And I can't imagine a better crew than the Artemis II crew that just completed a perfect mission right now. So yes, it's a huge moment for everybody, right? I mean, we are back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon, bringing them back safely, and to set up for a series more. I mean,
that's so cool. Okay, it looks like it's just like an interview you're talking about, like why this matters and whatnot.
No, it's not. This is just the beginning. We are going to get back into doing this with frequency, sending missions to the moon until we land on it in 2028 and start building our base.
Yeah, are we going to build on the momentum for Artemis 3?
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. All right, they're just generally asking this guy about his thoughts. I guess I'm gonna go to put it back on mute. Maybe I thought that was like somebody like working with like like the Mission Command Center, so on and so forth. But once again, we will go ahead and unmute that again when they're getting them out of the capsule. But I sent you an invite to unmute if you would like to tell us why you disagree with the notion that I am definitely not making something out of nothing. But rather pointing out something that matters a lot because the president should not be baselessly calling for the execution of his political opponents. The mic and the floor are yours.
Well, because he didn't actually execute them and because they didn't give an example of an unlawful order. And I want to veer to, you keep saying the example of if you called me a rapist, But you kind of do the same thing, my friend, when you call Charlie Kirk a racist unbiasedly, right? And with nothing to back that up. And you put that energy out there with that lie. So the same thing that you're saying about Trump, where he's lying that they are seditious, you do to Charlie Kirk and you do to other people whenever you talk to them. But I think to answer your question is what I said at the start of, I would give you more merit if they gave me an example of an unlawful order. Even if right now you give me something that you think is an unlawful order, I'll write it down, I'll look into it. Because again, respectfully, my friend, a lot of the times you've lied to me and everybody else whenever you talk to them. So I'll have to look into it. And if it ends up being true, then I will. But those people gave no example of an unlawful order.
Okay, so the first thing that I'll say here is now even you've disputed the notion that I'm making something out of nothing here, because you said essentially what Donald Trump did to them is what I've done to Charlie Kirk by calling him racist, but you've like whined and cried on my live stream before about me calling Charlie Kirk racist. So clearly I'm not making something out of nothing if you think what Donald Trump did to these Democrats was equivalent to what you've whined and cried over. Now the second
I've never whined and cried.
Yes, you have. Now the second thing that I'll say here is I'm not going to respond to your claim that Charlie Kirk's not racist, because we're not debating if Charlie Kirk is racist. We're debating if Trump is a good president. So let's try to, stick on productive linear dialogue where we go one point.
I know, I'm just going off the example you gave.
And then the third point that I'll bring up
you did
is you keep on re-referencing back to that interview where one of the women was like, well, actually, I can't think of any examples of any unlawful order that he's given. I actually think that this argument gives more strength to the notion that what they said wasn't treasonous, because what they said was just a general reminder that if you are a member of the military, you do not have to follow any illegal orders that Donald Trump could give you if he were to give you them. Because typically the way that somebody will argue that what they said was treasonous is attempting to argue that they were insinuating that he actually has given illegal orders. But if they're on the record saying that he hasn't given illegal orders and that this is just a general reminder for the best health and practice of our military, then definitely what they said wasn't treasonous. 110%. You can't even make that insinuation anymore.
Okay. So first off,
but then the fourth thing, I just have one more thing that you said that I want to respond to here, was the first thing that you said. The first thing that you said is that, well, you ultimately don't think it's a big deal because they were never actually executed. All right. Well, I think that we should care about what the president says, because what the president says in of itself is an action because of the power that backs the presidency. All right. Like clearly, if Donald Trump went on a mic and a podium and said he was going to rape a bunch of kids, even if he never actually raped a bunch of kids, that would still matter. And we would still never support Donald Trump again a day in our lives over it, including you. Right. So I don't understand why we can't agree here that if the president of America, a country that is supposed to stand for freedom of values, freedoms of political belief, and difference in political belief with the freedom to hold said difference, is arguing, like even when they argue that, well, we should be executing people and calling for their execution because they politically disagree with them, is something that we just shouldn't care about, as if it's not a grave threat to the American identity, as if it's not an unprecedented attack on those freedoms in modern American history, and as if it's not just clearly an action in what should exist so far below the Oval Office.
Okay. First off, never cried about Charlie Kirk on your live. I just don't think you should disrespect a loving man that was kind to you and defended you, and all loss of life is sad, and he literally is no longer with us. I don't know why you think it's appropriate to speak the way you did, but no, I've never cried about him on your live. Two, the example you just gave again of him going on stage and saying that about children or whatever is just a different planet than what we're actually talking about. But what I want to do is I want to help you because I have a super serious question for you that I want to hear your answer to, but I'll stick on this before we go there. I'm not.
Well, can we agree that Donald Trump directly called?
Hold on, I'm going to help you.
Let's just sum it up.
Let me talk,
Can we agree that he directly called for their execution?
You just talked a lot. I want to answer you. Hold on. Let's help you. Let's say, okay, he tweeted this. It was bad. It's wrong. It's so horrible. Can I tell you something? As a Trump supporter who was not a Trump supporter for the longest time, it wasn't until recent years where you guys forced me to become a Trump supporter. Even if we give you this, it doesn't make me regret my vote and wish I voted for Kamala. You understand that it was so much worse to go Kamala than Trump, even if we give you this, that it's like not important to even talk about to me.
So you are granting that Donald Trump called for the execution of his political opponents, basically?
I completely disagree, but for the sake of the argument, I'm just going to say, sure, we can give it to you, but that doesn't make me regret my vote or want to vote for Kamala.
Well, before I give you anything, even if it's just for the sake of argument, I need to understand what your perspective is. Why do you completely disagree after accepting that I would be calling for your death if I said the same things said the same things about you and your hypothetical after agreeing that they weren't guilty of treason. Why do you completely disagree with the notion that he called for the execution of his political
Well,
opponents?
I think to better change my mind, how about you pull up the tweets when this stream is done? And then I can see the tweets and see what you're referring to. Because then, again, I'm taking your word for it, and I've seen you lie about the pageant quotes.
I don't need to do that. I don't need to wait until the stream is over.
Okay, perfect. Pull them up. I'd love to. I want to see the tweets for sure.
Perfect. This would require me switching the layout, which I cannot do.
Again, respectfully, too many lies.
I'm gonna kick you, then hop back inside of the queue because I can't have an active multi-guest.
I'll be there. I'll be there.
I can't have an active multi-guest up.
I believe you.
Switch the,
I'll be there.
Layouts.
All right, I'll leave. Don't even kick me.
All right, then hop back inside of that queue. I'm gonna quickly show you the tweets on this layout, and then I'll bring you back up. Here is Donald Trump directly calling for the execution of his political opponents.
The President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, is Washington Examiner titled, Democratic Veterans in Congress urge service members to refuse unspecified unlawful orders by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, this is seditious behavior, punishable by death. And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, hang them, George Washington would. This is the most
Perfect. So those are the tweets. Now we're going to switch back over to the view, which includes the Artemis capsule. Let's go ahead and get that guest loaded back in. Apparently, according to some people in the chat, the audio was duplicating. My apologies, folks. And we got TPA back in. So once again, the cumulative efforts of those tweets go to show that he accused them of being treasonous. Then he said that their treason, their sedition is punishable by death. And then he followed it up with a repost saying, hang them, George Washington would. If I accused you of being a rapist, I said your rape is punishable by death. And then I said that I reposted a comment that said, kill you, any good person would. George Washington would. Okay, I'm not saying he's a good person. I'm just trying to draw some equivalency here. Then I would absolutely directly be calling for your death. It seems like you even agreed on that notion. And then you just tried to argue that there's some difference between the hypothetical and the real world with what Donald Trump said. And then you said that that difference was rooted within the fact that he's president. Then I responded to that by bringing up the fact that, well, if anything, the fact that he's president makes this matter more. Because at the end of the day, it's not just some random white boy on TikTok that's calling for some other random white boy's execution. It is the most powerful man alive calling for the execution of our representatives in Congress.
No, I don't agree with you in any way, shape, or form on any of that. The reason that you're getting that is because I was trying to move on to be able to ask you about the teen pageants and Howard Stern and why you constantly lie about that, or E. Jean Carroll when we've discussed it. I saw you lie about the other day. That's why I said what I said. No, I completely disagree with you on this topic. Because they didn't give an example of an unlawful order, and it seems to me that his political adversaries were trying to weaken the military or just, as I said, add disarray amongst the ranks. If you could give me a real unlawful order, then I would have more merit. And I'm gonna be honest with you too. I was live streaming today for like 12 hours. I was actually about to go to bed or get off, and then I saw you were live, and I was live, and I was like, I'm gonna request up on Dean, let's see. And of course I freaking got up. And so when you just showed those tweets there, I can't even remember what they said. It was too quick, and I'm a little tired, to be honest with you. But nonetheless, though, it's just, for me, honestly, my man, it's boiling down to that no one's giving me an example of an unlawful order. If there was an actual example given, I could jive with you a little bit more.
So I've already said this. I'll actually repeat this. The fact that apparently, according to you, one of the congresswomen said it in an interview that she can't think of an example of Donald Trump giving an unlawful order, or she said he hasn't given an unlawful order, actually strengthens my position, not yours. The reason why that strengthens my position, not yours, is because this completely just stops the argument that the reason why they're legitimately guilty of treason is because they were insinuating that he actually has given unlawful orders when he hasn't, dead in its tracks. Because now they've explicitly clarified that he hasn't actually given any unlawful orders, and that they were just generally, reminding the military of their oath to uphold the Constitution and to disobey any unlawful orders given to them by Trump if he were to give them one. But I mean, that fact aside, once again, if you can't make the argument, one moment, if you can't make the argument that they are guilty of treason, then you have to accept that he basically called for their execution, and the fact that one of them said that he hasn't given them an unlawful order and that this was a healthy reminder of the military's oath only makes it harder for you to give an argument that they are legitimately guilty of treason.
Excuse me, I got you. It's the whole that it's weakening the military by putting this out there, and that since it's going to weaken the military and possibly hurt the country, that it's treasonous because they are elected officials, that their sole duty is to be to the American people. But as we saw in the State of the Union, most Democrats believe that their main priority is illegal aliens.
Okay. So if reminding members of our military to uphold their oath would weaken the military, and therefore that's treasonous, well, then you'd have to argue that the oath that they take in the first place would be treasonous. Second of all, it's not treasonous to quote-unquote weaken the military. Like, for instance, if Congress agreed that we should cut the military budget from $1 trillion per year to $500 billion per year, yes, that would statistically weaken the military, but we wouldn't say that therefore Congress is being treasonous and we could kill them all. And then third of all, you said that this would this was not as in what is in best interest for America. Okay, well, not doing apparently what is in best interest for America, which I don't accept for what they said, but even if I did, that also wouldn't be treasonous. Like, for instance, I think that Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill was not in the best interests of America, and I have about 1,000,001 reasons to disagree with it, but you're not hearing me say that it's treasonous. The same way you probably think that a lot of the policy passed under the Biden-Harris administration, like the infrastructure bill or the Inflation Reduction Act, wasn't in the best interests of America. But I've never heard you call the Congress or the Biden-Harris administration treasonous because they passed policy that wasn't in the best interest for America. So in summation here, both of your arguments fall flat on their face to amount to an argument of treason.
No, excuse me. Because the thing that we're originally talking about right now, it's accompanied with the fact that they didn't give an example of an unlawful order. That's the problem. With Kamala and Joseph, I would say they were treasonous when they had an open border policy, wanted to mandate things that could harm people, infringe upon the Second Amendment, did not want to release the Epstein files. To this day, they stand by not releasing it, and wanted men in the women's bathrooms and men in women's sports.
Okay, so you went through your flip book of all the allegations that you hold to be true against the Biden-Harris administration, because you know that you're getting absolutely dog-walked on this conversation about Donald Trump basically.
Do I look like a dog to you?
Political opponents. Well,
do I look like a dog to you?
You're certainly getting dog-walked. It's used as an idiom. Like, for instance, if my girlfriend were to call me a tall glass of water, do I look like a cylindrical tube of glass to you? No, it's supposed to represent somebody in which is attractive and well-kept. So when I say I'm dog-walking you, I'm not saying you literally look like a dog.
Do you know the innuendos to that expression?
Actually, are
you know the innuendo to that?
Good boy for Trump. But one moment, I'm almost done. And then the last thing I'd like to touch on here is specifically in relation, once again, to the last claim that you made, where you said the problem here is that they didn't give specific examples of illegal orders from Trump's. Yeah, that's a problem. A problem for you. Okay? Because the fact that when asked for specific examples of illegal orders, they didn't give any, okay, disproves any insinuation that they were arguing he was giving illegal orders. Because now they've made the record clear they do not think he is.
When you kick me, I'm going live to debate your fans and change their mind, just so you know. I'll be live right after. But you didn't need to mute me there. I'll let you talk anytime you want. Me saying the stuff about Joseph and Kamala is all fact checkable. None of it was a lie. It's not like a flip book. It's just me talking the truth.
I would definitely argue that they are lies, but because I
then
want
refute it.
Sure. After you concede that Donald Trump explicitly and directly called for the execution of his political opponents baselessly, because I believe in productive linear dialogue where we go one point at a time, and it seems like you're asking me to refute all of your misinformation surrounding the Biden-Harris administration to pivot away from the fact that I've gotcha in a position where you are denying Donald Trump called for the execution of his political opponents, but you've absolutely no good reason to do so. And in fact, the arguments that you've provided to point towards the conclusion that he did not call for the execution have ultimately just provided more reason to believe that he did.
Okay, I disagree with you, and the 17,000 people listening can make up their own mind on that one, my friend. I'm not trying to pivot. I just told you everything that I think about it. I'll go look at the tweets again when I'm done going live after you kick me and I change your fans' minds. But that's all I got for you on that one. I don't think you provided a strong argument to me.
If I didn't provide a strong counter argument against yours, then I think that you would likely be attempting to debunk the counter argument that I did give to prove that it wasn't strong. But due to the fact that that's not even something you've attempted,
Okay, I got you.
definitely points towards the conclusion that my counter arguments were very strong.
I hear you. I got you. I think I did because you switched to ad hominems and name calling and phrases you don't even fully comprehend or understand when you were like, I'm dog walking you and things like that. So I think that's a sign that I proved you wrong and I won on that one.
You know what a better sign would be that you proved me wrong would actually be trying to prove the arguments wrong, which is something
I gave you my argument as to why I disagree with you.
And then I gave my counter arguments against your argument insofar as why you disagree.
And then I
with me.
gave
You
a
haven't
counter
touched that.
argument to your counter argument.
What was the counter argument that you gave to my counter argument that the fact they said that there was no illegal orders, if anything, further dispels the notion that they're guilty of treason?
Because them not giving an example of an actual unlawful order is what's going to weaken the military. And because they're doing that, because they're political adversaries of Donald J. Trump, the greatest president that we've ever had, that's them being treasonous because it weakens America. Just my opinion.
So I've went over this as well. I gave you a counter argument that even if this was weakening America, then it wouldn't be treasonous because many things that Donald Trump has done are things that I believe to have weakened America, yet I wouldn't call them treasonous like the big beautiful bill. Many of the things that the Biden-Harris administration did, I bet are things that you think weaken America, like the Inflation Reduction Act, but I bet you wouldn't call the Inflation Reduction Act treasonous. Then on top of that, no, it actually doesn't weaken America to remind our military to not take illegal orders from the commander-in-chief, even when the commander-in-chief is not giving illegal orders. This is why it is a part of the UCMJ for every member of our military to take an oath to not abide by any illegal orders given to them by the commander-in-chief, given that they were to give one, and why every single member of our military can tell you with confidence that that was a reminder that they received nearly every goddamn day.
Okay. I mean, did you forget what I said?
No, I just responded to it.
Okay. I think that it didn't refute what I said. I think that when you have a sitting president of the United States of America and they're saying what they said, that when he's the sitting president of the United States of America and they're doing this for political motive to try and harm him, that's harming the country, therefore a seditious act. And we'll see if it ever goes to the court of law.
Okay. See, I'm going to try to dispel this with more of a direct question. Do you think that the Inflation Reduction Act was seditious?
I couldn't even tell you what the Inflation Reduction Act is.
Oh, yikes. Do you think that there was a single policy
Do you think there's more than men and
by
women?
Congress?
How many genders are there?
Nice try to pivot there, my friend.
No,
Do
big
you think
yikes.
that there was a single
Big
bill
yikes.
passed
As
by
soon as you kick me, I'm going
Congress?
live and changing your fans' minds, just so you know. I've been doing it. They come to me.
Do you think that there's a single bill passed by Congress under the Biden-Harris administration that was signed into law by Biden that was bad?
I think there, to answer that, I
Which
think
ones?
one, mandating that thing, I can't say for TikTok because they'll flag us, but mandating that thing that Trump didn't mandate for federal employees, that was a bad move.
Can you just tell me the name of the policy?
Sure, I think them mandating the COVID vaccine was a problem and harming Americans.
It's not a name of a policy. That would actually be a provision changed by OSHA, not a bill
I
passed
stand
by
by that.
Congress.
I think that was a
signed into
problem.
law.
I think
okay,
them
well, it's not an answer to
leaving
my
the border.
That's not an answer to my
I'll tell
question.
You, them ending the policy of remain in Mexico and catch and release.
That's
and,
also not an answer to my question.
Okay, but I'm
the
telling
question
you
that I asked you
that's why
was,
I
can
think
you
they
name
did
one
that.
bill passed by Congress that was then signed into law by Biden that was bad? Your first attempt at answering this question was to tell me a provision that was changed by the head of OSHA, a regulation, not a bill passed by Congress. And then your second attempt at answering this
what was
question
that towards?
was it
What
a
was
bill
OSHA
passed
towards?
by
Dean,
Congress?
don't talk through me.
Was
Dean,
it a bill
I'm trying
passed
to
by
understand your
Congress?
point.
It was an executive order that was
trying to
rescinded by
understand your
Biden.
point.
I'm not making a point. I'm asking a question. So I will
Okay,
ask
well, I'm
the
trying to
question
understand your
again.
question, 'cause your question has four parts
The
to
question is,
calm
what
down,
is a
calm down,
bill
buddy.
that was passed by
Calm down, bud.
Congress and then signed into law by President Biden that you thought was bad?
Yes, and my answer is my grievances with Biden and Kamala and how terrible and they were the worst administration this country has ever seen is not because of policies they passed, however you want to phrase it, of open border, men in the women's bathrooms, mandating the vaccine, infringing upon the Second Amendment, campaigning on an assault weapons ban, things like that, Daniel.
But you thought all of their actual policy was good?
I couldn't tell you their policies. I'm an idiot. I'm only in this because you guys took out Charlie Kirk.
No way. Dude can't even name one fucking policy passed by the Biden-Harris administration.
You can't even name what a woman is or how many genders there are.
No, bro. The thing is that I can. I just want to allow you to pivot. But they're opening up the pod. We got to tune back in. Go sit on mute. By the way, while we're watching this, feel free to try to find a policy passed by Biden that you disagree with.
I'm good. My point stands.
Let's see if they get him out. I think that we're about to watch them be...
Some 41 minutes following splashdown, the vehicle has been powered down. There's no hazardous gas emanating from the vehicle. That's why the first team of recovery personnel has been able to pull alongside Integrity. And the reports continue to come in that the 4 astronauts are in excellent shape.
It looked like they were getting in. Or they might still just be standing by, low key. Dude, bro, what? They just drove their little boat up to it. They touched it, and now they're going around it again. Are they about to open it? Holy. By the way, this is honestly great that we have this to like give the guest a moment to think of a policy he disagrees with, because I want to cook him slowly.
I'm not going to tell you a policy. My point stands.
Think of a policy. All right. Listen, I'm going to change the question to what is one singular executive order signed into effect by Biden that you disagree with? Feel free to take a moment to research your answer to that question.
Sure, I'll go get you one. One executive order, I got you.
Perfect. Are they going to open that pod? Are they going to open it? They might be opening the pod. That's why we have this open for everybody who's tuned in since we originally turned it on. This is Artemis 2. They're about to open up the pod. And I got to watch that. We all got to watch it together because that's huge. No, they're just hanging out by it. Also, just by the way, if you're capable of looking up EOs, you're also capable of looking up policies, but I digress.
This is Mission Control Houston, continuing to watch the initiation of the recovery of Integrity's astronauts. One by one, they'll be brought out of the spacecraft onto a large inflatable raft just a short time from now. In the meantime, we can go back to the USS John P. Murtha, where my colleague Megan Cruz is standing by to provide her situation report. Megan, can you hear us?
Sir, situation report.
Hey, Rob. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Yeah, we're back here on the bow
What an image.
of the recovery ship, where there are still plenty of people peering out into the water. We are not very far from the action everyone is seeing on their screen now. The Orion spacecraft, Integrity, in the ocean, surrounded by a number of recovery boats.
Okay, yeah, what a great,
as Rob has been saying, in those recovery boats.
What a great situation
NASA
report.
And Navy personnel.
Okay. We're going to throw it back on mute. I'm going to go and thank a couple people, then we're going to pass that mic back off to the guest. As soon as they get that space capsule open, we'll tune back in. Thank you so much, Hannah, for the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much, Hannah. Show some love to Hannah down below in that comment section. Huge shout out to you. Thank you so much, Hannah. Same thing to Gabrielle. Thank you for the $2. John, thank you for the $5. Then David, thank you so much for the $35 donation on Venmo. Let's get 350 David W's down below. That is beyond kind of you, my friend. David says, hey, Dean, I'm new to politics and want to build a solid foundation to get good at debating. If you had to start from zero, what topics would you prioritize first? Policy, then social issues. And then I'd really prioritize a lot of effort put into practice, which means debating people until you get a really strong muscle and pretty good at it. Thank you for the $35, man. Same thing to Kamani. Thank you so much for the $40 donation. Thank you. I really appreciate you so much, Kamani. Kamani for the $40 says, hey, Dean, the kids and I have been watching your live stream of Artemis 2 Splashdown. Thank you so much for being a voice of reason for me and my family and for helping me show my kids how awesome science/space exploration is. They absolutely loved it. That is awesome, Kamani. I'm so happy to hear that. You are beyond awesome. Show some love to Kamani down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you for the $40. You know that I really have a special place in my heart for you and your family. Katie, I appreciate you for the $5 in Venmo. And then McKenna, thank you so much for the $20 who says thank you. Thank you so much, McKenna. I appreciate you. As well as Elaine, thank you for the $10 who says, yay, Artemis, so real. Sun, thank you so much for the $10. And then Peter, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Peter, that is so much money. Dude, what the fuck? Thank you, Peter. I want to see 500 Peter W's down below. Thank you so much, man. Peter with the $50 says, people forget Trump tried to have a season of The Apprentice featuring a team of black men versus a team of white men. Jesus Christ. Really? That's fucked. That's fucked. That's so fucked. Thank you so much for the $50, Peter. I didn't even know about that. And then Olivia, I appreciate you for the $5 as well. We are all caught up over on Venmo to quickly catch up on PayPal. Thank you so much, Jacob, for the $3. Gary, thank you for the $15, who says them reminding soldiers of their oath was a preemptive measure due to the fact that Trump at the time was threatening to deploy soldiers against the people, saying it was a war from within. Yeah, I remember that. Thank you for the $15, Gary. Then James, thank you for the $10 as well. I appreciate you, James. And then Christine, thank you for the $2. And then Marilyn, thank you so much for the $10, who says, yo, it's my BFF Justine's birthday today, and she loves you so much. Can you please send her a birthday shout out? Thank you. Justine, happy birthday. I hope that you have a great birthday, Justine. And funny enough, TPA, thank you.
Take their step out of Orion and onto that large raft, the front porch. Folks will be ready.
It looks like they're going to be getting out of Artemis right now. There we go. The door to the Orion spacecraft
mission audio loops
is
mission
open.
Control in Houston. There is a mission audio loop here on the ship, and it was just reported out that the side hatch is open.
Holy
side
shit.
Hatch of integrity is open.
The
Getting
hatch.
these beautiful shots from our aerial assets. The ship itself, where I'm on, just 3,000 yards away. Again, plenty of people on the boat here, glued to the side, closest to where they can see all this action. And again, with just 3,000 yards separating us, great views from the bow here.
They should really have a camera on like one of these boats.
Now that side hatch is open. One of the Navy personnel is about to get inside there.
No way. So the Navy's going inside.
In they go. In total, 4 will go into Orion. So it'll be a little bit of a tight squeeze, but the goal is to have a recovery personnel with each astronaut assessing them.
Okay, so they have 4 recovery personnel going inside of the spacecraft. And I think that we will be seeing the 4 astronauts safely aboard the recovery boat here momentarily.
Boat's getting closer now.
Dude, this helicopter needs to do a better
That
job.
one that's right up against Orion, those are the divers.
Maybe it's a
that will
DEI pilot.
to the spacecraft to check
Oh,
on
you
each
mean
of the
like
astronauts.
PXF? Sorry, he was a
These other boats will
DUI
begin doing
pilot.
a number of things, putting on
If you
that
make another comment, I'm just going to kick you.
onto Orion, building that front porch. Eventually, they will retrieve the parachutes, as well as tow Orion back to the well deck of the recovery ship here.
Scarlett, I appreciate you for the Interstellar. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Scarlett. Shout out to you. Thank you. So once again, for everybody who is tuning in.
So as we wait for the Navy and NASA personnel to get their assessment of the crew inside of Orion, why don't we toss it back to Rob for an update?
Yeah, thank you, Megan. Here in Mission Control, Flight Director Rick Henfling and the entry team of flight controllers still on duty. The vehicle has been powered down for some time now. There are no hazardous gases emanating from Integrity. That, of course, allowed the recovery personnel to approach the vehicle and then open the hatch to begin the initial medical assessment of the crew, as you just indicated. Now we're standing by for the erection of that inflatable raft, the front porch, alongside of the vehicle that will enable the crew to be extracted one by one onto the raft, have a moment or two to get their land legs back before they're hoisted into two hovering Navy helicopters, two crew members for each helicopter, for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
They're going to put him on a helicopter? That's sick. That's pretty cool.
All of Integrity's systems operated flawlessly throughout the course of the approach to the Earth, the entry into the
Okay.
Earth.
All right, perfect. So now we know what comes next. So the next thing that'll happen is we'll see an inflatable raft kind of stick out from the hatch of Integrity. And then they'll get out onto that inflatable raft, and then they'll get into some helicopters. So we're going to go to continue the debates until we are able to visually see the inflatable raft from Integrity, and then we'll go ahead and turn back on the audio and continue to listen in. By the way, for everybody who's joining us today, this is a little bit of a special day, a little bit of a weird stream, where we're not only doing debates, but we're also staying up to date with the safe return of the 4 astronauts from Artemis 2. So it's very incredible. Very, very big day for space exploration. A very big day for humanity. Anthony, thank you so very much for the $50 donation on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, my friend. I want to see 500 Anthony W's down below in that chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anthony with the $50 says, I've been watching for a couple years and now I finally can donate. Keep up the good fight. We need this younger generation to correct course. Well, I try my best to get more people on board with what's right every single day, Anthony, and I'm so grateful for you. I hope that you're enjoying today's live stream, and please show some love to Anthony down below for the $50. And then Caroline, thank you for the $20 donation as well. We are all caught up on Venmo. We're all caught up on PayPal. I quickly want to thank a couple people over on Super Chat. First and foremost, Kibby, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Kibby, you're probably going to be getting what you want here soon, so just know that I appreciate you. Show some love to Kibby down below. And then I also know that there's a handful of people who were incredibly kind earlier on Super Chat. Just know that I will be thanking you guys as soon as we turn the live stream of Artemis 2 off. Wow. I'm sorry. Holy shit. Dustin. Dude. Dustin, thank you so much for the $500 super chat. Oh my god. I want to see endless W Dustins down below in that comment section for the... Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dustin. That is beyond fucking kind of you. I don't even know what to say in response to that. That is so insane. Dustin with the $500 says thank you for your work. Dustin, I know that you've been watching these live streams a hell of a lot recently, and you have been incredibly kind to me in the past. I don't even think words can amount to anything comparable in thanking you for such an incredibly kind donation. Just know there's not a bone in my body that deserves it, and I'm so aware of the immense privilege that I possess in doing what I do. Dude, that's like literally like more than a third of my rent, man. I'm so grateful for you, man. I genuinely don't fucking deserve it. Dude, holy cow. I want to see 5,000 Dustin W's down below in that comment section. Show some love to Dustin, because that is fucking insane. If you didn't mean to send $500, by the way, please let me know. Like, that is so insane that could be like a typo from like $50. So just like, let me know, man. But just know that I really appreciate you. Show some love to Dustin down below, everybody. Dude, show some fucking love to Dustin, dude. Holy cow. W Dustin's in that chat. If you're watching and you would support me in the stream and what we do here, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message over on YouTube, as well as right there, Dean Withers without the I'm so very grateful for all the love and support. Dustin, you're a madman, the absolute GOAT. Show some love to Dustin down below. Jesus Christ. It looks like, wow, man. It looks like they should be leaving the Artemis 2 spacecraft here shortly. We still have that turned on. Now, TPA, were you able to come up with a policy or an executive order of Biden's that you don't think that you liked?
Yeah, I got 4 for you. And it's funny because all of the stuff I said that you said were not executive orders actually fall under these 4 things. So it's another lie of yours caught in real time.
Policies. So policies would be bills passed in Congress. You said executive orders.
You asked executive orders.
No, because I updated the question because you couldn't think of any policies of Biden's that you didn't like.
You said executive orders. Either way, my grievances with the Biden administration.
That was the update to the question.
When you kick me, I'm going live and changing your fans' minds that are brave enough because you fear me, okay? Just so that's clear. And you and Parker can come anytime.
I fear you so much, clearly.
You do? I had to sneak up here, buddy. What are you talking about?
I clearly
You reject my request. It's on the YouTubes, man.
I know, because I clearly
Okay, so to answer your question, Executive Order 14042, 14010, 13990, and 13985. One has to do with the vaccine, one has to do with Remain in Mexico, one has to do with the Keystone Pipeline, and one has to do with DEI, just like the pilot we were watching.
Oh, okay. Just like the pilot that we were watching. How do you know that pilot was DEI?
He was probably a part of Southwest Airlines, American Airlines, or Spirit Airlines pilot training programs, would be my guess. Remember the ones that the American First Legal Team took the complaints to the OFCCP and the Department of Labor?
Okay, first and foremost, you're a fucking dumbass. So those are those are commercial aviation companies that run airplanes. That was a
why your fans like me.
Well, moment. So, I mean, what an idiotic comment you just made. You said that they probably went through the flight training provided by commercial airliners like Spirit, United, Southwest, or American. So Spirit, United, Southwest, and American are private commercial airliners that provide transportation to Americans through airports. They will run airplanes or jets, not helicopters. B, the helicopters in which we see ran in this video is from NASA and the government. So you were fucking wrong.
Well, it was a joke about the helicopter.
It was a joke when you were calling the pilot DEI. Got it. Yeah. Okay, perfect.
You must be fun at parties, Dean. Dean, you're a hoot at parties, I bet.
Why? I bet you wouldn't know because you've never got invited to a party.
Never been to a party.
In high school, right?
Never been to a party.
You spent your days, bending the knee to Trump and I don't know, Bush in your mother's basement researching about possible justifications for.
Why do you lie about the pageant quote?
Fascism at 2 a.m.
Why do you lie about the pageant quote?
I'm going to continue with what I was saying.
Why do you lie?
I don't. Now,
is it because you have nothing but lies?
No, it's not a lie. But I was going to ask you a question
about the pageant quote, and you say it's about the team pageants, but it's not about the team pageants. And the team pageant contestants disagree with you. The girls themselves disprove you.
Okay, I disagree with that, but you are pivoting. So I asked you to name an executive order or policies of Biden's you disagreed with. You said 14012. What does executive order number 14112 do?
That one was mandating the COVID vaccine to federal employees.
No, that one's about immigration, so you're already wrong.
Okay, well, when I looked it up, you said what'd you say, which number, 14042?
No.
That's what I said. I said you misheard me. I said 14042. But either way, young man, my point is the executive order that had to do with the vaccine, which is 14042, in your tizzy about me calling you out on your lies.
Oh, yeah, mandated the vaccine for federal employees.
While I'm up here. What'd you say?
This mandated the vaccine for federal employees, right?
Yeah, and that's a problem. You shouldn't force people to get something.
Oh,
that
well,
can harm
more
them.
so directed federal contractors to implement COVID-19 safety protocols. Okay, do you think that that executive order was seditious?
I think one could come up with an argument for that.
Well, I'm asking you if you think it's seditious. I'm not even going to ask
Me? You want to know what I think?
Yeah, do you personally think it was seditious, or do you personally think it was not seditious?
I think it's definitely enough for me not to want to vote for him ever.
Okay, but that's not
accompanied
an
with the
answer to my
fact-
question.
Hold on, I'm answering. Dude, Dean, when I say that your fans like me, I don't mean the ones in here. I mean the ones that come and talk to me and have a real debate and real convo where I don't disrespect them. No, I'm going to answer right now, but I'm allowed to talk. Let people have a conversation, dude.
Okay, I just want to know if you think that that executive order was.
Yeah, and my
literal
answer to that
sedition.
is, I think it's definitely holds enough merit that I would never vote for him in a million years, accompanied with the fact that like he was cognitively declining. Respectfully, I don't say that meanly.
You still haven't answered the question.
But is it seditious? I think. You see, it's so on that. You know, the act of sedition is what, trying to harm America. Is that basically the definition of it?
No.
Trying to clarify with you.
No.
Sedition would be, you know, trying to harm America if you're a public official. I guess somebody could argue. Yeah, I could see if somebody wants to say that.
That's not what sedition or being a traitor is. But but if you could answer the question, please, with a yes or no, do you think that this is literally seditious or literally not seditious?
I think it's evil. I don't know if it's seditious.
Okay, perfect. So you just refuted your point from earlier. So earlier, I was asking you if you could agree that Donald Trump baselessly called for the execution of those 6 Democrats in Congress. And then ultimately you said, Dean, I disagree. And the reason why I disagree is because I think that they harmed America by reminding members of our military to uphold their oath. And you think that harming America equals
14010 was
sedition.
seditious.
Now,
I think
here's
14010 was seditious.
Allow me to finish speaking here. Do I need to mute you?
I think 14010 was seditious.
Okay, that's great. Do I need to mute you?
I think you want to mute me. Mute me if you love me.
I think
actually, yeah, you know what? I think 14042 was seditious.
I'm just going to go ahead and finish my sentence with muting you. Perfect. So, yeah, you just kind of like walked back to everything you said earlier. You completely proved your argument to be flawed, and you just conceded the totality of the debate. The reason why I say that is very simple, and the reason why I say that is very clear. Earlier, you were arguing that Donald Trump did not baselessly call for the execution of his political opponents because you posited that the political opponents that he called for the execution of were harming America. And harming America. Okay, you are still interrupting me. All right, and then you said harming America equals sedition. And now I asked you to give me an example of an executive order that you think has harmed America under Biden, and then you did, and you argued it wasn't seditious. So
When did you ask me that?
Equally,
15 minutes ago. I forgot your question.
Then you so you were honest and you said it wasn't seditious because you forgot the argument that I was going to make.
Order that I disagreed with, so I got you an executive order
now
I waited for 15 minutes for you, kiddo.
So now that you've changed your mind and now you're arguing that that executive order indeed was seditious, do you think that Biden should be executed for sedition?
Do I think that Joe Biden should be? Here's why I don't. Because he wasn't actually cognitive at that time. I think his wife and other Democrats and people like you took advantage of an ill man. So I think the auto pen should be. I think we should. Let's hang the auto pen. We're going to hang the auto pen. Should
Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's wife be executed for sedition?
I think the auto pen. My answer is the auto pen, sir.
But ultimately, who is the one that drafted that executive order? Was it Kamala Harris? Was it Joe Biden's wife? Okay, because you're positing here that it wasn't Joe Biden because he was cognitive. Then who's ultimately responsible?
Excuse me. Ultimately, the auto pen. So I say, hang the auto pen's my answer.
The auto
lie
pen
about the pageant quotes.
So one moment, the auto pen would just be the tool used to like put a signature on like a whole bunch of EOs. It's used by every president, including Trump.
Hang it.
But like, who drafted the executive order?
Hang the auto pen.
You're not answering my question. Who drafted the executive order?
You don't like my answer to the question.
Why?
No, unlike you,
right. I didn't like the answer to your question. I told you why.
Yeah,
because the auto pen is an instrument used to sign executive orders, not to draft executive orders.
My answer is no because I forgive them. My answer is I forgive them.
Wait. So you're saying that
I say don't hang the auto pen. Let it live. I forgive them. Praise Jesus Christ, the one true King.
So I feel like now you're just very clearly engaging in what could only be described as trolling because you know that you're cooked. Ultimately, you are sentient enough and rational enough to acknowledge that an auto pen does not draft executive orders. It might help to sign the executive orders into effect when there's a lot of them. All right? So the question would be, Well, then who drafted that executive order in which you consider to be treasonous?
The executive order, I think whoever and when you kick me, I'm going live to change your fans' minds. I think whoever drafted the executive order, okay, committed more sedition than what you're trying to say Trump did.
Should whomever drafted that executive order be sentenced to death?
My personal viewpoint, I forgive him. I forgive him.
No. But we're talking about legally. I mean, you claim to be a member of the party of law and order. You think that undocumented immigrants should be deported for a victimless federal misdemeanor because no one's above the law. And in considering the fact that you think no one's above the law and you think whoever drafted that executive order is guilty of sedition, which is a crime that is punishable by death, do you think whomever drafted that executive order should be sentenced to death because they are guilty of the crime that is sedition, and you don't think anybody is above the law?
A misdemeanor is a crime, first off, and I think it's because you brought up illegal aliens. It's the ones that are raping and murdering children I have a problem with that we need to get rid of and protect the women and children, okay? When Kamala decided to let rapid DNA testing end...
And the recovery team.
Well, when Kamala, because this is more important.
No! You can't just pivot by claiming that what you want to talk about is more important. Clearly, the reason why you're pivoting is because you know that you've got fucking cooked. You tried to baselessly posit that you thought Biden was guilty of sedition, but you forgot that you were arguing the reason why it's okay for Donald Trump to call for people's deaths is because they're guilty of sedition. This means that you think Biden or whomever drafted Biden's executive orders, because you think that he was incoherent and not responsible for it, should literally be killed. But you know that you can't say that because then you would be the violent, adverse political destructiveness that you were referencing earlier when you said that we as a country need to kumbaya and fucking come together. So once again, do you? And I'm going to need a direct answer to this question. I'm just going to go ahead and skedaddle, get you out of here, move on to the next shitter.
And I'll change your fans' mind. Sounds good to me.
Do you think whomever drafted that executive order should be sentenced to death for treason in the same way you'd argue here? Whomever it was, regardless of who it was, because I'd say Biden.
No, it does matter.
But then you posited it wasn't Biden.
But it matters. It does matter who it was. It matters. It does matter.
So some people should be above the law and others shouldn't.
The girls
why are you
disagree
pivoting
with you. Well, that's the whole reason I came up. I wanted to ask you why you lie, but my
okay. So you're pivoting.
Well, it seems like you're running.
Well, it seems like you're running because you still haven't answered the question. Should whomever drafted those seditious executive orders be illegal? Well, the answer would be Biden and his advisors.
Okay, then if it was Biden, no, because he was cognitively declining and was a vegetable, and I say that respectfully and sadly. So no, I don't think he was coherent with what's going on. He was a poor man being taken advantage of. Okay, so no.
Should the people who took advantage of him be sentenced to death?
Who was that?
Regardless of who it was, given that we know somebody had to have been taken advantage of him.
If it's someone else that's cognitively declining, then the same point would stand.
Wait, so you just think like the entirety of the Biden-Harris administration was in cognitive decline?
Well,
therefore they can't be held accountable for any of their like crimes against the country?
No, it depends on who the person was.
Well, we'd agree here that whomever was taking advantage of the poor, sick, cognitively declining Biden, okay, probably wasn't experiencing cognitive decline themselves, or else they wouldn't be able to take advantage of them.
So you agree he was declining?
Well, I mean, that's what you're positing.
You can see that he was cognitively declining?
Well, actually, yes, but I don't think cognitive declining to the sense of being immune from punishment for any crimes that he committed in office.
Well, I appreciate the concession.
Well, it's a fact that clearly he was experiencing cognitive
Why do you
decline.
lie about the teen pageants? Honest question. You talk about it all the time.
You're still pivoting from the question that I asked you. By the way, do you stand with all the Trump supporters in the chat calling me a pedophile because I'm a liberal?
Dude, I actually defend you quite a lot in my life. People come up and say stuff and I actually defend you, even though you were really rude to me yet again up here and I had to sneak up here because you're afraid of me. No, I thought that was pretty clear. I'm not like you, right? I think because of what happened to this gentleman, we all need to do a little bit better, okay? Because that was avoidable. He was a good man.
So, if the person who took advantage of Biden...
I actually pray for you a lot, buddy. I really do.
Listen, if the person who took advantage of Biden to pass those seditious executive orders was not experiencing cognitive decline, would you agree that they should be executed?
Why are you pivoting from the things I said about why I don't like Joe Biden? Why don't you try and rebuttal the whole mandatory vaccines, open border, DEI, things like that?
because this is an argument that I've been making for like the last 30 minutes, including before you attempted to pivot away from it by rattling off things that you think Biden has done that are wrong. Because ultimately what I'm trying to determine here is if you think if the person who is responsible for the quote unquote seditious executive order signed into effect under Biden should be sentenced to death because you think that the executive orders are seditious and that is punishable by death. And you also maintain the position that no one is above the law and that we should punish them all. I mean, that's kind of like MAGA's whole talking point. Is it hypocritical? Sure, because you support Donald Trump. I mean, that's a whole other can of worms. I won't even open it. But I want a direct answer to my question. If the person
you can't
is
open it because you know I'll refute you on anything, any lie you say about Donald Trump. Just like the team patches that you lie, the Howard Stern lie, the E.G.
seditious executive orders, per yourself, do you think they should be executed? Yes or no?
If we're talking about particularly Joe Biden signing executive orders while he wasn't mentally capable.
Wait, I literally just said if the person who was responsible for it, if they were not experiencing cognitive decline.
I don't think it was one person. I think it was a cabal of people.
So should that cabal be sentenced to death because they're all simultaneously guilty of sedition?
Sure. The cabal of people, if they were doing seditious acts to try and harm the American women and children.
But you agreed that the Biden-Harris administration was seditious. So how about this? If Biden wasn't experiencing cognitive decline, should Biden be executed for sedition?
I'm not going to sit here and call for the death of a former president of the United States of America. It's not legal to do that, Dean, nor do I have that in my heart.
Oh my God.
I don't have that in my heart. I'm not like you who
get absolutely fucking broiled. Get absolutely, indisputably, broiled to the max. You just completely, let it go. He sold his argument short, folks. He had to accept there that he would want Biden to be executed in order for his argument to hold water, that the Democrats who Donald Trump called for the execution of were truly guilty of sedition. And that's why Donald Trump's call for their execution was not baseless. He sold himself short, man. Never seen him lose that hard. TPI, I clearly know that you're still watching. I actually want to give you a compliment. You've calmed down a lot. I remember in the past when I've had you up here, I wasn't able to get a word in. Now, at least, I was able to get more than a word in. So, I wanted to give you a couple of flowers. Now, I hope that you take those flowers and you grow a garden. You don't throw them in the garbage. I think that it's time you wake up, be a real man, and stop supporting the madness that we see from the Trump administration. And I hope that you acknowledge the reason why I was able to so effectively dispute your arguments today isn't because I'm a super intelligent genius, but rather because I just happen to be a man with common sense. Unlike yourself, much easier to argue for something if it's the truth. Now, for Artemis, it actually looks like they're going to be getting out of that capsule here shortly. We've essentially had this on all day. I think that we might turn it off soon once we see them get out of that capsule, but now it's like we got to see it at this point.
They have all the time they needed for the flight ops.
Go ahead and hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. I'll happily get you loaded up into the box right now.
Water. They will stay out in the water for a number of hours after we recover the crew and get them back on the ship, because then they have to recover Orion.
Are they still on the capsule?
All right, that stabilization collar looking good around Orion. We're now seeing some recovery personnel getting on to that collar. Again, they need to further attach it to Orion. To make.
Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
I just wanted to ask what TPI meant when he said you lied about the pageant stuff.
Well, he probably doesn't think that Donald Trump sexually exploited people, even though Donald Trump admitted to sexually exploiting people. Therefore, when I argue that Donald Trump admitted to sexually exploiting people, from his perspective, it's a lie. This is like a flat earther calling a scientist that states the earth is a globe a liar because they think the earth is flat. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I don't, but I love your lives, so I'm a big supporter of you.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I do want to repeat for everybody watching, guys, to please only join inside of the queue if you happen to be an American that supports Donald J. Trump as president that is above the age of 18, folks. Today we are just looking for some debates. I'd really appreciate it if you guys could try your very best to follow the rules if you're hopping inside of that queue. I'd really appreciate it if you guys were able to try your very best to follow those rules if you do hop inside of the queue. We are just looking for some debates. And it looks like the astronauts should be leaving the Orion capsule here pretty soon. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Waiting around for something to change my mood. 'Cause I know what's in these plastic cups isn't going to. Kids on the lawn, stuck in pairs of two. Your lunch is on its way back up, but you're still in the pool. Wait inside. I'll be fine. Guess I'll sit outside while you change your mind. Whoa, whoa.
Very good! Very good! Very good! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! I think that's the guitar girl. She came up onto her live a while ago, and she had played another song by the Backseat Lovers, and then somebody posted it, and it got close to 1 million likes. Pretty good. Pretty good. It actually looks like they're about to get them off the spacecraft right now, so we should probably tune back in. How do you support Trump?
Huh?
To have all the views that
Are you a Trump supporter?
Nah, but I want to tell you something that happened to me.
Unfortunately, we're just looking to talk to Becca.
Communication loop here on the ship. Very quiet, which is a good thing.
Okay, it doesn't look like they're off yet.
Going pretty nominally, meaning as expected.
Okay. Yep, they're still not off, you guys. It looks like they're going to be off here like very, very soon, though. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, you guys. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We do have these subtitles turned on now, so I will be able to see, once they announce that they're leaving the capsule. Let's go to get the next guest up. Hey, Josh, who continues to spam "Nobody believes your CGI, Dean." I would love for you to join the live band and convince us that it is CGI. Wait.
Activity happening just 3,000
Is that them?
away from the ship, so that means this will be a very quick flight back on the helicopters for the crew. 2-3 minutes, and then they'll be back here on the ship.
Are they leaving? I think that they're preparing to exit the Orion spacecraft right now.
Okay, saw a thumbs up.
All right, this is what we've been waiting
On
for.
the front porch. It looks like they are now getting ready to deploy what they call the Air Rescue Vest, ARV.
Oh my God, there's like
So
3
this
other
is the
steps.
harness
There's like about 1 billion other steps, okay.
we'll get into in order to be hoisted into the helicopters. Again, those helicopters hovering just about 40 feet above the front porch when they're ready to pick up each crew member.
Okay, come on, bro. Get them off that space capsule. I want to see them. Where are they at? Come on. Momo, do you want to watch the astronauts? Do you want to watch the astronauts, Momo? Momo's going to be watching the astronauts with us. They should be getting off the Orion space capsule any moment now. And me and Momo and the rest of us will be watching on. They should be getting off any moment now. I'm kidding. You want some pets, don't ya? That's how I know my girlfriend is at work. When Momo wants all the pets in the world, it means that my girlfriend has been at work for at least 2 hours and I've been streaming for at least 2 hours. So she hasn't been getting attention for at least 2
This
hours.
is Mission Control Houston. Behind me, a fairly raucous scene as hundreds of flight controllers have poured into the flight control room here. This is reminiscent of the scene after the final shuttle mission of STS-135, although that was the end of a program. This is only the beginning of a program with the textbook splashdown of Integrity and its 4 astronauts. We're standing by for the crew to be extracted from the spacecraft. Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling invited all of these flight controllers who have contributed to this mission to enter the flight control room to have an opportunity to receive well wishes and to share the mutual glow that exists in the wake of a textbook mission for Integrity. On the front screen here in Mission Control, a sign that says "Welcome Home Integrity, taking humanity back to the moon, going further, and returning safely to Earth." So all of that jubilation, part of the post-splashdown activities, even as we await the crew being extracted from the vehicle to be hoisted onto Navy helicopters for the trip back to the USS John P. Murtha.
Okay, we might get another debate going until they're ready for extraction, because we don't know like how long they're going to be on standby here. Let's go and get the next guest loaded up into the box. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. I'd really appreciate you guys if you could do your best to follow those rules. And hopefully here momentarily, while doing these debates, we'll also get to see the extraction of the brave men and women above the Orion spacecraft. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hi, yeah, I do. Sorry, I got really walked into the background footage. Hope they're okay.
Do you think that we actually went around the moon?
Yes, I'm not that crazy.
Okay, you're not that crazy.
Yeah.
All right. Well, your name is Bald Eagle Step Daddy, and then your bio says esteemed intellectual hockey and babes.
I like hockey and babes.
You seem a little crazy.
I mean, I think we're all a little crazy. I mean, low key.
Do you usually go by Bald Eagle Stepdad?
Yes, in real life too. But
and you have your friends refer to you as Bald Eagle Stepdad?
Well, Eagle, but typically Bald Eagle, but I like Eagle, but Bald Eagle is good enough.
Do you have them refer to you by Eagle because of your patriotism?
Well,
this great country.
So my auntie called me that. Well, my great auntie called me that when I was a baby. This Eagle, so I kind of kept the name.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, why do you support the worst president of your life?
Well, I kind of feel like Trump is pretty alpha, right?
Is this a troll?
No, I'm being serious. I'm not reading the comments distracting me. So,
did you say alpha? You support Trump because you think he's alpha?
Yes.
What do you mean by alpha?
So there's alpha tiers, right? I mean, number 1 will be the Sigma Patriot Prime, right?
This guy's a troll, bro.
No, I'm not trolling. I'm being serious, bro.
Why are you trolling at your old age? What are you, like 35, 40?
I'm 25.
Okay. So, okay. All right. Never mind. Go ahead.
So, yeah. So, number 1 is the Sigma. So, that's number 1, right? Number 2 is Alpha Chat Supreme, right?
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Here in the flight control room, the first crew member is out of Integrity.
Oh! We missed the first one because we're talking to some dude telling us that he thinks Donald Trump is a Sigma Patriot Supreme Alpha. Let's go ahead and catch the last 3. Oh God.
We are expecting the other crew members momentarily to be
extracted. Is that them right there? Okay, yes. Just look at her, looking out at the ocean. They're just like chilling. Man, they look tired. This is so cool. I bet that this feels amazing for them. Imagine not like taking a breath of fresh air in 9 days because you're stuck in
Crew
that.
members out, 2 to go.
Imagine just how nice that feels. Same thing with like feeling gravity for the first time in 9 days too. Oh, Momo's getting a little excited. She wants to go check it out for herself. Okay. She's sitting
We're about 1 hour
right
from
in front of the camera.
sunset out in the Pacific. Everything continues to go well. Integrity's systems function perfectly during its entry back to Earth. And Reed Wiseman, the commander who will be last out of the vehicle, reported that all the crew members were feeling very well.
Momo, you're kind of blocking my view. I love you, but I mean, you're sitting like right in front of the screen. I guess I could watch it from TikTok. It's on the other side of the screen.
Crew member number 3 now out.
Oh, look at that. They're out. Beautiful.
And now standing by for the commander, Reed Wiseman, who will be last.
All right, we're going to watch Reed Wiseman get extracted from the vessel.
Bobbing in the Pacific under.
And then we're going to just hop back into the debates.
Integrity spanned 694,000 miles during its journey from launch to splashdown.
Momo, I got to mute you. Wow. You want to stay up here with me? Do you want to go on the ground? I'll let her choose. Can't have you on the desk, though. Oh, looks like she wants to go. All right. I think there's Reed right there. Dude.
And we now have Reed Wiseman out of the vehicle. All 4 crew members now out of Integrity.
Oh, great. Well, all 4 Integrity crew members have now left the capsule. They are all safe, well, alive, in good condition, and back in the fresh air of planet Earth. What an achievement for mankind. They have now traveled the furthest any humans ever have away from Earth. And the fastest any humans ever had, with a re-entry speed of 36,000
Once again,
miles
all 4 crew members
an
now on
hour.
the front porch.
Beautiful.
And the procedure to begin hoisting them up to these.
That is great. At this moment in time, we are now going to turn the live stream off. That is beyond beautiful and such a cool accomplishment. And we are going to go back to our typical layout and hop back into the debates. So if you are MAGA, feel free to hop inside of that queue. I will happily get you up here. We'll have a debate. What a great day. We did it. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. What a cool thing. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. There are quite a few people that I do have to thank for their love. I will do that here in a moment. Also, YouTube, I could finally see you again. That whole time I wasn't able to see you because that live stream was taking up the portion of my computer screen that I usually use to show myself the YouTube chat. So I could finally see you again. But welcome in, Santana.
Hello. You know what? That's super cool. I've been watching this entire time with you. Like, if
Hell
it
yeah.
wasn't for you putting that up, I would not, like, I wasn't even paying attention. And then you started talking about it, and then I saw, like, alerts about it. And so the entire time I'm sitting here, and then I'm showing my wife, like, hey, take a look. So
yeah, man, that was cool, huh?
dope.
I know. A very like different stream than usual because we got a live stream of Integrity going in the background. But happy that we could broadcast that. It looks like a lot of people joined specifically to see that broadcast since we got a bunch of people jumping now. Well, I'm happy that I could share that with you. But welcome in, Santana. Happy to have you here. Southbound, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. Thank you for having me up.
Yeah, how old are you?
37.
Okay, perfect, man. I gotta thank a couple people real quick because I just opened up YouTube and I saw a $200 donation from Jenna. Jenna, thank you. Thank you so much for the love and support. That is beyond fucking kind, Jenna. You have been watching for so long now, and I'm just so fucking grateful for your continued kindness. Thank you so very much for the love and support. Please, for everybody watching, show some love to Jenna down below in that comment section for the $200. Holy moly, fucking hell. I don't, and I will never deserve that much love. And I'm just beyond grateful for you, Jenna. Thank you so much for your continued kindness. Thank you. Then Kitsune, thank you for the $20 as well on Super Chat. Also show some love to Kitsune. Kitsune says, hey, Dean, I can't donate on my account or Venmo or PayPal, so I'm on my girlfriend's account. I wanted to ask who we should vote for in the next elections, if it's between Gavin or Kamala, because I see that as a win-win either way. So thoughts on Gav? Well, I actually don't really like Gavin too much. He is a little bit too establishment dim for me, but ultimately absolutely vote for Gavin if he's running against Marco Rubio, JD Vance in the general election. We got to get behind whoever the Democratic nominee is. I would argue that I think Kamala is a little bit better than Gavin. And I mean, who knows? Maybe Gavin could release an agenda that is a lot more progressive than it would be if he were to announce the campaign today or ran in 2024. The reason why I say that is because Gavin Newsom is getting a lot of pushback from people like me and other progressive voices that don't think that he's further as far to the left as he should be. And I think maybe he could learn from that. He could adapt and start picking up on a strategy closer to like Republicanas, for instance, AOC's, for instance. And he could be a viable candidate. We'll just really have to wait to see what the announced agendas are of the Democrats in the midterms. The primaries of 2028, not the midterms. Sherry, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, thank you for helping me. I feel listened to so I could get my justice. Thank you so much. I love you, Sherry. I love you too. And I'm so happy that you got that justice today.
Mm-hmm.
Release the bats. I appreciate you for the $10 who says, thanks again to the caller who sang and played that guitar. Yes, they were awesome. And as well as thank you so very much for the love to you, Papa Wheelie. I appreciate you for the $50 donation on Super Chat. Let's get 500 Papa Wheelie W's. Thank you, Papa Wheelie, the $50. That is unbelievably kind of you. Thank you so much, Wheelie. Says, I would rather have an industrial sander and lemon juice spa treatment than watch a single second of TPA's stream. I would have a root canal done by a mantis shrimp before that. I would use an active magma flow as a slip and slide before that. Yeah, bro, he kept on like promoting his stream, saying, oh, go to the TPA channel, go to the TPA. He's up here to grift, right? But he's just so fucking annoying. He can't grift shit because nobody likes him. Nobody at all. Now, we do just have a couple more people to thank quickly on PayPal and Venmo. Then we'll go ahead and hop back into the debates. Jacob, thank you so much for the $3.50 over on PayPal. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Joseph, for the $25. No need to read this out loud. Okay, I will keep that to myself, my friend. Let's get 200 Joseph W's. And then JJ, thank you for the $20. Who says, I'm new to watching your content and I'm appreciative and supportive of everything that you have to say about Donald Trump and the effects on the economy because of Trump. I have a beautiful Haitian woman in my life, and these days I'm insecure about the state of her safety here. I completely get that because Donald Trump has been on a warpath against Haitians. I'm so sorry to hear that, and please make sure share some extra special love because of what's going on in the world right now. Thank you for the $20. John, thank you for the $5 calling TPA delusional. Chanel, thank you for the $5 as well. Gary, thank you so much for the $10. And then we are all caught up over on PayPal. To quickly catch up on Venmo, there's a couple people I'd like to thank real quick. Thank you so much, Michelle, for the $5 who asked if I name Momo after Momo on Avatar. Yes, you were spot on. Ashley, thank you for the $20 who says, go get Momo some treats and yourself too. I hope that you're doing well day to day. Thank you so much, Ashley, and I'm doing well. I appreciate you so much for that love. Emma, thank you for the $5. Happy 21st birthday. Hell yes. There's some love to Emma for her birthday. Then Andrew, thank you so much for the $15 who says, what do you think is going to happen after Trump is out of office? I think that we're going to see a restructuring of the political parties. Hopefully we're going to get a little bit closer back to what matters. If anything, we might see both political parties be a little bit more progressive as an overcorrection or more so a needed correction after Trump leaves politics. Your second question, also side note, completely off topic, but how do you keep yourself working out consistently just by doing it every day, even when I'm not motivated to do it. The consistency is important. It's just one of those things you have to push yourself to do. And to your third question, I do not play any video games. Jeremy, I appreciate you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, I pay for Netflix and Hulu and barely even use them. At this point, I watch you more so than either of those, so I might as well call you my new Netflix. Right. Well, I'm happy that I'm able to provide a stream that you like. That is awesome. Thank you so much for that love, Jeremy. Let's get 200 Jeremy W's.
Dean, I'll just say that's literally true for me as well. I watch everyone else, you, Parker, everyone else way more than Netflix, Hulu, Disney Plus, any of it. Like, that's insane.
Dude, honestly, me too. I'm on my phone so much watching these streams. And I just have a couple more people to thank. Once again, the reason why I have quite a few people to thank here is because I wasn't thanking any of the donors while we were watching the Artemis 2 stream. But I'm just about caught up here. I just want to make sure I appreciate everyone so much for the donations. Christina, I appreciate you for the $10 donation. And then Zach, thank you so much for the $50 donation. And Andrew, thank you for the $75 donation. Holy fuck, you guys. Show some love to Zach. Show some love to Andrew in that chat. Andrew with the 75 says, keep fighting the good fight, my guy. Love hearing you debate. Well, I'm happy that you've been enjoying the debates tonight, Andrew. Show some love to Andrew in that chat for such an incredibly kind donation. And then Zach with a 50 says, you should have offered that last caller $1,000 for me to produce the different FAA regulations for white pilots versus pilots of color. Yeah, and guess what? He wouldn't have been able to provide jack shit because that's not a thing, okay? Thank you so much for the $50, Zach. You were dead on with that message. Then Andrew, I appreciate you for the $10 who says TPA is dumbass. Lewis, thank you for the $10 who says keep up the good work. Thank you so much. And then two more here, one from Laura, then the other from Heather. Shout out to Heather and Laura down below in that comment section for the $20 donations. Laura with the $20 says, here's $20 for keeping us sane. And then Heather with the $20 says, on behalf of literally everybody in chat, please kick TPA. He's just nonstop spamming. Yeah. He's gone now. Thank you both so much for the love. Please show some massive love to all of the donors down below in this live chats. I am beyond grateful for you guys. If you want to support me in the stream, you can find the Venmo, PayPal link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message over on YouTube, and right there at the top of your phone screen where it says Dean Withers without the E. Let's go ahead and hop into those debates. South, if you still happen to be here, if you want to come back to the live and tell us why you support Trump, the mic and the floor are yours.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the opportunity. I don't know what just happened, but I kind of had a shift in my thinking. I can't support Trump. I don't know why, but for some reason, I just can't support him. So I guess that'll be the debate. I concede, but I appreciate it.
Osmosis, Dean. Osmosis.
Did I just change somebody's mind just by, like, being in their presence?
It was osmosis. I'm telling you, he absorbed it. You didn't even have to lay out the debate. He just felt it and, made that decision. W's him.
Dude. What the fuck? That's crazy. Okay, all right. Well, I guess let's move on to the next guest. I feel like this is a TPA alt account. It looks like a TPA alt account. Hello? Hi, do you support Trump?
Hello, faggots. Fuck you all. Have a great day.
Okay. Well, guys, that's the reason why it is so important for us to get people like Trump out of politics and to advocate for a political environment in which is more sane, all right? Mm-hmm. Because when the political environment is so insane, then we brainwash parents into being absolutely decrepit, hateful idiots. And then they turn around and then they brainwash their children into following in their footsteps. To that kid, man, that is very bigoted, very wrong, very fucked up. You sounded like you were maybe 12. There's definitely time for you to change and become, a better person. Just know as it stands, if you continue on the trajectory that you are, you're going to wind up a very incompetent, shitty, and unproductive adult that really doesn't benefit society in the slightest. So I definitely course correct if I were you over the course of the next, 7 or so years. And you definitely have the ability to.
Fuck yeah!
Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, I don't personally. But my husband does.
No! I kicked. Oh my god! Listen, I'm so inviting to debating people's spouses, siblings, parents, but please make sure that you open with that. You have to start with that. Colorado hippie, if there's, you gotta lead with that, because when I hear the no, I just kick. please, to the Colorado hippie, hop back inside of that queue. I'll happily get you back up here right now. In the meantime, guys, make sure that y'all are double tapping away on that phone screen, sharing out this live with a handful of friends. Let's try to find the Colorado hippie here.
I don't know who has a quicker trigger, you or Parker, because Parker is on it.
He has the quicker trigger, 110%.
He hears nothing, gone.
Boom, banned. Yo, the Colorado hippie, would you mind typing a message in that comment section? Okay, she says she can't even request. I could invite you. I sent you an invite.
We're back.
You are. Hi, is your husband with you?
Yes, he's sitting next to me, but he said he is not down to debate. But he had a long day at work.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. I know he had a long week at work. I get to live next to him and vibe with him on a regular basis. But I would love for you to just spit out like some 5 key points as to why he is so awful.
Okay, I got you. Your husband better be listening.
Thank you, please.
The first key point why Donald Trump is so awful is because he's destroying the economy. Last month, gas prices rose the most they have in a single month since the Vietnam War because of Donald Trump's policy. 1967. Okay? The second reason why he's so
No,
badly,
his argument, I'm going to just speak for him because he's sitting right fucking next to me. And I've heard him say this before.
If he wants to give the argument, he could give it himself. If he won't give it himself, I'm not going to hear it.
Okay, fair. Continue with the 5 points, please.
Just a couple more points here real quick. The second reason why you clearly shouldn't support Trump is because he has just lost his mind. He is completely deranged. He is completely sick. Less than 2 days ago, he called for the genocide of 90 million Iranians, men, women, and children. He has raped a woman. A court determined him to be guilty. He's boasted about the sexual exploitation of beauty pageant contestants at the beauty pageants that he owned. The third reason that you really shouldn't support him is because he's a massive threat to law and order. He positions himself above the Constitution every day. Day one, he was pardoning people who try to kill cops at our Capitol and calling them patriots. A good example of that would be DJ Rodriguez, who he actually let out of jail with a full and complete presidential pardon after he'd been sentenced to 10 years.
Also sought the Obamacare just because it was called Obamacare. He just wanted it. He wasn't planning on changing shit. He just wanted to say Trump care.
That's actually another good point that'll lead me to my fourth point. Yeah, he hates things not because they're bad for the country, but because they have the names of Democrats on them.
They don't support him. He wants his name everywhere. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. How about this? If your husband wants to debate, please rejoin him in that queue.
Can I say one thing really quickly?
Please.
Let your husband know the biggest reason he shouldn't support Trump is because anyone that is currently still supporting Donald Trump is not a patriot, but they are treasonous. They're a traitor. If you're still willing to support Donald Trump today, hold on 1 second. Let me finish. You are absolutely treasonous. You're a traitor. You don't believe in the Constitution. And I would even say the reason why he doesn't want to debate is not because he's so tired, but because he knows in his heart that supporting Donald Trump means betraying the United States of America. I hope you heard me.
He can hear you. He can definitely hear you. I wanna know.
I'm sorry. At this point I am gonna move on. If your husband's not done to debate.
He said, and I quote, "None of that affects me." So I don't.
Oh, boo.
All right. So it kind of sounds like your husband's being a little bit of a loser. If you want me to just be frank, you know, buddy. If I was you, I'd speak up and stand by your convictions, especially when they matter so much for those around you, including your wife. But because he doesn't want to, I'm gonna move on.
Say, man, we've been together, but I was with him before he was a Trump supporter. When I found out he was, I was like, "Are you serious? Like, are you actually serious? Like, there's no way you're that delusional." And then now, currently, when all of this shit is going on and it's really coming to a head. Like, you can't ignore it at this point.
Well, I'll just say this. He has no convictions, and sorry to you, but he has no spine. And like him being unwilling to actually get up here in at least 5 minutes, like your wife has been up here speaking for you more than you have. That shows that you know for a fact that supporting Donald Trump is not something that anyone should be doing. So
I honestly don't believe. I feel like he's at that point where he doesn't know how to.
I'm sorry. I'm ending the conversation here because if it's not a debate with your husband, then I'm gonna.
No, I understand. Thank you for letting me up.
Yep. You take care. Let's go to get this next guest loaded up into the box. You know, like I said, I'd love to debate your husband, but if that's not gonna happen, then we're not gonna make it work. Also, you know, not knowing anything about their relationship, I don't kind of want to be that outside agitator to like. He did well. To, you know, like possibly incite like a bad reaction from him or anything. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. Hi, welcome into Sport Trump. Hello? Bro, I'm trying to like do like a 5 more billion things at once right now. Where the fuck?
Hi, Sarah. Do you support Trump?
Oh, Sarah, hello. Okay, doesn't sound.
Sarah, if you're not there, we'll go ahead and kick you.
We're going to go to get the next guest loaded up into the box. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be MAGA.
Hello?
Oh, that was a child. We got a good little boy in the queue real quick. Hi, would you speak? No, or don't say a word. Mute, unmute, or leave.
I see you got your little troll up here with you.
Good boy. Good boy.
Making you look like you're not racist. Oh.
Really good boy. Dude, he is so obsessed with black people. It is unreal.
He is so obsessed. Oh my gosh.
Moving on to the next guest. Guys, only up inside of the queue if you're MAGA. Hi, Brisa, do you support Trump?
No.
Okay, base. Kiki, do you support Trump? Kiki's not here. Dexter, do you support Trump?
Hey, no, I don't. But I'm trying to let everybody know.
I am very grateful for you, man. Thank you for not being a Trump supporter. But tonight we are just looking for Trump supporters. Please follow the rules, everybody. It would mean the world to me. Please and thank you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. I just wanted to say,
how old are you?
Your profile picture, you're looking shredded, bro. Just want to let you know. That's all I wanted to say. I don't support Trump, though.
Oh, okay.
See you, bro.
You take care. See ya. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now, you guys. Please, only up inside of the queue if you're MAGA. Don't know what we're doing, y'all. Follow the rules.
I'll say this. I mean, guys, Dean is a lot nicer than me. I'm sorry. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I'm going to start banning people. Like, if you come up and you say no, I'm going to have my finger on the ban. But, yeah, right there. You're banned. Gotcha.
There's just not too many Trump supporters left, man. Dude, this came in over on Cash App a while ago. I really hope that you're still watching. Thank you so very much, Jennifer, for the $25 donation, and Courtney, thank you for the $50 donation. Please show some love to both Miss Jennifer and Courtney down below in that chat for the incredibly kind donations over on Cash App while we're trying to get that next guest loaded up into the box. I really appreciate you guys, and thank you so very much.
Santana, how does it feel that this guy used to hate your guts because of your skin color?
You're blocked.
And by the way, never happened. Like no, I never hated black people.
It's so weird.
Not a day in my life that I ever hate black people. Never happened.
Also, racism based off skin color is much more than that. You should read a book, kid.
Welcome in, Trent. Do you support Trump?
I just want to say I love you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
All right, I appreciate you, but like, please, for everybody that is just like the last 10 guests that we've had up, either trolls, slurring/screaming fetuses, or non-Trump supporters, please do stay out of that queue so we could focus on debates. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
27.
Okay. And why do you happen to support the very worst president of your life?
He's gonna go down in history as the best president. In history. In history, dude.
Is this a troll? Is this a troll, Britt?
No. I think the people coming on here have been trolling you, like saying messed up slurs and things. Like no MAGA I've ever met in my entire life act like that.
What?
Oh, okay. All right. So you're not a troll. All right. So I just want to clarify. You are arguing that the rapist that illegally hid Epstein files accusing him of child rape, that has boasted about sexual exploitation and threatened the genocide of 90 million people, on top of causing the largest increase in the price of gas in a single month since the Vietnam War in the 60s, will go down in history as the best president.
Well, gas prices were just great until this whole Iran deal.
Gas prices were just great until the best president in history started a war, right?
No. Gas price, yeah, literally. And he didn't start this war. He did not start this war.
Oh, yeah. Let's revise history. Okay, who started the war?
Probably Israel. The Rothschilds.
Well.
Oh shit.
Well, the Rothschilds. That's conspiratorial gibberish. Israel.
Zionists.
There you go. That's more like it. Israel and Trump started it together.
No. Netanyahu had this plan way before Trump was ever into politics like that.
Yeah, just had to wait for somebody like Trump to be willing to start it with him.
And that's why he ran for president. He saw what was going on, and that's why he ran for president.
To be Israel's puppet?
Wait, what?
Wait, so you're saying that Trump ran for president to be Israel's puppet?
No. To stop Israel.
The most pro-Israel president in American history, self-described, by the way, is stopping Israel. How?
Hold on. My dad served in the military for 20 years.
Oh, jeez. It seems like
Nothing to do with anything.
Has nothing to do with anything, like Santana said. Now, can you please tell me how the most pro-Israel president in American history, self-described, is stopping Israel?
Hold on. I had more to say. It has something to do with it.
Well, can you answer the question?
Okay, repeat the question. I'm sorry.
How is the most pro-Israel president in American history self-described,
okay.
by the way,
I don't
Trump
believe he's the
stopping
most
Israel.
pro-Israel president in history.
That's what he said about himself. And by the way, Netanyahu...
Well, okay, first off, do you take everything he says
Netanyahu,
100% literal?
One moment. Netanyahu also said that Trump is the best ally that Israel's ever had. Out of all the presidents we've ever had, Trump is the best for Israel, according to both Trump and Netanyahu.
I would also debate that Donald Trump has put forth executive orders and has specifically enforced any type of quote-unquote anti-Semitism to the highest level, proving that he absolutely supports Israel to like the most extreme of any president. I mean, like they are pulling citizenships for green card holders because they have negative dispositions about Israel because of what they're doing to the Palestinian people. So, like, that's a thing.
Yeah, I kicked her because I think she was trolling. Like, what she was saying was just, like, too ludicrous for me to believe.
Oh, I believed her, Dean.
Really? You did?
I did.
I did when she first started talking. But to say that Donald Trump is the best president in American history because he's stopping Israel is just like so insane. I don't think anybody could genuinely believe it with conviction.
No, Dean, they're at that level of pretzel now. Like, I don't know if you're noticing, but it's so backwards that they're completely twisting. I have a person who came up the other day who refused to. She admitted that tariffs actually raised the prices. That's why we're paying more. But she said she refused to blame Donald Trump for placing the tariffs. Like, that doesn't even make sense.
Really?
Yeah, she admitted that the tariffs caused prices to go up, but she refused to blame Trump. She said, I'm not going to blame him.
Maybe they are just too far gone, man.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Why do you support the worst president of your life?
Yeah, this is all my personal opinion. I have resentment for the political left.
Why is that?
Oh, C-19, the border.
C-19. What resentment over C-19?
The left was telling us to shelter in place, and then in the summer of 2020, they flip. They do a 180, and they encourage protesting. They allow chaos, riots, and looting. And also, too, I never got the C-19 vax either, despite the terrorism of
who was president in 2020?
Yeah, but it was Democratic governors. I know Trump was president, but it was Democratic governors.
Okay. What do you think matters more? Quote unquote, encouraging shelter in place and then encouraging protest, or threatening to genocide 90 million people and admitting to sexual exploitation?
Well, I'll answer. Are you conceding on C-19? But
no, I'm not. I'm just asking a clear question.
I don't think he threatened to G-side 90 million people.
If Donald Trump killed the entire Iranian civilization, would that have been G-side?
It depends, because the way I define G-side, and maybe you have different definition, it implies unjust. Well, let me ask you this, Dean. I think the way that the
Why
US
does it
ended
depend?
WW2, because it depends on the context of who started it and if they won't surrender, right?
Wait,
because I
what?
believe that the way...
Wait.
I believe the way...
So you think there are scenarios where we could systemically execute every member of a national group, 90 million people, and it wouldn't be genocide? Can you please define the word genocide?
The unjustified unaliving of a group of people.
So you think that you could justifiably, systemically slaughter millions of babies?
What if they... Well, look, this is what I'm trying
Can you
to
answer
talk to
my
you about
question?
here. Yes.
With a
that's
yes
what I'm
or
trying to
no?
talk to you.
Can you systemically kill millions of of newborns justifiably?
I want to explain, but yes. Can I explain to you? Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Dean. It was the right decision. Because context matters.
Wow.
What do you think?
Are you
think
pro-life?
Hiroshima... No, I'm pro-choice. Do you think the way the U.S. ended
Wow.
WW2 in Hiroshima and Nagasaki was the right decision? I can tell you why. if you
No.
like.
I'm sorry.
Well, let's get into it.
I just simply
Dean,
won't talk to people that think that you could justifiably, systemically slaughter millions of newborns. I think, quite frankly, that you are just not safe, first and foremost. I don't think that you should be a member of society. I think that you should lose some rights, including the right to vote. And I definitely don't think that you should have a platform.
Oh no, Dean. He was a mouth frothing racist. He believes in eugenics. Yep.
I've talked to him before.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember him.
He says the same thing to everyone.
Yeah, I have talked to him before. You're right. What a nut. What, dude? What, like, an unsafe guy? He's just genuinely, like, not safe. People, like...
But the weird shit, though, is, he's been debunked on all of this shit by everyone, and he keeps saying the same thing over and over and over.
Because he doesn't say it due to ideological coherence. People in which are ideologically coherent don't ever believe that it's justified to, like, slaughter millions of newborns or believe in anti-black racist eugenics. Nobody that's ideologically coherent holds those beliefs. So, like, the reason why he continues to repeat it and say it over and over and over again and do it again and again and again and again is because he lacks that, because he's insane, which is why I think that he's not safe for society and doesn't deserve a platform. I welcome into you, Sport Trump.
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
What month?
April.
Oh, you are a Trump supporter.
Yep.
Yeah. God. All right. Let me thank a couple people, then I'll pass you that mic. First and foremost, Miss Mary. Thank you so very much for the $50 super chat over on YouTube. I want to see 500 Mary W's down below in that chat, Mary, from the bottom of my heart. That is beyond kind, and I'm so very grateful for the love. Show some love to Mary down below. Thank you so very much. Thank you so much, Mary. Show some love to Mary. Mary with the $50 says, you and Santana have done it again. My heartfelt thank you for your defending people with Asperger's. My nephew, Rick's son, is on the spectrum with I love you guys. Forget the typos. I can't see very well. Oh, Mary, thank you so much for the $50. And I remember the context of how that was brought up yesterday, and it was so disgusting. Nobody deserves that treatment. Thank you so much for the $50, Mary. Same thing to T. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Super Chat, who says that last shithead was on Parker's live being a genocide denier. Okay, so essentially it sounds like he had the same conversation with Parker, and I just cut it short because he was literally arguing that you could justifiably kill babies. Yeah, that's just nuts, man. Thank you for the love. and the $20. Matthew and Aslan, I appreciate you both for the $5 and the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, you guys. On Venmo, Ducky, thank you for the $20. Who says, I keep a folder on my phone of screenshots and accounts that say the most insane things, and that guy was in it. It's titled Red Flags. No fucking way. You take screenshots of the craziest things you see people say on the internet, and you have one of him. That's fucking nuts. Thank you for the $20, Ducky. Also, Cheyenne, thank you for the $20 as well, who says, did you see Kamala Harris, when asked today if she's going to run in 2020, she said, I'm thinking about it. Love you always, Chef Dean. Thank you for the $20, Cheyenne. Oh, she's definitely going to be running in 2028, 110%. Thank you so much for the $20. And then Kinsey, thank you so much for the $30 donation on Venmo. He says, thank you for not being a piece of shit. I try my best, Kinsley. Thank you so much for the $30 donation. Let's get 300 Kinsey W's down below, as well as Bethany. Thank you so much for the $10. You could add marriage counselor to your resume. Oh, after that one couple. Yeah. Then Andrew and Braylon, thank you both for the $5. Holly, thank you for the $3. And then Abby, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, who says, manifesting that TPUSA gets sued by the actual TPUSA for copyright infringement. One can only hope, Abby. Then Michelle and Molly, thank you both for the $5. And with that, we're all caught up for now. Go ahead and take it away and tell us why your bio says be kind, and then you support the largest dick that has ever lived as president.
Can I say three really quick? Bree, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate you. Ross, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate you. And Chesney, thank you so much for the $20, bub.
Yeah, tell us why you support the guy that says the woman that he raped should be thrown in jail. Why you support the guy who said it was funny when he sexually exploited naked women and naked girls. Why you support the guy that, when criticized by his own people that helped him win 2 elections, Tucker Carlson, MTG, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones, then turn around and disown them all and call them all losers. Tell us why you support the guy that's called all immigrants, escapees from mental asylums, and violent criminals who are poisoning the blood of our country. Why you support the guy that has hit on 10-year-old girls, including his own daughter. Once again, are those things being kind?
Well, I mean, my dad is kind of all about how this is like fake news, so I kind of can't really like support this. I mean, he sends me a lot of links to things that like prove what he's doing to like make the country better, and I can't not support him when he has been doing a lot.
So what specific claim? What specific claim did I make that was fake news?
I mean, just about raping women. I just don't think any of that is true. I mean,
why?
I could go out there right now and say anyone raped me, and I mean, most people, they do say they believe the victim first. I mean, I could get people. I mean, who says these people aren't just getting their friends and family to go out and lie with them?
Would you be able to produce a clip of the man that you're saying raped you, like 10 years ago, saying that he likes to do what you're accusing him of doing to you? Or would you be able to provide a dress to the court with that man's DNA on it, claiming that this is the dress that you're wearing when you were raped, and then have him refuse to submit his DNA to be tested against it, given that he was truly innocent? Would you be able to produce therapist notes from 30 years ago where you actually told a therapist that this man raped you, when in all reality, he didn't in your line? Would you be able to do all this?
I haven't seen any of this proof. I mean, my dad has sent me links to like all this stuff. My dad's even a police officer too. I mean, I just have to trust what my dad
So you're
said.
very familiar with the court case that determined he raped that he raped this woman, but you just dispute it all. So, okay, perfect. What was her full name? But I thought you've read all the proof and all the court documents and you're very familiar with the case. But you don't know her name? Okay. Whatever, maybe that's just a blunder. What year did she claim it happened? Ooh, okay. But you've researched the case. Listen.
0 for 2.
Maybe just another blunder. I mean, we all have those sometimes. Dumb moments, whatever. Where did she claim it occurred?
Well, I haven't really looked into them.
Strike 3, you're out, Vicky.
Yeah, strike 3, you're out.
Jeez.
I just see what my dad says to me. I mean...
Okay. Did you know that dads could be wrong?
I just don't... he's my dad. I don't think he'd lie to me.
Oh, he's my dad. Okay, well, first and foremost, A, sometimes parents lie, and then B, the definition of a lie is to intentionally say something that's false. Dad probably isn't intentionally saying something that's false because he's probably indoctrinated just like you.
I mean, my mom is the same way. My mom also believes in everything Trump
you're
stands
18,
for.
right?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. You're an adult. Think for yourself. Your mommy and your daddy aren't going to be able to hold your hand through this debate. We're here to discuss evidence. We're here to discuss good, compelling reason to stop supporting Trump as president. We're not here to discuss the political affiliation of mommy and daddy. Now, how about this? Here's something that I don't think mommy and daddy could refute. This is a clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexual violence in the sense of sexual exploitation when talking to Howard Stern on his radio show in 2005. There's a 15-second and skippable ad. I don't know, maybe this is your lifeline to drop a quick text to daddy or mommy and ask them how you should respond to this. Okay, let's go to take a listen.
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything
a
is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay, so we heard Donald Trump admit to barging into the private women's only dressing rooms, not because they allowed him to go in, but rather because he allowed himself to take advantage of the fact that he was the owner. Then we heard him say that inside of that space there was naked women because he said they had no clothes on. He'd look at them and that they looked wonderful. And then we heard him say that he was breaking a rule by entering in by noting at the end of that clip that he got away with doing it. So, all right. Now that we understand Donald Trump has sexually exploited beauty pageant contestants and then called it funny, is this still somebody you're willing to support as president?
I have never heard that clip before.
Wait, Vicky, your dad didn't send you that one?
I was gonna say that you stole the words right out my mouth.
Gotta be quicker than that.
Yeah.
I'm in disbelief. I feel I'm embarrassed, honestly. I'm embarrassed. I am turning 19 soon, and I can't believe I let myself not research this myself.
Good for you, though. Like, admitting that is a huge thing.
I'm reading some of the comments, and I see people. I think I have just been sheltered.
Okay.
I think my family just thinks that we're not affected. I never voted for Trump. I mean,
I think that you're trolling. I appreciate you so much for joining us. If you were being genuine and telling the truth, that's awesome. That's great. And I'm happy that we're able to help you change your mind. But you went from saying that I trust what my daddy says because why would my daddy lie to me, to then a minute later saying, well, actually, I think I've been sheltered. I think that my parents have lied to me. I think that, maybe they're just like only concerned with themselves. So I don't know.
I disagree with you again. I'm telling you, like, there is certain, like, children, I hate to say it like this, they're super sheltered. They believe what their parents say because they've trusted in them for so long. I believe her, Dean.
Okay.
Dean, how's it going?
Well, I hope that you're right, because if we just genuinely help somebody change their mind, I think that's great. So, Vicky, if you weren't trolling, shout out to you. I think that's awesome. Sustainable Scott, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, I do.
But your bio says love is the way, love is the truth, love is the life. Do you think that Donald Trump is loving?
That's a very hard question. I think that when you're fighting terrorism, it's hard to be loving. I think it's hard to be loving to terrorists.
When you're fighting terrorists, do you become a terrorist yourself?
I don't think so. When none of them, man, I
think Trump is a terrorist. Only terrorists threaten genocide. Only terrorists kill innocent girls in elementary schools.
I think it's the military in general. I served 5 years in the military, and I think that when you're in war, it's a very, very hard situation. to not feel guilty about what happens to innocent people, and it causes suicide of veterans. Yeah, it's
Why
really
do you support
sad.
Trump?
I think the military raised all the presidents from birth to make them leaders, and I think that basically the military-industrial complex raises all of the presidents from birth to be presidents. My grandma was a senator. Yeah, so the military-industrial complex knew Trump was going to be a president over 50 years ago.
Wait. Hold on, Dean, if you don't mind. But wait, before he does that, sorry. Okay.
You just put a tinfoil hat on.
I didn't want to get affected. I didn't want to get affected. Sorry.
You know what? Let's go into this together. Wait.
Yep.
Hold on. Before we say another word.
Yep.
Before we say another word.
Yep. Gotta be safe, Dean. We gotta be safe. We gotta be safe. All right.
I like it.
You said the military knew 50 years ago. Go ahead.
I say that, the military raises all of the leaders from birth to be the leaders and knows exactly which leaders will be elected. So the military also planned to take Iran 20 years ago. General Wesley Clark warned that they were going to take Iran over 20 years ago. So Trump was predestined to take Iran over 20 years ago. They knew this.
I mean, I watched a YouTube short last night.
Yes, around the whole world.
I watched a YouTube short last night.
The military is the best of planners.
Why do you keep interrupting me?
Because you're just trolling me now.
Stop interrupting me. I'm not trolling you.
My grandma was a senator.
I watched.
My brother is the personal bodyguard for Mike Pence. All my sisters went to the White House. I fled America because I thought America was going to collapse when Trump was getting elected. I hated Trump.
Wait a second. I'm sorry, Dean.
Then I have changed my mind.
But just for a second. Sorry, Dean. I hate to do this to you, but hold on. We got to have the industrial strength one. I can't. Nope. I refuse. We have to have the industrial strength. Go
My
ahead.
sister's husband is the personal bodyguard for Mike Pence.
Did you say that you served?
Yeah, I did 5 years, 3 in the Army, 2 for the Air Force, and at NORAD Northern Command. And I was in the Airborne Infantry, and I was Ranger indoctrinated.
All right, man.
So General Wesley Clark, let's talk about this. General Wesley Clark said we were going to take Iran over 20 years ago.
Listen.
So Trump is just a puppet for the military-industrial complex, and they're making him take Iran to fight China. Iran is all about isolating China.
So we should only believe in things with evidence? What evidence do you have that our military selects our leaders at birth?
The Bible says that God puts all the leaders in their place, and a law enforcement is the embodiment of God on earth, and Allah is the best of planners. So
Wait,
law
where
enforcement.
does it say that in the Bible?
The Bible does say that God puts all the leaders in their place, and that we should respect them.
Wait, no, but the part about law enforcement, where do they say that?
I'm saying that the Lord of the Bible is a law enforcement. Jesus is the Lord of law enforcement and the King of Kings.
How do you feel about Pete Hegseth?
I think that he was also raised, and he was a military commander in Iraq. He was a platoon leader. I think he was also raised to be the Secretary of Defense or Secretary of War.
I think he's one of the fundamentalists like Pete Hegseth who believe.
I think all of these men.
Wait. Hold on one second.
Christians.
Do you align with the beliefs of Pete Hegseth as far as like the position, the need to basically bring about Armageddon, like a kind of Christian radical?
No, I think
type
Armageddon happened in 2020. Armageddon. It happened in 2020.
All right. Did you believe that you were?
I come in peace.
Did you believe that you were the embodiment of God when you were part of our military?
No, I didn't learn about a law enforcement being the embodiment of God until Muslims on TikTok taught me this. It's the secret. It's the secret mystery of God that Allah sounds exactly like God in Arabic.
Like, you might need to stop him from.
Allah
because,
is the guide. Allah is the controller. Everyone submits to Allah. If we break Allah, we get punished. So
do you have access to VA resources?
Brother, you shouldn't attack my mental health just because I'm telling you about law enforcement. You should try to understand. Do you submit to Allah? If you break Allah, Allah punishes you, right?
Sir, do you have access to VA resources?
Brother, I have a very good doctor and a very psychologist, and I talked to them about this, and they say it is the most interesting thing that they have ever heard. It's the most interesting thing they've ever heard.
Okay. All right. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Everyone submits to Allah. If you break...
we're going to move on to the next guest. On the opposite side of that cube, you happen to be MAGA. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box. I try not to, ridicule people for mental health breakdowns. So...
Can I just throw this out there and say, for especially our vets, if there's anyone that's currently in crisis and you need help, the 24 hours a day, you can call the Veteran Crisis Hotline. That's 988 and then press 1. The crisis hotline is 988, but if you're a veteran specifically, if you select option 1, you can get help. Please take care of your mental health.
Yeah. And I mean, he said that he has a doctor. He said that he has a psychiatrist. So, I mean, I think that we're just going
he seemed pretty level-headed to me, folks, but that's just me. Soy Boy Dean, back at it again with the DNC donations.
Yeah,
his $225,000
I think I'm gonna
espresso machine.
I think I'm gonna ban.
No, hold on, Dean. Before you do that, I have a photo.
There's nothing that's gonna happen before anything. Quite frankly, I'm gonna continue to speak. I think I'm going to ban you unless you could give me a reason why you think that Trump is a good president.
They're so weird. They're so weird.
Listen,
so weird.
Soy Boy Dean.
Oh
this
my
is
God,
me and
they're
Dean
so weird.
together. You guys didn't know this, right? And if you read the cup, it says Soy Boy. And it's, guess what? It's from his favorite cafe, Starbucks, because it's an American-made product. But Dean is not American. He's got a very expensive $300,000 Italian espresso machine in his fucking house right now, folks. He's anti-American.
Have you guys ever watched some of those police body cam clips where people are just freaking the fuck out on cops, spitting on them, doing all this shit, and then the cop just stands there unfazed because it's happened to them many times before. That's how I'm feeling right now.
Are you above the law, Dean? Is that what you're implying?
That's exactly how I'm feeling right now. You're coming up here with some crazy shit, right? You AI'd a photo of you pouring milk into my mouth, screaming "Soy Boy Dean."
That's real.
Convince people that
that's real, Dean.
Yeah,
it's a real
trying to convince people that it's real. Buddy, okay, first and foremost, I'm just cringing at the thought of you rehearsing this before you joined. You had to think about what you were going to say to describe this photo. You're going to think about the backstory with saying that this is, real and that, you met me in the Starbucks.
A real photo, by the way.
$1,000 espresso machine. Buddy, you're a cornball. Yep. Just calm down. Just give an argument why you support Trump.
Dean, I'm just telling you guys, okay? Dean tries to imply here that he's American, but yet he doesn't accept.
Shut the fuck up and give
Dean Withers, Parker, Harry Styles, all three of you soy boys.
I'm going to throw up in my mouth. If you can.
Well, you didn't throw up.
Just you
took soy milk.
Putrid. Okay.
You took soy milk in your mouth, Parker. Dean, I almost called you Parker. You guys are all the same people.
Okay. Can you stop being a cornball and start giving an argument, please?
Listen, you're anti-American. I've already proven it. You don't drink American coffee. You don't use American products. You talk about the right.
Angelica, I appreciate you for the $1 donation on PayPal. He says it's cringe how obsessed these men are with you. Yeah, like, bro, this guy's like a full-grown dude. Like, what is he, like mid-30s?
What, just because he took some soy milk from me?
Like, he's just...
What's wrong with being bald?
Dude.
Santana's bald.
Yo, Romy, thank you so much for the $30
Sorry,
on
Santana,
Venmo.
I didn't mean to call you out.
Who says, this one is from One Direction. Thank you for the $30 from One Direction, Romy. Shows some love to Romy down below in that comment section. Let's get 300 Romy W's. That's
no, not the Harry Styles guy. That guy
I'm actually
he
not
got shitted on.
I'm actually not convinced that this guy's nuts. I'm more so convinced that this guy knows he can't win in a debate, so he'd rather pretend to be nuts. like
this is not true.
He's literally like LARPing like he lost his mind. Dude, give an argument.
Dean took a soy milk like a good boy. Took a soy latte like a good boy.
All right.
And that's the reality, folks.
Go hop on Finesse Drive. Save yourself before you lose it all. And I'm very concerned about that. So
I know.
If come all. Ooh, I'm happy to see it.
That's always like a. They come up with the camera on you immediately. Oof.
Ooh. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box. Yo, Maddie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for me, Parker, and Harry Styles. Let's go. Thank you so much, Maddie. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. We got Nate connecting. Lord D, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat, who says, how much to ban this caller? I'll do it for free. Nate, do you support Trump?
He swapped up. Bree, thank you for the 2, and Angelica, thank you for the 2 as well.
Oh my God, Santana, they're so crazy, man.
The way they obsess and make like all this AI stuff with you guys. It's so fucking weird. Like
King Withers do is fine, nigga, licking my balls.
Like they're so weird. They're so weird. Like the amount of time, energy, and effort they put into doing this. Like it's wild.
Yeah, man. I know. It fucking is. Fucking is wild, dude. Like, just get a fucking life, man. Like, there's just no way that this live stream is that important to you that you're gonna go out there, AI some bullshit, then come up here and like LARP as if you're like crazy as shit, pouring like soy milk. Like, it's just cringe. It's cringe. It's so fucking weird. Like, the one thing MAGA will never beat is the weird allegations. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Only up inside of that queue if you are a Trump supporter. And Michelle, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo, who says, for the GOAT, huge fans. My husband and I have been watching daily since February of 2024. You're changing minds daily, and it's amazing. We even named our blondie wiener puppy after you. You're that iconic. Stay exactly who you are, and you're doing great. That is crazy, dude. There's some puppy out there named after me. That is like such an honor. Wow, such an honor. Show some love to Michelle and her husband down below. Truly, what an honor. Kay, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I just wanted to say real quick, I didn't want to answer the question, but I just started watching you, and I just really wanted to say I enjoy it, and I just really wanted to pop on and just say that. That's really all I wanted.
Well, I appreciate you. That is very kind. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up, and you do take care. We got the next guest, MAGA Man, connecting. It looks like Momo's trying to get up here on my chair. Oh, she's happy on the ground. Hi, MAGA Man. Do you support Trump?
Hear me?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Yes, I support Trump.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 18 years old.
I don't believe you. Would you guys just let me know if you're MAGA in that chat? There's just so many people inside of the queue who are underage, so many people inside of the queue who aren't MAGA, so many people inside of the queue that aren't here to debate. Can you just like let me know if like you are a legitimate Trump supporter of age that is like ready to debate in that chat? I'd really appreciate it. I'd really appreciate it. Let's try to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Okay. We got Ms. Wonder loading up. We're going to start banning people who break the rules, folks. If you want to know what the rules are, if you're on TikTok, take a look at the middle of your phone screen. We are going to start banning people who break the rules. We just really need to start enforcing them pretty hard, because I'm kind of sick and tired of all the trolls. We got Owen loading in. Hi, Owen. Do you support Trump? Nope, Owen just left. Mods, if you guys would go ahead and proactively ban Owen, I would really appreciate that. Thank you, you guys. We're going to get that next guest loaded up into the box. We got username and Tammy connecting in.
I love you!
Okay, well, you're kind of being a part of the problem right now because we are banning the people who support Trump that are attempting to join. Parker, start to debate me. Do you support Trump?
I'm sorry. I actually didn't mean to join. Please don't. I'm sorry. It was an accident. It was actually an accident. I'm sorry. No, it was an accident!
You are banned. Permanently banned. Forever. Never to come back ever again. You are completely, unequivocally cooked. I'm just kidding. I didn't ban you. I didn't ban you. You're good. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, but I just wanted to say,
I'm gonna ban you. You're banned. So banned. The rules are on the screen.
You guys think Dean is joking, but I'm actually banning people.
Oh, damn.
He's
for
way
real?
nicer than. Yeah, you're way nice. No,
I wasn't actually banning. I wasn't actually banning him.
I know you weren't. I'm a dad. Sometimes you gotta give him the belt. Yeah, well, not the belt, but you know, sometimes you gotta punish him. Like, hey, listen, gotta pop your hand. You gotta understand. I'm getting them. Sorry. Listen.
That's funny.
I tell Parker this all the time. You guys are way nicer than me. Like, cut the crap.
Damn, you guys are cooked. Listen, listen. If you troll, like, you're dead ass banned.
Yeah.
Like, it was kind of a joke before. It's not a joke anymore. You're actually
banning
cooked.
them.
You're actually cooked, you guys. JB, do you support Trump?
Yeah. What's up?
How old are you?
35.
Oh God, you still support this idiot?
Yeah, man. Well, the debate starts with millions of elective abortions after consensual sex.
I'm sorry. I'm going to try to fill in the gaps here. You're telling us that you support Trump because of abortion?
Yeah, and then all of a sudden the argument will jump to.
Are you just like a single issue voter?
No, there's many reasons, but we can debate this one unless you have a problem with debating pro-life.
No, I don't. Do you think that anything that he's ever done outweighs this fact of the notion that you want less abortion?
Well, why do you want a category jump here?
Well, I'm not category jump. I'm just simply asking you. Like, I don't know. Like quite frankly, dude, when I come across somebody that labels themselves as a pro-life Trump supporter, the first thought that pops into my head is, God damn, if you're pro-life, how could you possibly support the guy that threatened to genocide 90 million lives? If you're pro-life,
I think
it's just like I find it to be a hypocritical view.
I think the first thought that came to your head was, let's not debate abortion. Let's debate anything but abortion.
No, if that was the first thought that came to my head, then I likely wouldn't have ran the same line of argumentation and asked the same question to every other pro-lifer that has joined my stream over the course of the last month or two, especially in consideration of recent events to do with the killing of 160 schoolgirls in Iran. Right? Like, this is the first question I ask everybody who joins my live stream and offers up the pro-life view.
Yeah, and you offer up a shift in the argument.
Anthony, thank you so much for the random gloves. It is not a shift, as it is relevant to the point in which you made, as I'm trying to draw a point of hypocrisy. Do you acknowledge that it is hypocritical to support somebody because you claim they're pro-life while simultaneously agreeing that they have threatened to genocide 90 million lives?
Isn't it hypocritical to advocate with so much compassion for the vulnerable, and then in that compassion when it's a person in the womb?
Okay, yeah, I'll show you how to answer questions. No, it is not. Now, would you like to answer mine?
Yeah, I mean, sure, I'll address a topic that I didn't come here to debate for you. I think that humans can be hypocritical. Sure.
Okay, so you accept that your view is ultimately hypocritical. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, well, I mean, isn't that kind of the end of the debate? Because if we were to attempt to solve this contradiction of suggesting that he's pro-life while simultaneously calling for the genocide of 90 million people, I would find the resolution of the contradiction to be that he's not actually pro-life.
We can agree that you don't actually want to debate abortion, which is why you continue to jump and try and shift the argument to other topics.
It seems like we just resolved your claim in less than 3 seconds without an abortion debate, because we just reasonably concluded that Trump actually isn't pro-life.
Anything to not have the debate. Yeah.
T-Self, I appreciate you for the galaxy. Well,
when does life start?
Anything to have the quickest debate.
When does life start? When does human life begin?
Okay, I'm gonna let go of a little rope here by answering your question in hopes that you inevitably address the resolution that led to the conclusion that Donald Trump isn't actually pro-life. And that answer would be that biological life starts at the moment of
This isn't about Donald Trump. This is about abortion.
It actually is about Donald Trump. So
always about fucking abortion to you guys.
Unironically, it is about Trump.
You were saying you were about to answer the question. When does life begin?
I said biological life begins at the moment of conception.
Okay, so then you're conceding that basically abortion is an unjust homicide.
No, the fuck it's not.
So, no. You just asserted that because I described to you the scientific fact, which is biological life begins at the moment of conception, that therefore I must necessarily also believe that if you were to end that life, you'd be doing something wrong, which is not the case, because I don't see any good reason to believe that ending that life is wrong. What's a good reason?
Well, we could start with just it's against the law, but I think everybody deep down even agrees that when you take another person's life for no good reason except for an elective abortion, because if we want to talk about rape, incest, viability, or threat to the mother's life, then I think everybody agrees that we should have exceptions there. But when 90-something plus % of abortions are elective, I would say that's unjust.
Hey, can I ask you a quick question?
Can you ask that question right after I just quickly address those 2 points?
I wasn't going to the other point, but yeah, go ahead.
And then after I address these 2 points, Santana's going to ask you a question, JB. So I asked you, what are the reasons why it's wrong to kill a fetus? The first reason you gave is because it's illegal, and then the second reason you gave was that it's unjust. So I regretfully inform you that unjust is a synonym for wrong. So, in other words, your second argument you gave why abortion is wrong was circular. Quote unquote, it's wrong because it's wrong. And then the first argument you gave... One moment, I'm almost done. And then the first argument that you gave, it's wrong because it's against the law. Well, it's actually not against the law in all states. So therefore, in accordance with that view, you'd argue that abortion is not wrong in Colorado, for instance. But clearly you won't. So you see the absurdities in the position. Now, Santana is going to ask you a question. Then after Santana asks you that question, feel free to respond to the view.
Hey, can you name one piece of legislation that restricts the male's body?
Say that one more time. Sorry, Santana.
Can you name one piece of legislation that restricts men's bodies?
That restricts men's bodies?
Yep.
Not off the top of the head. Go ahead.
Okay, so there is none. That's why. But why would you be okay for advocating for legislation that would restrict women's bodies but not men's bodies?
I can't go play in women's sports, can I?
Why? What does that have to do with my direct question?
It's restricting my body.
Please answer the question directly.
It's restricting my physical body from doing something.
That's literally not how things work. Hey, Bub, lock in.
Really? Oh, really?
Yeah.
What one gender can't play in the other gender's
yes, there's actually co-ed.
We agree.
There's co-ed sports. There's literally sports where men and women can play together. Can you lock the fuck in and just answer the question? Why are you good with legislation that would restrict women's bodies and not men's bodies?
Yeah, because there are some instances where, like I was saying, men shouldn't be playing in women's sports. Women shouldn't be murdering their babies.
That's not... Never mind. You got it, Dean. This guy's stupid.
Okay. All right. So back on track with the first 2 arguments. Would you like me to repeat the refutation of your 2 points?
Yeah, well, you said that I made the claim that abortion is against the law. That's not what I said. I said the unjust homicide of another life is against the law. And if that abortion is elective, that is an unjust homicide.
Yeah, the question is why?
Because if it's a human life has moral worth. Do we agree?
No, we do not agree that all human life has moral worth.
So which ones
to
don't?
The extent of granting the right to life.
Which humans do and which humans don't?
Yeah, like a really good example of human life. So we typically would exclude from granting enough moral worth to grant the right to life, to then grant legal protections to the extent of throwing somebody in jail for murder if they kill them, would be brain dead patients who are biologically alive.
So one's at the end of their life and one's just beginning.
Okay, this does not change the fact that that would be a group of humans who does not possess sufficient moral worth to grant them the right to life, even though they are
One
a member
has
of our
massive
species.
moral worth, the other
Therefore,
one
this
has-
principle that all human lives have sufficient moral value to be given the right to life is false. Like, even though one is at the end of their life and the other's at the beginning, that doesn't change the fact that they're both human lives, right? So, therefore, your principle falls flat on its face.
No, well, if something has a future, ending it deprives that future. That's morally significant, isn't it?
Okay, so it's no longer about the fact that it's a human life, and now it's about the fact that we're depriving it of a future, correct?
You heard me correctly.
Perfect. So, do zygotes have futures?
Look, you already acknowledged that life.
Can you answer my question, please? I don't understand why you're not answering my question. Do zygotes have futures?
Sure, yeah, they do. It's a
Okay,
life.
perfect.
Though.
Are
You called
zygotes
it a
human
life
lives?
earlier in this life?
Are zygotes human lives?
Yes, you said life begins at conception.
Okay, so then you think that zygotes have moral value, right?
Go ahead.
No, I just want to clarify. So therefore you think that zygotes have moral value, right?
Sure.
Okay, so then you think it'd be murder to kill a zygote, right?
Why are you playing this game?
Because I'm making a counter argument to your shitty ass position.
Well,
dude.
go ahead and
you
finish
wanted
the
an abortion. Well, oh my goodness. You wanted an abortion debate, and now that I'm giving you an abortion debate, you are like whining, arguing that you're not going to answer the questions.
So bad. He wanted it so bad until he got cooked.
So it's so I'm doing what is called building an argument. So now that I've gotten you to accept that zygotes have a future, zygotes are human life, therefore they have more value, therefore it's murder to kill them. Well, actually, that's one I have yet to have you accept. Let's go back to that. So because we agree that just like fetuses, just like you, just like me, zygotes also have future and they're a human life. Can we agree that under your view, it would therefore be murder to kill a zygote?
Yes.
Do you think that all murderers should go to jail?
Under the pure definition, sure.
Okay, so now that you've accepted that it's murder to kill a zygote and all murderers should go to jail, the necessary implication there would be is the fact that you think if you kill a zygote or murder a zygote, you should go to jail. So an IUD is a form of birth control. It's an intrauterine device. And in many scenarios, an IUD will allow for conception to occur, meaning that you have a unique human life for the future, therefore it'd be murder to kill it. But then they simply prevent it from implanting into the uterine lining of a female, essentially starving the zygote to death, which under your view would be murder, given that the woman knew what that IUD could do and still yet chose to get an IUD, then chose to engage in consensual sex, which then led to the creation of the zygote with its failure to implant, causing its death. Under your view, that woman would be therefore culpable for murder. Should that woman go to jail?
No, because this is a disagreement about. This is not a disagreement about biology. This is a disagreement on moral classification. You've got your side, right, which is trying to give personhood to a human life from conception. But let's separate those two. That personhood develops later and human life begins at conception. For murder to be true here, there would need to be personhood.
Okay, wow. So I've rattled you so hard, I've now gotten you to endorse a pro-choice worldview that life is not morally significant from the moment of conception, contrary to everything in which you just shared. So the first thing I want to point out here is you are literally abandoning every single thing that you've said up until this moment in the debate. You told us that being a human is what gives you moral value, therefore it'd be murder to kill a life. You are abandoning that principle. You told us that possessing a future is what would give somebody moral value, therefore it would cause it to be murder to end their life. You are now abandoning that position as well, because zygotes have futures, zygotes are human lives, but yeah, now you're arguing that it's not murder to kill them because they don't have personhood yet. Okay, so perfect. When does a fetus get personhood?
Later.
At what point?
Look, are you trying to morally lecture me here on
I'm trying to ask you a question. Yeah, I'm asking you, at what point in a pregnancy does a fetus attain quote-unquote personhood?
That's not the debate. The debate is whether
it absolutely is. We're having a debate about abortion. Clearly, the moment in which you think the fetus's life is morally valuable is very relevant to this debate, because that would mean that all the abortions in which would fall prior to that point would be morally permissible. Like, for instance, if you think that a fetus develops personhood at 20 through 24 weeks, well, then all the fucking sudden, you endorse Roe v. Wade because it only protects access to abortion prior to viability, which would be at around 20 through 24 weeks, meaning that you don't think any abortions protected under Roe v. Wade are wrong. And because you don't think they're wrong, then you have no good reason to infringe upon, the bodily autonomy of the woman getting the abortion. So I now hope you understand why the point in which you think the fetus develops personhood is very relevant, because if it develops personhood beyond that point, then you're actually a Democrat that supports Roe v. Wade. So try to answer the question better this time, now that I've demonstrated its relevance. At what point does a fetus develop personhood?
Once it's exited the womb, and it deserves protection all the way up to the moment before then.
Wait, but you just told us it doesn't have moral value until it leaves the womb, which is when you said it gains personhood. So if it doesn't have moral worth prior to leaving the womb, then why does it deserve moral protection? That's not what I said at all. That is what you said. You said that personhood is what grants moral worth, and then that's what comes later.
Dean, you got to get the wax out of your ears or something.
Well, are you going to correct yourself? Correct your blunder?
No, it wasn't a blunder. I have nothing to correct.
Wait, yes you do, because earlier you said it can't be murder to kill a life until that life has personhood, meaning it wouldn't be murder to kill a fetus
I know you like
until it comes out of the womb, right? Did you accept that? Did you accept that, or more so, did you say, not did you accept, did you say that it's not murder to kill a life until it has personhood?
What I did was point out the error you were making in the moral classification problem, the disagreement.
Let's just like literally roll back the string.
We agreed that life began at conception.
Wait. I'm gonna put you on mute.
I believe that. I'm
putting you on mute. We're just gonna roll back the VOD. Let's see what you said. Because if you said that it's not murder to kill the life until it has personhood, and then you just suggested that personhood occurs when they leave a woman's body, then you don't think that abortion is murder even at 9 months. So, like, if you said that, then you are radically pro-choice. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Define murder.
Unjust termination of a human life. You said that it's not murder to kill the life until goats have moral value, right? Yes.
Just make the argument.
He wanted it so
because we a future. I think that you're about to say.
Under the pure definition, sure.
Okay, so now that you're applicable, and many of you into under you could do, which the death can go
about. This is not a disagreement about biology. This is a disagreement on moral classification. You've got your side, right, which is trying to give personhood to a human life from conception. But let's separate those two. That personhood develops later and human life begins at conception. For murder to be true here, there would need to be personhood.
Okay. You are radically pro-choice! You just said for murder to be true, they would have to have personhood, and for personhood to be true, they'd have to leave the womb. Therefore, any circumstance that has ever occurred of a woman killing a fetus inside of her womb from the day of conception until the moment before birth is not murder.
Yeah, no, I mean, I see what you're doing here, and it's quite wise of you. But at the end of the day, you guys love to claim the moral high ground. You say that society must protect the vulnerable, and you say that the strong must defend the weak. You like to wag your finger and remind everybody of that principle. But here's the problem: the most defenseless human life gets the least protection.
Why should I care if it's not murder to kill them?
No ability to defend itself. So the question is simple. Right? Do you want to protect the vulnerable, or do you just like to talk about it?
Sure, I'll give you a really good answer to that question. I don't want to protect the life of a fetus because it's not murder to end it.
All right. Well, we're not going to get anywhere then. I appreciate you letting me come up.
Wait. Why would we ever grant a life legal protections if it's not murder to end the life? Because the definition of murder is the unjustified termination of a life. Therefore, if it's not murder to kill the fetus, then it's not unjustified to kill the fetus. Unjustified is a synonym for wrong. Therefore, it's not wrong to kill the fetus. If it's not wrong to do this, then why should we prevent people from doing it?
All right, go ahead. Yeah, keep defending killing babies. That's cool.
Answer the question.
Thanks, guys.
No, don't leave. You said it's not wrong to kill a fetus. If it's not wrong to kill it, then why should we prevent it?
Why do you choose to use the word kill there?
Because you're killing a life?
Because it's killing a life. Yeah.
Yes.
That's pretty wrong, and I don't think.
Wait, you've already told us you don't think it's wrong because you said you don't think it's murder.
Fun game, but
it's not a fun game. Just by definition, murder is what? The wrongful killing of a life, right? Do you accept that definition of murder? He left.
Baseball ain't fun no more, Dean.
Dude, I've never ever seen somebody fucking like blunder so badly. That was by far like the worst blunder I've ever seen in an abortion debate. Like, wow.
He wanted that debate so bad, like so bad. Dude. Baseball ain't fun no more.
Wait, bro. We got to go back to the beginning of the debate. I just need to listen to what he said. Oh, damn.
He's way nicer than... Yeah, but you know...
30. Yeah, man, well, the debate starts with millions of elective abortions after consensual sex.
I'm sorry, I'm going to try to fill in the gaps here. You're telling us that you support Trump because of abortion?
Yeah, and then all of a sudden the argument will jump to...
Are you just like a single issue voter?
There's many reasons, but we can debate this one unless you have a problem with debating pro-life.
No, I don't. Do you think that anything that he's ever done outweighs this fact of the notion that you want less abortion?
Well, why do you want a category jump here?
Well, I'm not category jump. I'm just simply asking you. Like, I don't know. Like quite frankly, dude, when I come across somebody that labels themselves as a pro-life Trump supporter, the first thought that pops into my head is, God damn, if you're pro-life, how could you possibly support the guy that threatened to genocide 90 million lives? If you're pro-life,
no, I think
it's just like I find it to be a hypocritical view.
I think the first thought that came to your head was, let's not debate abortion. Let's debate anything but abortion.
No, if that was the first thought that came to my head, then I likely wouldn't have ran the same line of argumentation and asked the same question to every other pro-lifer that has joined my stream over the course of the last month or two, especially in consideration. Dude, I just had to rewind, and I'm sure I could let that play for longer and hear him repeat that, but I won't waste everybody's time. I was rewinding that because at the beginning of the debate, he was essentially positing that I was like super terrified to debate on abortion because I knew that I'd lose the debate.
That's why I said he wanted it so bad.
He wanted it so like crazy. I don't know. He wanted it. I gave it to him. Casey, welcome into eSport Trump.
Hi, Dean. Actually, I don't. I just want to say that you are an amazing human being, and I support you and what you've been doing for everyone on this platform. And
thank you so much for the incredibly kind words, Casey. You are awesome. Show some love to Casey down below in that comment section while we try to find that next Trump supporter. I would like to remind everybody that Santana is banning everybody who breaks the rules.
I really am. I really am.
I do support Trump. Mason?
No, he does.
What's that?
Wait. My bad.
I don't think Mason means to be here. Goodbye, Mason. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got Chris V loading up and okay. Ooh, my sister's in town and she just invited me and my girlfriend to go to a bar with her. That sounds like fun. I never go outside. I never go to bars. Sounds like fun.
It'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Not somebody spamming Bantana.
Love that. I don't touch grass enough. I don't get out enough. Well, I don't know. I kind of have like this sense of paranoia when I go to bars in my town because I live in a very conservative area. And, you know, the type of people that frequent the bars here are going to be like the cowboy rootin' tootin' conservative young dudes. All right. So it's like putting myself in a scenario where there's just like a bunch of really drunk young conservative men who likely have TikTok and know who I am. It's just like it's a little bit of a tricky situation to be in. Let me tell you. Yeah, Steve, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Steve, I got to thank a couple people who have sent donations into the show. Thank you, Steve. Rodney, thank you for the $10 on YouTube. He says, Dean of his theory was right. Wouldn't every episode of Intercourse also be murder? Eggs and sperms are already alive. No, actually, Rodney, if his theory was to be right, then there wouldn't be a single instance of abortion being wrong up until the very moment prior to birth. He was radically pro-choice, dude. Tori, thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. Shout out to Tori down below. Tori, that is beyond kind of you. Thank you so much for that love and support. That is Torey. Show some love to Tori. You are awesome. Hell yes. Tori with the $50 says, for all the people that keep bringing up Trump being a Christian, Trump has spent more time in Stormy Daniels than he has ever been in a church or a Bible. God damn, Tori.
That's a dope.
God damn, Tori.
That's
God damn. Thank you for the $50. On Dean. That is ONDINE. Thank you so much for the $20 donation as well. Show some love to On Dean down below. Dean with the $20 says, these MAGA trolls crave any connection or link to you so much. They must be studied. It's obsession. Oh, dude, there's so many of them that are very obsessed. 100%. Samantha, I appreciate you for the $5 as well. And then Lisa, thank you so much for the $24 donation, who says, checking in to remind you of how much I appreciate you. You are younger than my youngest kid. Also a YouTube personality. Fuck yes. You're doing this country such a favor. These 18-year-olds, Jesus, and their opinions cannot. I love you, kid. Love you too, Lisa. That is so cool that you also happen to have a child who is a YouTube personality. Shout out to them. That's sick. I probably had similar conversations with my mom that you've had with your child. Thank you so much for the love and support. Joseph, thank you so much for the $24 donation on Venmo to quote-unquote support a round for the double date at the bar. Dude, Joseph, that's really kind of you. That's really considerate of you, man. Beyond kind. Thank you so much, Joseph. Show some love to Joseph. Thank you, dude. Phil, thank you for the $7 and the 77 cents on Venmo. Shout out to the good Phil. Towards a drink tonight if you go. Oh man, you guys are buttering me up. Nicole, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, thank you for sticking up to these MAGA assholes. Well, thank you for tuning in, and I appreciate you for supporting what we do. Asia and then Abby, thank you both for the $5. And then who else do we have here? Chef, thank you for the $1. Patty, thank you so much, Jerry. Patsy, thank you for the $50 donation on Venmo. That is PATSY, Patsy. I hope that you're having a great night. I feel like I haven't seen you for a while. Hope you've been well, but thank you so very much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Shout out to Patsy down below. If you're watching and you want to support me, support the stream, allow us to continue to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can actually find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on YouTube, and the handles right there, Dean Withers without the E. But at this moment in time, we're going to go to pass that mic off to the Trump supporter. If you want to take it away, Steve, the mic and the floor are yours.
Okay, got a question for you. You evidently make the decision on what is a viable fetus and what is not, so that you can destroy the fetus. That's your opinion, correct?
Incorrect.
No, you've got data that tells what's viable and what's not.
So let me correct what was incorrect about your statement. So I do not determine, when a fetus is viable. Medical health professionals and the advancement of medical technology would determine when a fetus is viable. And I also don't base my position on abortion off of viability. I base it based upon the emergence of sentience, or in other words, low levels of first-person subjective experiences. Now that I've corrected your statement, continue.
Okay. Well, I took it the other way, that it's really an opinion, because if I personally believe that a fetus is a fetus upon conception.
Okay, well, you're wrong. Okay. At the moment of conception, it's actually referred to as a blastosis, and then is it a zygote? Is it an embryo then a fetus? I might have a zygote and embryo backwards, but
okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm a Christian. I believe in the Bible, and I believe what the Lord says.
All right. Then you should believe that abortion's okay for women who get pregnant from cheating on their wives, right?
Correct.
Sorry, and husbands, right?
No.
Okay, well, that's what Numbers 15, 24 through 34 says.
You must believe in the Holocaust. Because
what?
It was
holy pivot, Batman.
It was Hitler's opinion that you Jews weren't worth a shit, and he could kill them all, right?
Hey, wait, Steve, can you go back? We're talking about the Bible book. Can we lock in for a second?
Isn't that you?
No,
you believe in that.
Not
that
me.
was his opinion. That was his law.
And what we'd say here is that his opinion is wrong.
That was German law.
Okay, yeah, and it was immoral. It was wrong.
So if it's the law, it's okay.
Wait,
right?
Steve, stop running from what you said about the Bible. We want to talk about the Bible. You said you're a Christian.
I'm pressing up.
You're running from it. Steve, go back. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200. Go back.
Go ahead, Santana. Go ahead.
All right. We're talking about the Bible gives a prescription for an abortion, so you must be good with that, right?
The Bible gives a description of an
prescription.
Abortion.
Prescription, not description.
Does it say it's okay?
Yes.
Oh, it does. So
yes,
God says that anyone can take a life other than Him.
No, they tell you exactly how to actually administer an abortion.
What Bible are you reading?
Yeah, I am reading.
Quote it to me.
Have you ever heard about the bitter waters?
No, quote me the scripture.
I got you. Don't worry about it. Dean, do you know the actual verse right offhand?
Yes, Numbers 15, verses 25 through 35, approximately.
There we go. You don't know the Bible book?
No, don't start that. I'm asking for your data.
the Bible's the data?
Oh wait, it might be Numbers 5. I think it's Numbers.
Yeah, it is Numbers 5.
Comments and telling people
Numbers 5, 11 through 31, right?
Yeah, I mean, you like 11 through 31. It's kind of a big chunk of text. I usually just like reduce it down to like 25 through 35.
Yeah.
25 through 31, somewhere around there. Yeah. By the way, if you're a Christian, you shouldn't be pro-life. Just wanted to point that one out.
I shouldn't.
I'll give you the good part. I'll start at 21. Here the priest is to put the woman under this curse. May the Lord curse you to become a curse among your people when he makes your womb miscarry and your abdomen swell. May the water bring the curse into your body, and so that your abdomen swell and your womb miscarries.
Okay.
Yeah, it tells them how to get an abortion. Hey, guess what they say if the abortion...
That? Who did it say did that? The Lord, not
No. The priest did it, and that was the priest was saying that was the words the priests were saying.
The priest said, "May the Lord do it."
Yeah, that gave him an abortion, Bub.
No.
That's literally what you haven't even looked at the verse. How do you know?
I don't have to. I'm sitting out on a dock. But
yeah. Anyway, do you know what the actual punishment is if there's a miscarriage and it was an unjust miscarriage?
Admittedly, real quick, I just want to hop in here. Admittedly, I mean, I try to think about counter arguments to like the arguments that I run on live, and I think that this actually is a possible contender for the abortion one. Is that God could kind of just do anything, and in virtue of that fact, it's good. But like, if you were to do the exact same thing that God does, then it's not necessarily always good. I think a really clear example of this per Christian theology would be the genocide of the Amalekites in 1 Samuel 15:3, right? Where like God, genocides or tells Saul and his men to genocide men and women and children. Oh, well, it was a commandment from God, so therefore he must have had ultimately good reason to give this commandment due to and in virtue of the fact that he's all good. This doesn't mean that you could go out there and genocide people because you're not God. What if something similar were to be true of Numbers 5, 21 through 31, where, there's a testament to the fact that abortion is sometimes okay, ultimately with God's approval. Maybe this doesn't necessarily mean that anybody could go out there and kill a fetus, and that this is no different than God's specific commandment of genocide in 1 Samuel. But I mean, then that kind of launches into a greater critique of Christian theology as a whole. So, I mean, I've kind of like abandoned running the Numbers 5 argument for that reason. And I don't think that this guy is really articulating that position so well, but I think that's what he's getting at. Do you mind if I try to introduce a little bit of another thought here?
You got it.
Okay, Steve. What denomination of Christianity do you follow?
Me, I'm a Methodist.
Okay, is just to clarify, that's Reformed, right?
That's what?
It's part of the Reform movement, Protestant. It's not like you don't believe in like the normative authority of any magisterium?
No.
Okay, perfect. All right. Do you believe that all sins are identical in the eyes of God outside of blasphemy, or do you believe that some sins are worse than others?
No, I think they're all the same.
Okay. Do you think that it should be illegal to lie to your child about the existence of Santa Claus?
Yeah.
It should?
Yep.
Be illegal?
Not illegal. I think it's immoral.
I know. You do think it's immoral because it's a sin. It's a lie, right? But do you think that sin should be illegal?
No.
Okay. Then you don't think it should be illegal to get an abortion because they're both sins. And in one circumstance, you're arguing that the sin shouldn't be illegal. But since that sin is, quote unquote, the same, per your word of mouth, to the sin of abortion shouldn't be illegal either if you want to maintain logical consistency. In fact, your argument here is hinging on logical contradiction, on a logical contradiction due to the fact that you're arguing that these two sins are identical. Meanwhile, you're simultaneously arguing that one sin should be legal and the other sin should be illegal. And if you want to respond by saying, oh, well, these two sins are super different, lying is different than abortion. Oh, wait, no, you just said that all sins are the same. So they're actually not different at all.
In God's eyes, they're all the same.
Okay, in God's eyes is the perfect divine standard of morality. So who the fuck are you to sit here and say that one sin is worse than the other and that's why one should be illegal and the other shouldn't? You can't fucking say that. Since you're going to sit here and argue that they're both just as wrong as one another and they're identical in essence, if you want to say that one should be illegal, you have to say that the other one should be too. So now you actually wouldn't argue that abortion should be illegal.
Did I say that?
Well, I mean, you came up here to debate on why you support Trump. This would be a conversation about policy. And ultimately, that would root back to him overturning Roe v. Wade, allowing more states to criminalize access to abortion. So, yes, it was an implication.
Let me ask you this. Your favorite argument is saying you're pro-life, but you support Trump, and he was killed 100 and something school kids.
Yes.
Did Trump kill them? Did he order their death?
Yeah, if he ordered the strikes on Iran, then he ordered their death, yeah.
No, he didn't.
Okay, so he didn't order the strikes on Iran? The commander-in-chief was snoozing away while we started a war?
If you're the chief of police and you send a cop out on the street to arrest somebody that's got a traffic ticket, but somebody sees somebody in the street and he shoots them and kills them, is that the same?
Well, it's actually not the same. Because in one circumstance, the orders to drop in one circumstance, the orders to bomb these locations, and then they did bomb those locations that included an elementary school. Then in the other circumstance, it was to arrest somebody. Then they disregarded that order of arrest, then shot somebody, different than the order given. But you're actually pivoting away from the argument I just gave you. Do you have any comment whatsoever on the notion that in accordance with Christian theology, you actually cannot appropriately believe that abortion should be illegal? And if you do, you also have to believe that lying to your child about the existence of Santa Claus should also be illegal.
No, you're the one that brought the Santa Claus stuff up. We're talking about the stuff you said earlier.
We're talking about Christian theology. We're talking about sins. We're talking about how we legislate on sins.
Okay. If you was talking about abortion, then why did you bring up Trump and having some casualties of war because a bomb went awry? He didn't order that school to be bombed.
Did he threaten to genocide 90 million people? Because what it seems to be the case is you're arguing in contention to the point that he ordered those children to die. Because if he were to order their death, then he wouldn't be pro-life. So very similarly, do you accept that because he threatened to genocide 90 million people, that he's not pro-life?
Okay, anytime that we bomb anybody that's casualties of war. So does that mean that Obama,
anytime we bomb somebody, we don't threaten to genocide 90 million people.
Dropped a bomb on another country.
Many other presidents are guilty of war crimes too. But as far as I know, Kamala Harris didn't threaten to genocide 90 million people. But Obama is definitely not an adequate response to the question asked. Do you accept that Donald Trump is not pro-life because he threatened to genocide 90 million people?
Do I accept that? No, I don't accept that because you're playing with words.
How so?
I don't accept it. That's my opinion.
How am I playing with words?
That's my opinion.
I'm asking you to explain your opinion, my friend.
I have the right to my opinion, do I not?
Okay, and I have the right to ask you to explain it. So go ahead and give us the explanation. How am I playing with words?
Okay. You're talking about abortion, which is the right to life, of a fetus. Someone who is murdered that doesn't even see daylight yet.
I would actually like to clarify. The conversation is about the legalization or the legality of abortion. That's all that matters. The morality of abortion doesn't really matter. The legality of abortion is all that matters. Now, yeah, usually conversations surrounding the legality of abortion turn into a conversation about the morality of abortion, sure, right? But not necessarily. It doesn't have to. And coming from the Christian worldview would be a really appropriate example of where you might morally think that abortion is wrong and identify it as a sin, but that doesn't give you enough reason to argue that it should be illegal, because there's other sins that are apparently identical to this one that you don't think should be criminal to engage in, like lying to your child about the existence of Santa Claus.
Well, you must. Okay, so is it immoral to rape a woman?
What?
Yeah. By the way, a court determined that Donald Trump did that.
I'm asking you that. But you said morality doesn't matter.
I said that morality doesn't matter towards the conversation about the legality of abortion necessarily, although it may be relevant in many different debates depending on the context. But determining the morality of the rape of a woman is separate and different from determining the legality of abortion. What the fuck are we doing?
I don't think he's tracking.
They're both against the law. And they're both moral issues.
Dude's not tracking. Dude's not tracking. Are you a Trump supporter?
Who?
Are you a Trump supporter?
Of course I am.
Yeah, okay, well, you just said that raping a woman's morally wrong. Here's a verdict form from a jury that determined Donald Trump did that. How do you feel?
I've seen that. That's Donald Trump's personal deal. Let me
Fucking knew it.
Let me tell you something
Fucking
about
knew
personal
it.
deal.
Well, let me explain
Fucking knew
myself.
it. That all that
Donald
Christian Christian morality out the window.
Let me
all the
explain
Christian
myself.
morality gone.
Personal
Shut the fuck
deal.
up.
Oh, you're swearing. Oh, you're being a bad Christian.
I'm a sinner, just like all Christians.
All right, yeah. Can you
Okay.
repent to God?
Yes, I can.
Okay, do it.
Let me.
No, ask God to forgive you for telling Santana, shut the fuck
Forgive me,
up.
Lord, because I said shut the fuck up.
I was about to good boy him, but dude's like 80.
I
That's
almost did it too.
I did. I know. I can't do that to an 80-year-old. Go ahead.
All right. let me explain myself. I didn't like Trump before he became president. I don't like a lot of the things he does. But I've been a businessman. I started a business at 18. I operated that business 50 years until I retired at 68. Now, a little over 50 years, but anyway, this country, the financial shape the country got into, I thought, and I still think, we needed a businessman.
It's worse now.
Straighten the country out.
It's worse now. He has 6 bankruptcies.
Listen, you're kind of an old head, so you might remember this. But last month, gas prices rose the most in any given month since 1967, with the start of the Vietnam War.
Was that Trump?
Yeah.
Yes.
What?
Do you remember that? Do you remember like the start of the Vietnam War, where the prices of gas went up like extraordinarily high because a vast majority of countries inside of OPEC stopped sending us oil?
War because the Vietnam War went on 500 years before we ever got into it.
500.
Look it up. The North Vietnamese and South Vietnamese has fought for hundreds of years.
The point that I'm making is that the price of oil increased the most it ever has in a given month since the Vietnam War last month under Trump.
That's not true. I owned a gas station when I was 18 years old. A Gulf station. Gas went from 18 cents a gallon to 38 cents a gallon in 2 weeks. Look it up.
Buddy, that's the largest increase of gas in American history, and that was in 1967.
That started up since then. Look what gas is now.
I don't think you understand. It's another tracking issue,
bro. That's literally dude's he's old. That's what I'm he's talking about, the 1967 oil crisis. It's the largest increase since then.
Steve, you don't understand proportions. Come on, Steve. You remember back in our day, Steve. That was a massive jump.
Did you support?
Think about it, Steve.
But I guess I've never really gotten a chance to ask a really old Trump supporter this that lived through segregation. Did you support racial segregation as a kid?
Sure, I did. Oh, segregation? No, I have always had very personal colored, black,
colored. God damn.
They called them colored then. We call them black now. I still have many black friends.
Tokenization. Knew you were going to do it. God damn it, Steve.
We're all pink on the inside.
Oh,
It's
just tokenizing and gross. What?
Can we clarify it? Did you mean to say, quote unquote, sure I did, with no hesitation in less than a second when I asked you if you supported segregation growing up?
No, I chose the wrong word. I supported integration. I supported blacks going to the same school.
Black people, bub.
Blacks. Black
people, bub.
Black person. You
Holy
don't
shit.
categorize them as blacks. They're a black person or a black people.
Yeah, I was correcting you.
I know you are, but it's hard for me to get rid of all the words I've grown up with. They want to be called African American.
Wait, Steve. Hey, Steve.
Okay.
What other words that you grow up with that is hard? Wait,
15
Steve.
years ago. 15
Steve.
years ago. What did you call
What other words did you grow up with that is hard for you to get rid of when it comes to the quote unquote blacks?
Are you talking about the N word?
I don't know, Steve. It kind of sounds like that may be.
I thought he was just about to rip it.
I thought he was too. I thought he was just gonna let it fly.
My mouth. Santana.
You said you want what in your mouth, Steve?
I have never used that word. I don't use that word, so don't try to hang that on me. I don't use that word.
I was just asking questions.
I respect them.
Respect them.
Employed them.
Okay. Do you mind if I ask you a question? If you respect black people, then do you understand why it's maybe not a good thing to support Trump as president because he's super racist? A good example of this would be 77, when he got sued by the New York State Justice Department for refusing to rent to black people because of the color of their skin. Or even just like a month and a half ago, when he depicted the Obamas, the most successful black people in American history, as like literal apes, monkeys, and gorillas.
Okay, I'm going to respond to that.
I know you are.
If you'll let me talk.
Yeah.
You're both Democrats, so I'll tell you right now, the Democrats have put all minorities on this welfare chain so they can control them.
What? God damn!
Oh yeah, you put somebody on food stamps, welfare, whether the black, white, green, yellow, whatever, you've got control of them.
Hey, Steve.
Because
Steve,
you support them. You have their life in your hand.
Steve. Which race proportionally gets the most SNAP benefits?
I don't know anymore.
White people. Do they have white people on welfare chains by your premise, Steve?
They have a lot of white people.
What you just said it was minorities, so is it minorities or white people? Which one, Steve? You seem a little confused.
Oh no, I'm not confused. You want to babble with words. I said a while ago it didn't matter what color they were. White, green, blue, black, whatever. You get them on welfare, you've got control of them.
So that's not necessarily true. Welfare programs are actually built as launch pads to help people go from existing as a low-income person to a higher-income person.
They used to be.
No, they still are. Donald Trump just actually touted. He just touted lifting families out of poverty due to SNAP benefits. Like this was something he just talked about at the end of last year about lifting. What was it, like 30% of families out of poverty or something? Like they absolutely benefit.
And by the way, this isn't an answer to the question, because the question I asked you is, if you're as anti-racist as you suggest you are, how do you feel about Donald Trump being super racist? And then I gave you 2 examples of it, and then you just didn't respond to the 2 examples I gave you.
Because you've never responded to what? You never let me finish what I was saying to start with. That's just another question you threw out to bounds.
Yep, sorry. Go ahead and tell us about the blacks.
At your earliest convenience, could you tell us what your thoughts are on Donald Trump refusing to rent to black people because of black people, and him depicting black people as apes, monkeys, and gorillas? I mean, you're an older dude. You remember segregation. I bet you remember the rhetoric that you heard of like black people being the beasts of the wild, and this is why we need to push them out of town after 7 p.m. so they don't kill us or harm us because they're aggressive, vile beasts. And that's where the depiction of black people as monkeys, apes, and gorillas came from. And then we saw the president depicted the 2 most successful black people in American history as those monkeys, apes, and gorillas. What are your thoughts? Is that racist? Do you condemn Donald Trump for this?
if everything you just said was true, I'll condemn him for that.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean he's perfect. We had never had a president that was perfect.
Well, we've also never had a president that had so many imperfections, ranging from rape to sexual exploitation to threat of genocide to racism.
Do you think John F. Kennedy should have been put in jail for his deal with Marilyn Monroe?
Cheating on his wife? I don't think that people go to jail for cheating on their wives.
Donald Trump would be under the jail if that was the case.
You said it was bad. You said it was immoral, and Trump is immoral. You talk about Trump's affairs, but you don't say anything about John F. Kennedy's affairs.
Well, because John F. Kennedy's been dead for 60 years. That's why.
But was he a moral president?
Was JFK a good president? I'm not actually super familiar with his policy, so I mean, I'd assume so because everybody has something good to say about him.
JFK was a maniac. JFK was 30 minutes away from having this country annihilated by Nikita Khrushchev.
Wait, this guy's anti-JFK? I feel like even like a vast majority of like even the GOP acknowledges that JFK was a chiller.
I grew up during that era. I grew up trying to hide under.
Wait. Would you rather have JFK as president or Trump as president?
Trump.
Okay, so you'd rather have the rapist over the non-rapist. The prolific cool guy would be under the unprolific weirdo that's like admitted to sexual exploitation and threatened to genocide 90 million people.
I don't know. You're comparing him against somebody that grew up in a mob family, whose dad was a bootlegger.
Oh, wait, are you talking about Trump's dad, who, well, like, unironically, was a part of the Russian mafia and housed them at the Trump estates and was also a member of the KKK?
Yeah. Oh, also his granddad owned brothels. Like, that's how they got a majority of their money, right, is through brothels, so.
Kennedy's dad got his money back.
Dude, on God, listen. All right, bro, dude, go find some like geezer to debate like JFK's presidency with. That's not me. That's not me, dude. Like, dude, listen. I'm 20. I just got the legal right to buy a beer. All right, I'm not going to be having a debate with you about JFK's dad. The fuck are we doing?
Well,
Steve is trying to debate in a time machine.
Santana makes him out to be some kind of wonderful guy.
Who? I haven't said shit about JFK. What?
You're going to blast JFK? You don't support JFK?
I didn't say that. That was Dean.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm under the impression that he was quite the chiller. Right? JFK was cool. I don't know any of his accomplishments. I think he was anti-Israel. That's pretty, like, damn, a president from the 60s that's anti-Israel? Holy, that's awesome.
I don't even know how he felt about the Jews because he was Catholic. So,
what? Also, just what did you ask me?
Kennedy was Catholic.
Okay. Yeah, so is like 60% of the country and?
Mm-hmm.
And what?
Yeah, exactly. And what?
Steve is just spamming random shit now.
No, I'm not.
Everything he can remember.
That's fucked up.
I get upset when I get on here because I've listened to y'all badmouth Republicans. That's all you do.
Okay. I badmouth pieces of shit.
Republicans
so
are crazy
true.
to y'all. And we think Democrats are crazy.
Let me clarify. I don't think all Republicans are crazy. I definitely ideologically disagree with all Republicans, but not all Republicans are crazy. Like at least like some Republicans know where to draw the line. Like I'm looking at like Rick Wilson and the Republicans Against Trump movement, right? They've been hating that dude ever since like J6 trying to never prevent him from ever being in office again. Like, no, okay, yeah, Rick Wilson's not crazy. and he's a Republican. But I have a problem with the crazy MAGA Republicans who are willing to endorse a president even after he hides files accusing him of child rape, even after he refuses to abide by Congress and abide by federal law to release the Epstein files, even after, he refuses to pay out food stamp benefits, even when court orders that he has to, even after he threatens the genocide of 90 million people, even after he tries to insurrect our nation's capital and rig an election and then pardons the people who attempted to help him even though they tried to kill cops, even after he raped a woman and said that that woman should be thrown in jail, or he boasted about sexually exploiting the bodies of naked women and girls, or imposed tariffs on every other country in the fucking world and then only lifted them when they spoke to him nice. He's a goddamn lunatic with a low IQ that has a vocabulary of around 40 words. Okay, he should be nowhere near politics whatsoever. And by the way, about that vocabulary of around nearly 40 words, bro, I'm telling you, if you listen to any Trump speech in the last 8 years, it will comprise the same 40 words every single time. You can't identify a single clip of him speaking intelligently about policy in the last 8 years either. It'll just be like, well, I don't know, just ask me a random question. Act like you're interviewing me. Ask me a random question.
Let me tell you something.
No, I'm being seriously. Act like I'm Trump. Ask me a question.
Stupid. Trump is so stupid. He's a billionaire.
Yes, if billionaires are inherently intelligent. Listen, if the most intelligent people in society are also the richest, well, why wasn't Einstein worth $3 trillion, dude? No, there's not a necessary and strict correlation between income, wealth, net worth, and intelligence.
Oh, you think? Well, Einstein couldn't even tie his own shoes.
Oh yeah, but he was smartest. He was smart enough to determine, the theory of relative. Oh my God, the theory of relativity. Relativity. Thank you. The theory of relativity. Thank you. But not smart enough to tie his own shoes. So real. Yeah. So Einstein was a dumbass.
What? No. What else did Einstein do? What did Edison do?
Thomas Edison? Edison or Epstein? Well, Epstein was a child rapist who was best friends with Trump. Didn't Edison just rip off Nikola Tesla's designs, then label them as his own, but they're a little bit shittier because they're like AC instead of DC?
Steve, are we hopping in your time machine again?
Yeah, we are.
Okay, got it.
You get it by a point in life. You relive life. You don't look to the future much. You relive.
And you know what? And see, that's the problem, Steve. Like, you say that, but like that's literally what's happening with Donald Trump and the people that is currently in office. They're reliving life. Donald Trump is talking about the golden age when he's really talking about the gilded age, and he's posting stuff on his social media of like, when people were walking around in three-piece suits and all this other stuff, but at the same time passing like deregulation and polluting the environment, trying to build more data centers that's going to leave not only debt but environmental harm for the next generation and future generations. Steve, it sounds like you don't care about the future or like next generations. You only care about reliving your golden years and being happy in the moment. Like, that's kind of fucked, Steve.
Hang on a second. You're talking about data centers? So you're saying that the younger generation doesn't want these data centers. They don't want AI.
I'm saying without regulation and over pollution, there won't be a planet, Steve.
AI, right?
Steve, I said without regulation, then it will continue to create pollution and there won't be a planet. Like, there needs to be regulation.
There's some regulation. There's some very expensive regulations on them.
They're literally dumping water. They're dumping toxins into. Did you know the Supreme Court passed a ruling that allows poop in water now, Steve?
There's always been poop in water. Did you know that you have? Did you know that every Coke that you drink, if you drink Coke, has an allowable rodent content in it?
Yeah, and coffee has bugs and stuff. Yeah, that's not the point, Steve. I'm saying the amount of deregulation that this Trump administration and the current day Republicans are involved in, they're not going to leave a planet for the next generation. And it sounds like you're okay with it because you're reminiscing where you are today and then reminiscing the past.
I've got 15 grandkids and 9 great-grandkids.
Well, so why would you support someone that's going to actively harm their future, Steve?
Damn, 15? How many kids do you have, bro?
6.
Damn! You were busy. Holy shit. You better love your wife, dude.
I love my wife.
You fucking, I'm not joking. You better fucking love her.
Yeah, but Steve, like your grandkids are they're set up for failure in Trump's America because like he's making it harder for younger people to get houses. He's making education unaffordable while, taxing people for taking any type of loans. He's harming the environment. He's starting war that your grandkids are going to have to fight, Steve. That doesn't even make sense.
This is my take on it. My take on it is this country is not tough enough. This country is giving too much to their kids.
Steve, do you want to send your grandkids to war?
Let me speak. I listened to all your bullshit a while ago.
But do you want to send your grandkids to war, Steve?
No, I don't.
You must do, because if they're not tough enough, that means
I've been there, done that. I don't
exactly. So, Steve, are your grandkids not tough enough?
Would you let me finish saying what I was going to say?
Okay, but Steve, I just need to understand. If you don't want to send your grandkids to war, do you want to send other people's grandkids to war?
Listen to you, and I didn't say a word, and then when I get a chance to speak, you cut right back in.
Go ahead, Steve.
Our kids, this is the you owe me generation. They think they're owed everything. They think they're owed a car. They're owed the clothes on their back. After they're out, even after they're out of high school, most of them don't have jobs in high school.
Who are you talking about, Steve?
What do you mean? What am I talking about?
Who? No, I said who. Who are you talking about, Steve?
What are you burying your nose at?
Who? Steve. Who? No, Steve. Who are you talking about? You're making this up, Steve.
No, I'm not. I see this every freaking day. I've got all these friends that have got these. My parents never bought me a car. Not one. I worked for my own car.
Yeah, but when you bought a car, Steve, they were like $15.
Huh?
When you bought a car, it was like $15.
$15, my ass.
Just saying.
My first car cost me $250, and I was making $1.75 an hour.
Yeah, but back in your day, you could get a 2-level house and have a car and a wife and kids. Then your wife stayed at home. You could be a milkman. Like, what are we talking about, Steve?
I know that.
Exactly. This is not what we're talking about today.
It wasn't from
Steve.
Excess spending. Everybody had to say.
Steve, remember when you said you love your wife, bro?
Hey, remember when kids worked and helped their families survive?
Steve, what the fuck is this? This is a screenshot from an account that you follow, dude. It is their only post.
Oh, Steve.
Of course, I edited it. I edited it a little bit. Okay. I took out that part. What the fuck are you doing?
Steve.
What?
What are you doing, Steve?
I don't even see it.
I know, because I cut it out. Yes, you don't see the one part of the image, which is the only part of the image. You don't recognize the rest of it. You only recognize the part that I fucking scribbled away. Yeah, he was looking for the only part of this image that he remembered. This is the only, dude, this is the only post on one of the accounts that you followed. Steve, what? And you said that you love your wife?
Look,
I'm looking. I'm looking. I know what you want to look at, Steve.
Somebody follows me and I just follow back. I don't even care who they are. It's just courtesy. You follow me, I follow you. But I very seldom ever even get on it. I watch my grandkids to see what they're doing on TikTok.
Is this your grandkid, Steve?
And on WhatsApp.
Is this your grandkid, Steve?
Hey, Steve.
Is this what they look like?
Hey, Steve. Hey, Steve. Hey, Steve.
Start losing, you
hey, Steve. Hey, Steve. What's her name, Steve? What's her name?
I don't know.
You do know, Steve.
No, I don't.
Oh, you know.
You're full of shit.
Oh, come on, Steve.
I said it again, but you are cowards. This is how you have to win a debate.
Go and follow the porn account, Steve. Dude, and I know that you follow so many more too, because when I click on different accounts in your following list, this user is banned. This user is banned. Oh, what about this guy? Nope, they're banned. Oh, what about Krista Ball? No, wait, well, actually, there's no videos yet. Not banned. Like, what is this, dude?
Hey, go into WhatsApp and see how many people I have.
We can't see your WhatsApp, Steve.
Block.
That's not how technology works, Steve.
Block.
What, Steve? We can't see your block list on WhatsApp. That's not how technology works.
Maybe I should pull up y'all's.
So you said that you only follow the people who follow you? Does Sylvia Gonzalez, the OnlyFans model with 600,000 followers, happen to follow you back?
I don't even know who Sylvia
Does she happen to follow you back?
I don't know. Now, one thing, I've been hacked 3 times, so.
Oh, not you saying that you're hacked. Stop it.
I have been hacked. And I
Stop it.
An account because I have been hacked.
Listen, Steve, I'm going to leave you this. I'm clearly giving you a hard time, if you can't tell. But, on a real note, if you have a wife and you love her, you shouldn't be lusting over AI porn on the internet, okay?
Also, I'll say this, Steve. I know, like, I was going a little bit hard as far as your grandkids, but I'm serious. If you really care about your grandkids, you shouldn't be supporting Trump. Like, he's not good for them. I'm being 100% honest. Like, this isn't about Republicans or Democrats. If you really care about your grandkids, I would recommend that you really, like, reconsider your position.
I do what I think is best for the country and for my grandkids.
All right, I'm just letting you know, Steve.
Everybody has got 2 opinions. If there was one party this car.
Hey, Steve, I'm just telling. I'm a dad myself, Steve. Like, I know Steve, I'm a dad. I understand. I'm just letting you know. Like, if you really look into it, like, he's not good for the next generation.
Hey, Dean, who's your buddy? Harry?
What's that?
Who's your buddy, Harry?
No, this is Santana.
Is Harry your buddy? Not this Santana, but is Harry a friend of yours?
I was actually curious because when I looked on your old posts, I saw a bunch of comments from like 2 years ago, and there were comments that you would receive if you were on a live debating. Did you used to debate Harry?
Yeah, and who is Harry?
The fuck?
And let me ask you, he's a good friend of yours, right? Right? He's a good friend of yours.
No, I mean we're not really good friends.
Oh, really? You used to be good friends. You used to get on the show all the time.
Yeah. We had a falling out. I mean, there's been a lot. I mean, I've taken steps to try to amend that falling out, but we're not super close friends.
Aren't both of Harry's parents and his brother members of the Communist Party?
Shout out to Harry. What's that?
What?
Members of the Communist Party.
Are they members of the Communist Party? Just because Harry was born in China does not mean that his parents are members of the Communist Party.
I asked you a question. Don't dodge it.
No, they're not.
His mother and his brother, is his mother, his father, and his brothers members of the Communist Party?
No.
Well, that's not what I have read. Documented.
I gotta stop with that, dude. You need to go fucking unfollow that shit, man. What are you doing?
You hang out with communists, right?
Well, I mean, yeah. I do hang out with communists, but I mean, I don't think his parents are communists.
Based.
I don't know.
Shout out to Cadre.
There's some based communists, and then there's other not based communists, but a lot of them are pretty based. I'm just kind of scared of like the communists that are like, well, like pro like ultra authoritarianism. Like that those are the only, but that's a very small sect. All the other ones are pretty cool.
Really?
Hey, Steve, do you remember the Red Scare?
The what?
The Red Scare?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you used to like, were you in, or you were probably out of school when you had to like put the books on top of your head in the hall just to prepare for like?
No.
You had to do that?
Had to do that junior high, elementary school, high school.
You get ready for a nuclear attack from the commies?
Yeah, and a nuclear, and truth being known,
I'm cooked.
that would have helped
I was
a
putting
bit
Mama with
if we
that,
got
man.
nuked.
Oh, I'm cooked. Steve, I'm gonna kick you now. Goodbye. Dude needs to go to bed. Oh my God, Jessica, thank you so much for the $150 donation on Venmo. Oh, wow.
Together, Dean.
Sorry, dude. I just turned it into Steve. Jessica, thank you so much for the $150 donation. With $150, Jessica says, holding Pappy accountable. Love to see it. Well, Jessica, thank you so fucking much for the outrageous donation. Thank you so very much for the love and support. Please do show some love to Jessica down below because that is beyond fucking kind. And then Skylar, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo as well, who says that he was sick. Thank you so much, Skylar and Jessica. You guys are awesome. Show some love to Skylar and Jessica down below. You guys fucking rock. Hell yeah. On Venmo as well, thank you so much, City, for the $3. Carol Ann, thank you for the $20. And Anthony, thank you for the $5. Shout out to you guys on PayPal. Thank you so much, Gary, for the $5. And then Samantha with the $5 as well. Now, Santana, I appreciate you so much for joining, but it is my time to hop off.
Yeah. One quick thing, if you don't mind, or two, really quick, super quick. One, for all the people that donated to me, thank you so much. If you check your pay links, I've been sending you direct messages to say thank you. But Daniel, thank you so much for the $70 donation. You are absolutely amazing. W's in the chat for Daniel. And Dean, did you see they finally made the official announcement about the Jubilee Surrounded? This Sunday? This Sunday, the 12th?
You have to clarify. Are you talking about Rokana?
Rokana, yep.
Nice. Okay, sorry. There's like a couple different official announcements about.
They officially put out the trailer. So this Sunday, the Surrounded video that I'm on, we actually debated Rokana. So I'm excited about it. See how it goes.
Dude, I know. I can't wait to see it. See it. It's gonna be awesome. Hell yeah.
I was telling Parker, like, he was really cool in person. Like, he spent time after we finished, like, kind of hanging, talking to us, taking pictures and stuff. And I was impressed, like, super impressed.
Yeah, it's just a normal dude with good moral convictions. Are you going live?
Yeah. I was, but I'm going to bed.
I get that. All right. Well, I appreciate you for joining.
I appreciate you having me up, bro.
Yeah, see ya, Santana. Show some love to Santana down below in that chat. Love that dude. Someone in the chat says, Road takes Israel's money. No, he does not. Quit the cap, you liar. He absolutely fucking does not. No money from PAX. Ro is the man. He is the man. I'd also like to quickly thank Fonda, that is Fonda. Thank you for the $20 donation on Venmo. Says you're awesome. You're awesome, Fonda. Thank you so very much for the love and support. Show some love to Fonda down below. I appreciate you. All right, folks. This is where I draw a line for the night and I hop off. I gotta go to a bar and hang out with my sister. I'll see you all tomorrow on your way out on TikTok. Make sure to hit that follow button on YouTube. Drop a sub. And go check out my recent post as well. It goes over some very important news updates. But this is